Check, check, hello. Greetings from across the seas. Where I come from, we start with peace. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. My name is Dana Dajani. I am a proud Palestinian writer, performer, and presenter. And I believe that poetry can be more powerful than politics when it comes to building new bridges of connection and helping us envision new possibilities for the future. I like that it takes us out of our head and centers us into our hearts. And so I'm going to be sharing an opening poem with you this morning. As we convene here today at the inaugural Global Sumud Parliamentary Congress in Brussels, we are here today because we feel the urgency. Today marks 928 days of the genocide in Gaza. Despite multiple supposed ceasefires each passing day, more Palestinian lives, homes, and institutions are being destroyed by Israel and their warmongering sponsors. To watch this happen in real time has been one of the most difficult things we all have experienced, both individually and collectively. But this act of witnessing pales in comparison to the horrors that Ahl Gaza, Wad-Daffa, Junub Lebanon are living day to day. So I'd like to ask us to take a moment to commemorate the countless martyrs and thousands of political prisoners. Allah يرحم كل شهدائنا ويحمي أهلنا بفلسطين وبلبنان. Alhamdulillah. With gratitude for all those who have walked these lands, built these lands, worked these lands, alhamdulillah. With gratitude for our ancestors who made a home, planted a seed, grew a lineage that led us here, alhamdulillah. With gratitude for all the hands, helping, guiding, open hands to welcome and receive, to give and show up with care. Alhamdulillah. With gratitude for hands that wield the pen and not the sword, to right the world right again. With gratitude for fists raised in protest, holding the line. We honor our pain for Gaza in this time. We honor our pain for occupied Palestine and Lebanon in this time. Syria, Yemen, Ethiopia, Congo, Iran, Cuba, Venezuela, Kashmir, and Sudan in this time. We honor our pain for the world in this time. We honor all the lives lost to greed, the innumerable cost of corruption, the rippling destruction still. How? How will we say goodbye? When? When will we say enough? Who is to be held accountable? What is to be resurrected from the rubble? Let's envision it together.
Thank you to Dana Dajani for your art and emotion and for kickstarting today's event. Good morning, everybody, and a big welcome to the Global Sumud Parliamentary Congress here in Brussels. My name is Hanan Anic, and it is my great honor to be your MC for today. Today, we're bringing together parliamentarians, policymakers, civil society, and international organizations, not only to discuss what is happening, but to understand what can be done differently. Throughout the day, we will move across a very clear path, from understanding the system on one hand, to identifying tools, then to understanding accountability, and finally to what happens next. Because conversations like these are only meaningful if they translate into something beyond the room. And the purpose of today is to have concrete engagement as part of one engagement framework. And when we say one engagement framework, this means that we're also offering you, besides the program here in this hall, sort of a parallel program as part of our breakout rooms, where you will be able to continue discussions and conversations of each and every one of the sessions. The aim of this is for us to offer you another platform, for us to offer those who might not be able to speak during a session to speak freely, and finally, for those who do come to the breakout rooms, to commit to at least one engagement that they can carry out as part of the result of today's event here in Brussels. As you know, while we are here, many of our brothers, sisters, and comrades are on boats as part of a new Flotilla mission trying to break the siege on Gaza. And I'm happy to tell you that before we start with the agenda program, some of them are joining us live from their mission. So I will get away now from the stage and leave it to them.
Hello, I'm Musa Rishti, an onboard organizer with the Global Sumud Flotilla. For the last 2.5 years, our inaction has forced the world to witness a genocide live streamed into our homes. Our collective grief has been at times overwhelming. It has cast a shadow of guilt and moral injury on even the most basic of human pleasures. 78 years of Nakba, and the Palestinian people do not have the luxury of waiting. From schoolyards to commercial ports, we people of this planet continue to organize. Despite global attempts to suppress our fundamental rights of expression, this is the 39th civilian-led mission to break an illegal blockade. Every day, people are taking action. Your moral responsibility will not fade away. Your inaction, or yet worse, collaboration with those enacting desecration upon the Palestinian people, their lands, schools, homes, hospitals, and families will not be forgotten. So find your courage, or even just your basic human decency, and take action now. Thank you.
I am Maimon, a member of steering committee of the Global Sumud Flotilla. I'm here now because governments around the world have failed to stop genocide. And when those in power remain silent, it's become a moral responsibility for ordinary people to act. And as citizen of Indonesia, the country with the largest Muslim community in the world, I carry a deep hope that my nation can and will play a more meaningful role to stop this genocide. Our constitution, the 1944 constitution, clearly mandates a stand against colonialism and oppression. And this is not only political position, but a moral and historical commitment that should guide our action today. I also place hope in the Parliamentary Congress in Brussels that it will serve as a turning point, urging government across the world to take a clearer and firmer stance against colonialism, to act decisively to stop the ongoing atrocities in line with the mandate reflected in the ICJ 2024 decision. Beyond of this, I am a mother. My heart breaks every time I see children being killed in the classroom even, like Rita Cherihan, 9 years old, Gaza girl, shot and killed while she was studying in her classroom. A classroom that should be filled with learning, safety, dream for the future. No child should ever experience such of this. No mother should ever endure such loss. This is why I chose to stand, to speak, and to act, joining Global Sumud Flotilla, because silence in time like this is not an option. Thank you.
Good morning from the Mediterranean, which is the sea that could be the site of cooperation and exchange in South Asia, including a free Palestine. North Africa and Europe, but it is not. My name is Michał. I am Polish. I live in France, and I'm a member of Thematic, a Jewish decolonial collective. Currently, I'm on a civil boat sailing to Gaza. While Parliament's debates, Gaza is being leveled to the ground. While statements are issued, Israel is starving population under an inhuman siege. This is not a natural disaster. This is an intentional policy enacted by a government driven by a supremacist ideology. And it is being enabled by political protection, economic support, and by self-serving interpretations of law. We are here on those boats because we know that we cannot rely on European institutions to uphold the values that they claim are core values, codified in the Universal Declaration of the Human Rights, written under the catastrophe of the Holocaust. We are here because we believe in our duty to protect all members of the human family, while those in power, with full knowledge of the facts, choose to disregard the inherent dignity and the right to life and to self-determination of the Palestinian people. This kind of hypocrisy is not making anyone safer, including Jews, neither in Europe nor anywhere else in the world. You speak of human rights while enabling apartheid. You invoke history while repeating its failures. We are not heroes. We are people desperate in the face of the war in action. And as long as this action continues, so will we. Thank you.
Thank you to our Flotilla members. We see you, and we're following your work, trying to do a parallel kind of work today here at the Parliamentary Congress. Without further ado, I will now invite the GSF team members, Raouf, Hazami, Patrick, and Navedi.
Friends, comrades, and defenders of human dignity, we stand here today not merely as organizers of the flotilla and the land convoy, but as witnesses to a breaking point. We are gathered under the banner of the global Sumud flotilla, driven by a single undeniable truth. The silence of the world has become complicity, and we as citizens have to stand up and rise up. For too long, the international community has watched from the shore while the waters of Gaza have been turned into a graveyard. But let us be clear. The genocide is not over, it is ongoing. It is documented in real time by media outlets from across the globe, by our sisters and brothers in Gaza, by the very experts that are sitting among us here today. To claim otherwise is to deny the reality of the dead and the suffering of the living. We are here because we heard a direct call from the Palestinian people. They did not ask for our pity. They asked for our presence. They asked us to help in breaking the siege, to challenge the blockade, and to assert that the sea belongs to humanity, not to the machinery of war. When a population cries out for help, and we choose to look away, we are not neutral. Silence is not peace. Silence is consent. We gather today to sign the Brussels Declaration, a document that demands the immediate opening of a maritime corridor. This is not a logistical request, it's a moral imperative. We are here today to match the boldness of the volunteers at sea, not just to condemn or declare, but to commit and to act. We are invoking the timeless principle that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. If we allow the rights of Palestinians to be erased, we erode the foundation of international law for everyone. If we accept that some lives are worth less than others, we have already lost our humanity. History teaches us there's a harsh lesson. Injustice gone unchecked expands. It does not stay contained within borders. It spreads, it normalizes, and it eventually consumes us all. The normalization of siege and starvation today sets the precedent for erosion of rights tomorrow. To the leaders across the world, to all defenders of humanity, to every person in this room, the time for half measures is over. The time for diplomatic platitudes has passed. Let the flotilla sail not just as a fleet of boats, but as a fleet of conscience. Let the maritime corridor, we demand, be the bridge that leads us back to our shared humanity. Let it be a beacon of hope for the children, that their dreams come true, not buried beneath the rubble. We will not stop. We will not be silenced. And we will not let this moment pass without real reaction. Free Palestine. Thank you.
I join you proudly and with a deeply broken heart as the granddaughter of the Nakba. We gather here in Brussels at a moment that demands both clarity and courage, a moment that history will not forget. As the global Sumud flotilla sails towards Gaza, it carries a message that echoes far beyond the water in which it sails. That the status quo is no longer acceptable, that silence is not neutral, and that justice delayed is justice denied. It also carries with it a challenge to all of us. Will we continue to tolerate this reality? Will we continue to believe that praying will solve the problems? Or will we have the courage to act with integrity to help liberate Palestine? Because despite the language of ceasefire, Gaza remains under siege, hospitals dismantled, countless people starving, requiring aid that is not there. Countless children facing acute malnutrition. This is not a tragedy. This is policy. It is not a natural disaster. It is a man-made disaster, sustained by decisions, but enabled by the political, moral, and institutional failure that surrounds us. What is created by decisions, however, can also be changed by decisions. And the consequences of what is happening in Gaza extend far beyond Gaza. When international law is ignored, without any consequences, it weakens the foundation of international law everywhere. When collective punishment is tolerated, it becomes permissible. And when governments condemn injustice but fail to act, it signals that violations are tolerated and may continue. We are not without precedent. Last year, the Global Sumud Flotilla demonstrated that coordinated political will can move states and people to action. But that's not enough. To meet this moment, the coalition must grow, it must deepen, it must act with urgency. We need sustained actions across all sectors and industries. The flotilla is not the solution, it never claimed to be, but rather it is a powerful, galvanizing, and catalytic moment that inspires and invites the world to rise when governments have failed. And that's why this Parliamentary Congress matters. In this room are parliamentarians, ministers, diplomats, legal experts, civil society leaders from across continents. And together, you all represent the possibility of what international coordinated action could look like. The ability not just to speak, but to act, to enforce the principles that we all claim to uphold. Because we are living through a dangerous time where a small number of powerful actors inserting force determines rights and also makes law. What happens in Gaza does not stay in Gaza. It defines what is permissible everywhere else. So the question before us is simple. Will we accept this trajectory or will we change it? Palestinian liberation is not an isolated issue. It is central to the failure of global justice. Let this Congress be remembered not as a gathering, but as a turning point, when condemnation becomes commitment, when concern becomes coordination, and when words become action. For those who want, you are invited to bear witness to this moment on sea and can join our mission from Turkey on the 1st of May. And on land, we need your help mobilizing mass mobilizations and a global shutdown for Palestine on the 15th of May, the Nakba. History is watching, and it will judge us with what we do.
Good morning, everyone. I think what Hazami just said is extremely important, and I will add a few words to this. I think we are a generation which Palestine is really the compass of moral humanity. South Africa was the compass for the generation before. Algeria, my country, was the compass for the generation before that too. I think today, with the mission, with the Flotilla, with today's Parliamentary Congress, we are trying together to say enough of speeches. We need actions. We need something concrete to happen. We need commitment. So I would frame this Congress as a moment where all of us gather, unite, think for measures, for commitments. It is not a simple or a basic or another conference. It's a space for us all to find solution, to come back to our communities, to our constituencies, to our regions, to our countries. Many of you have come very far to be in this room today. Palestinian people are not in need of charity. Hundreds of us here have friends there, and they can tell you that, and they can confirm that to you. What they want from us is a very material, concrete solidarity. They need political infrastructures that can support their struggle for self-determination and for liberation. So, as you know, we are living in a moment where imperialism today is not retreating at all. It is actually being reactivated by the same Epstein-Trump class of this world, from Congo to Sudan, from Venezuela to Western Sahara, from Palestine to Lebanon, and from Iran to New Caledonia, if I may. So today, it's a moment where we would like to discuss about how to dismantle colonialism, having Palestine as a moral compass of our time. For this, we will count on you. We will count on every speaker. There will be breakout rooms upstairs where we can share ideas. Hanan presented what we call the one engagement framework. So we would like to develop with you one concrete engagement that you can develop in your country, in your region, with your constituencies when you come back. And I think this moment could be really a moment of history if we unite together. Let's remember what Kwame Ture, one of the Black Panthers members, said: we don't have to agonize in these very difficult times. We have to organize. Organizing is the most important element. Thank you very much.
Dear comrades, dear friends, this Congress, this Flotilla, they are one piece of the wider fight for the freedom of Palestine and against oppression. Another piece of this fight will take place right after the Congress, as we'll be marching from here, from the venue, to the European institutions. We know it's going to be a very long, very intense, very exciting day, but we'll be asking you not to go home directly and to keep on fighting tonight. Join us around 5:45, right in front of the venue, and we'll be marching towards the European Parliament to put the pressure on those who have been supporting, enabling, financing this ongoing genocide. We'll put the shame on them. The fight doesn't stop here, the fight doesn't stop tonight, but tonight, like every other night, we will not be silent, and Brussels will resonate with the chants of a free Palestine. Thank you very much.
Just a quick, if you have not signed the mural, there is a extremely talented muralist who is working on a mural as a visual petition coming out of this Congress. It is actually located in front of the entrance, so during the break, if you have not already, during lunchtime, please do go out there and sign it. The signatures will be incorporated into this beautiful, powerful image that will be a capture of the commitments that we make out of here today, a commitment to transition from rubble to development, from fragmentation and moral decay to progress and growth. So please do take a moment to go outside and sign and etch your signature and your message into that mural, which is outside the main door. Thank you.
Thank you to our GSF members for the powerful words. I probably couldn't carry out to you, so thank you guys for stepping in. We now move to our opening speakers, individuals representing institutions, governments, and international bodies. Today, we're particularly interested not only in perspectives, but in what follows after them and from them. Without further ado, I'm inviting Chair of the European Parliament Delegation for Relations with Palestine, Lynn Boylan, to address you. Please, a round of applause.
Good morning, and I'm really pleased that we are all here today for the Global Sumud Parliamentary Congress. We're all here as we're watching, as we watched as EU and global leaders have failed to take real action during a live-streamed genocide against the Palestinian people. We have watched a coordinated attack not just on the people of Gaza, but on international law and humanity itself. And we are now at a moment where Israel is still cutting off humanitarian supplies, and the latest UNRWA report has revealed that there are now increasing cases of ectoparasitic infections such as scabies, fleas, and chickenpox. This dire humanitarian situation is a direct result of the blockade. It is the direct result of an occupying power being given carte blanche to do whatever it pleases to the occupied. The situation in the West Bank, with ever-increasing land theft, settler violence, aided and abetted by the Israeli state, and now racialized capital punishment, is all part of the architecture of apartheid, which the Israeli state has been allowed to construct in occupied Palestine. And the blockade of Gaza is an integral part of this architecture. The Israeli government have been given the power to decide whether the people of Gaza can eat, whether they can drink, whether they can wash, and whether they can receive basic medical treatment. This is an affront to the very idea of human dignity, and the blockade itself is specifically designed to dehumanize and denigrate the people of Gaza today. Our meeting, though, and as we come together, should not be, as others have said, a mere discussion of the problem. We all know the problem. We are here to organize, to strategize, and to issue a call to action to end the blockade and end Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people. As the global Sumud Flotilla sails to Gaza, we are here not only to offer our solidarity, but to offer a practical vision for what leaders should be doing to end the illegal blockade. And as a member of the European Parliament, I was elected to uphold international law and to stand up for the rights of Palestinian people. And the citizens of Europe have been clear that they oppose Israeli genocide and apartheid, and that they oppose the lack of action from EU leaders. Already over 1.2 million citizens have signed the European Citizens' Initiative for Justice in Palestine because Commissioner President Ursula von der Leyen and Commissioner Kaja Kallas are complicit because they are not taking their obligations seriously. So I offer my solidarity to those embarking on the flotilla, but we must all acknowledge that flotillas should not be necessary. They are the response of ordinary people who are not content to see human rights and international law violations ignored by those in power. Throughout the day, delegates will discuss the situation in Palestine and what this means for the very idea of human rights and international law. And this is a real opportunity to use the expertise and the solidarity in this room to build momentum for change. The Brussels Declaration that will be made later today will cover three key themes: the right of the Palestinian people to freely access their own waters and territory and to continuously receive the basic necessities unimpeded; the right of the Palestinian people to lead their own reconstruction and pursuit of justice free from the imposition of foreign powers; and the rejection of the precedent that powerful states can act without consequence. A just world for Palestinians is a just world for all of us. These calls are not naive. They are the very basic necessities of what international law requires from us. This declaration should be viewed as a declaration on the side of humanity in a world that's increasingly dominated by an anti-human logic of imperial power, which risks bringing death and destruction to us all. It is a declaration affirming the principles that supposedly underpin the institutions we belong to, but which have been discarded. The brutality of imperialism, the machinery of war, is already spreading across our world. And if we do not end impunity, then the rights that we supposedly cherish will be meaningless. So I'd like to thank the organisers and look forward to the discussions today. But remember, the fight for Palestine is the fight for humanity. Saoirse don Palestine.
Many thanks for this speech, Lynn. We are very happy to also call up to the stage the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the Palestinian territory occupied since 1967. The person is Francesca Albanese. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I think you may want to wait for the applauses till the end, because I don't think you will be very happy to listen to me this time. I'm really worried. I'm confused. I've been with the flotilla since the very beginning, the 38th, the 37th. So probably we should ask ourselves if it has not worked the previous 37th time. Shouldn't this be an opportunity to reflect on what it doesn't work, on what it hasn't worked? Especially, excuse me, friends, but you have to be honest. There has been so much confusion, so many people who have been left out in preparation of this. It really feels with badges and pictures and all this is becoming more and more like the environment I'm used to be in, the United Nations. Really, do we need to come here to hear that Palestine has unveiled that there is a system of impunity? I'm sorry. You have a responsibility that makes you part of something that is bigger than you. And I'm telling you as someone who has done the same. It's a moment that requires really humility to stop and think. So let me start with what I wanted to say. Really, I hate this feeling of being the party pooper, but I'm here to help, and I will always be with you as a movement. But as a movement that needs to be effective. Because look, I have nothing against being performative. It's good to be performative. But performance on its own doesn't suffice. And grazie, because it feels really uncomfortable to be here. So let me start with some good manners as a proper Italian. Good morning, moral warriors. And by addressing you, I want to salute, first of all, those who are outside this room, with their body already in the line, on the boats or at home, asking themselves what to do. Because frankly, it's not clear. Will they miss the train? Will they miss the boat? The question is, you have chosen a word. Unlike the other flotillas, you have chosen a word that means the world today, exactly for what Palestine is. Palestine as the wound, Palestine as the mirror held in front of us. No, Palestine has not shown us something that we didn't know. The blockade has been ongoing for the Palestinians in Gaza since 1948. I'm telling you, because this is what I've studied throughout my professional life. This is the way I know Palestine. It's segregation. Palestinians were talking of apartheid in the 50s. So the term Sumud is not just resilience bouncing back. It's not just resistance pushing back. It's staying with all your might as trees, resisting the pressure, continue to give, but continue to nourish by the other trees. You live in an ecosystem. And so it's very important that you use the power you have gathered, you are garnered to move. You are a movement, but movement without direction is chaos. And we have little resources to waste this precious moment. So, here's the beautiful part. End of the party pooper story. We are not, I hope, you are not here to talk about rights. It's clear the Palestinians have rights. It's clear that member states have obligations and businesses have obligations not to trade, not to aid and assist the state that is genociding the Palestinians. So your action needs to be, in my view, directed to end complicity. You have an enormous power to build on what decades of Palestinian movement have done. And it's already there, you are already part of it. The boats can help block this complicity. But this requires discipline. This requires coordination, and this requires leadership. And I'm going to say something that it might hurt. Apparently, I'm the carrier of some bad news at times, but again, it's really in the spirit of Sumud, of continuing to learn from one another. Having Palestinians among you, it's great, but cannot result into tokenism. There are actions that the Palestinians as movement, as civil society have undertaken for decades, and I've not seen them as part of the process. And I'm talking of many, as the organizations working under occupation, including those who are sanctions, those acting for legal action, for legal remedy, for legal repair, for making international law real for the Palestinians. I'm talking of those working in the ports, those working really to end complicity. I'm talking of the BDS. This is why I'm saying it's about time to use all the resources that you have garnered to end complicity in ports, in the distribution center, in the supply chain. I imagine your boats not just throwing themselves in the middle of a regional conflict. You may do that. But what about, do you remember the student in Tiananmen Square? That body, that frail body in front of a tank. We cannot risk to be just symbolism. Really, and I put myself into this with you. It's about disrupting the material infrastructure that sustains the system in a coordinated fashion. As I said, Sumud is not just staying, Sumud is staying effectively. Again, I think that together we can, but we have to be honest with ourselves and not to try to institutionalize the revolution that you are. You cannot block the wind in a jar. Thank you.
Thank you to Francesca Albanese. We will now be joined by a well-known Palestinian politician, Mr. Mustafa Barghouti, Secretary General of the Palestinian National Initiative. He will be joining us over video link. Mr. Barghouti, it's nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, dear friends and comrades. And let me start by thanking you for organizing this important meeting, the Global Sumud Parliamentary Congress. And I greet all my fellow parliamentarians who came to participate today and all the participants. I also would like to greet the wonderful effort of the Global Sumud Flotilla for their heroism, for their great organization, and for their great input. I myself was on one of the first boats of Flotilla that actually managed to reach Gaza in the beginning. And then that boat was destroyed. And as you know, they've been preventing people from reaching Gaza because they don't want the people of Palestine to feel the power of solidarity that you represent. Today, there is no ceasefire in Gaza. Today, the genocide continues in Gaza. So far, we had 2,230 violations of the so-called ceasefire, which led to the death of more than 780 new Palestinians, including women and children. Today, we have complete deprivation of basic humanitarian assistance. Today, we have 2.2 million people enclosed in less than 70 square miles with no clean water, no sufficient food, no medications, no medical material. Gaza is continuing to be under terrible and most inhuman siege. But West Bank also is under attack. The settler colonial terrorist groups are attacking Palestinian communities every day. Yesterday, they organized a massacre in the school of Al-Mghayr in Ramallah, where I live. And they killed 2 people, including a young boy who was 15 years old, and injured many others with gunshots, protected by the Israeli army. They burn houses, they burn cars, they burn trees, they uproot trees. They do everything. They've already evicted 71 communities from their land. But their goal is ethnic cleansing of all Palestinian people, not only in Gaza, but also in the West Bank and in Jerusalem. Palestinian prisoners are subjected today to the most awful treatment. They are subjected to torture. They're subjected to starvation. They're subjected to rape. And they're subjected to killing. Since October 7th, no less than 90 Palestinian prisoners were executed inside the jails, the Israeli jails. And they are hostages. They are really hostages. We're talking about more than 10,000 people. And we are talking about unknown number of Palestinian prisoners from Gaza who were executed, field executed. We estimate them to be about 2,000. And now they are passing a death penalty law, something that is most awful, that consolidate the fact that we are living not only under occupation and the longest ethnic cleansing since 1948, but also we are living under a system of apartheid, a much worse apartheid than what prevailed in South Africa. And we are also living under a system which is nothing but a fascist system. And don't hesitate to call the Israeli establishment as it is, a fascist establishment, because only fascists can pass such laws as the death penalty law and celebrate in the Knesset, drinking glasses of champagnes, celebrating passing a death penalty law and putting on their chests the signs and symbols of the ropes that Palestinians will be hanged with. Who does that except fascists? We have to call things as they are. Occupation, yes. Apartheid, yes. But actually, it is fascism that we are confronting. And their main goal has always been, since 1948, and actually since the beginning of the 20th century, the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. Because Zionism, as a movement, cannot succeed without uprooting the Palestinian people from their lands. And that's why this word, Sumud, is so powerful and so important. It is the most strategic goal for Palestinians at this moment, confronting ethnic cleansing with Sumud. And yes, as Francesca said, with active Sumud, with resistant Sumud, Sumud that does not allow the steadfastness that does not allow the Israeli goal of ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. And I tell you, on behalf of all Palestinians in Palestine, whether they lived in 48 areas or in Gaza or in West Bank, or the people that I meet every day in different communities that are attacked by the settlers, we are here to stay. And there is no power in the world that will be able to uproot us again. But we need your support, and we need your help. Flotilla is a great action because it is a mobilizing action, but also we need to transform. We need to transform the whole solidarity movement with Palestine everywhere into an action of boycott, divestment, and sanction against Israel and against the Israeli establishment. Only by transforming this solidarity into material action, into boycott, divestment, sanction, we can achieve success. I attended 2 days or 3 days ago a meeting in Barcelona, which was very promising because it shows that the world needs to mobilize against fascism, not only by Israel, but also fascism that led to this terrible aggression on Iran by Israel and the United States, and that has hurt so many countries in the region. We need to mobilize against the rising dictatorship and the rising terrible, fierce, imperialistic capitalism that is growing everywhere. We need to mobilize everywhere to support the Palestinian people because, as was said, yes, Palestine has become the compass of human morality, something that Nelson Mandela said very long time ago when he said that South Africa will not be completely free till Palestine is free, and when he said that Palestine has become the most important moral issue of humanity today. I want also to add that it is shameful that the European Union could not take the decision of stopping what the Spanish government and Irish government and Slovenian government has asked for, which is to stop the association agreement with this fascist regime in Israel. The fact that they could not take that decision shows that any talk about two-state solution, as they call it, any talk about a Palestinian state without imposing sanctions on Israel is nothing but hypocrisy and is nothing but double standard in dealing with international law. We believe in you. We believe in this wonderful spirit of young people that you are showing today. So please keep it up. Please expand it as much as you can. Please continue the work you do. And please keep looking for all possible ways of making your struggle effective anywhere and everywhere. Because today, we need to change the balance of power. Without changing the balance of power, we will not succeed. And let me tell you, when I see your initiatives, when I see all these movements everywhere in the world, when I see this new movement that is advocating the right of Palestinian prisoners to be free, when I see even the artistic work like the Palestine 36 film that appeared recently, that it gives me great hope that we will succeed. Yes, maybe Palestine is not free. Palestine is under occupation. But we, the Palestinian people, are free. We are free because we have free spirit, and we are free because we have the determination to be free. With your help, with your support, with your great work, we will overcome. Palestine will overcome, and Palestine will be free, and you will be with us enjoying that freedom at that moment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Barghouti. It is my pleasure now to invite a member of Parliament of Turkey, Mr. Hasan Turan, to the stage. Please welcome Mr. Turan.
Saygıdeğer hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, ekselansları, kıymetli meslektaşlarım. Teşekkür ederim. Sizleri insanlık tarihinin en barbar saldırıları karşısında onurlarıyla direnen Filistin halkının selamıyla selamlıyorum. Ama aynı zamanda parçalanmış çocuk bedenlerinin ağır vebaliyle selamlıyorum. Bugün buraya sadece bir coğrafyadan bahsetmeye değil, insanlığın haysiyetini savunmaya ve sessiz kalmayanların iradesini beyan etmeye geldik. Modern dünya dediğimiz sistemin can çekişen vicdanını, hukukun iflasını ve insanlığın ortak kaderini konuşmaya geldik. Bu kürsüler artık sadece siyasi beyanların değil, adaletin ve tarihin terazisi olmak zorundadır. Değerli katılımcılar, Filistin'de yaşananlar bir kriz ve sıradan bir çatışma değildir. Bu 1917'de temelleri atılan ve 1948'de kurumsal bir işgal mekanizmasına dönüşerek artarak devam eden ve bir halkı toprağından, kimliğinden ve nefesinden koparma girişimidir. Gazze'de bugün toprağa düşenler sadece masum bedenler değildir. Gazze'nin enkazı altında kalan insanlığın onlarca yıldır inşa ettiği tüm evrensel değerlerdir. Cumhurbaşkanımız Sayın Erdoğan'ın her fırsatta haykırdığı o acı gerçeğin ifadesiyle Gazze'de katledilenler sadece çocuklar değil, insanlık değerleridir. Bugün Filistinli bir çocuğun yaşama hakkını koruyamayan bir uluslararası sistemin dünyanın geri kalanına söyleyecek tek bir inandırıcı cümlesi kalmamıştır. Rakamlar artık bir istatistik değil, birer utanç vesikasıdır. Değerli parlamenterler, şunu açıkça sormak zorundayım. Uluslararası hukuk ve Birleşmiş Milletler kararları seçici mi uygulanacaktır? İnsan hakları sadece belirli sınırların içindeki insanlar için mi geçerlidir? İsrail evrensel hukuk kurallarından ve uluslararası kararlardan muaf mıdır? İşgalci Siyonist rejim yayılmacı politikalarıyla sadece Orta Doğu'yu değil, dünya barışını açık bir şekilde tehdit etmektedir. Kutsal mekanları kapatan, sembolleri balyozla parçalayan ve çocukları yargısız infazlarla idam eden bir apartheid rejimi karşısında sessiz kalmak, bu suçlara ortak olmak değil midir? Bu mesele bir din veya ırk meselesi değildir. Bu mesele insan kalabilme meselesidir. Şunu asla unutmayalım. Acıyı hissedebiliyorsan canlısın. Eğer başkalarının da acısını hissedebiliyorsan insansın. Peki bizler sadece izleyecek miyiz? Bugün ihtiyaç duyulan şey sadece güçlü ifadeler değil, aslında güçlü iradelerdir. Aziz milletimizin temsilcileri ve Türkiye'nin milletvekilleri olarak global Sumud başta olmak üzere küresel vicdanın sesi olan tüm insani oluşumların yanındayız ve dünyaya şu somut adımları atma çağrısında bulunuyoruz. Derhal ve koşulsuz bir ateşkes sağlanmalı, ihlalleri engelleyecek caydırıcı tedbirler alınmalıdır. Gazze üzerindeki kuşatma tamamen kaldırılmalı, insani bir deniz koridoru ivedilikle oluşturulmalıdır. Savaş suçluları mahkemelerde hesap vermeli, seçici adaletin adaletsizliğin en büyüğü olduğu, en kötüsü olduğu unutulmamalıdır. Ve en önemlisi, Filistin halkı da onurlu bir şekilde kendi toprak bütünlüğüne sahip, başkenti Kudüs olan Birleşmiş Milletler'e tam üye, bağımsız bir devlet çatısı altında yaşama hakkına kavuşmalıdır. Son olarak kıymetli meslektaşlarım, adalet gecikebilir ama asla yok olmaz. Halkların iradesi her türlü kuşatmadan ve zulümden daha güçlüdür. Bugün Avrupa'nın göbeğinde yankılanan sesimiz ya adaletin şahlanışı olacak ya da tarihin bizi mahkum edeceği o derin sessizlik olarak kaydedilecek. Gelin insani sorumluluğumuzun gereğini yerine getirelim. Gelin çocukların gökyüzüne bakınca bombaları değil, yıldızları hayal edebileceği bir geleceği birlikte inşa edelim. Unutmayın, iyilikler mutlaka kazanacak, kötülük ise eninde sonunda yenilecektir. Sabrınız ve vicdanlı duruşunuz için teşekkür ediyorum. Eğer bir abluka uygulanacaksa bu Filistin'e değil İsrail'e olmalıdır. Bugün burada bir araya gelen, vicdanların sesi olan, halklarını temsil eden ve Avrupa'nın ortasından özellikle İsrail'e destek veren bütün yönetimlere çağrımızdır. İsrail'in arkasında durmayın, Filistin'le dayanışma içerisinde Filistin halkını desteklemeye devam edelim. Hepinizi bu duygularla, saygıyla selamlıyorum. Yaşasın özgür Filistin.
Thank you to Mr. Turan. And we will ask for silence. Thank you to continue our program. I will now invite to the stage Can we please? Thank you. Should I continue? Can we step away from violence, please? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we apologize for the incident in hope of continuing the conversation today and bearing in mind that we are all here today for the same cause, which is the Palestinian struggle. I will now continue with our program and invite to stage Sira Rego, Minister of Youth and Childhood in the government of Spain. Sira, the floor is yours.
Sí, buenos días. Es un placer estar aquí. Lo lamento, no he entendido lo que ha sucedido, no he podido entender lo que ha sucedido aquí hace un momento, pero confío, espero que la persona que estaba intentando explicarse pues esté todo bien, esté tranquila. Muchísimas gracias por esta invitación. Muchísimas gracias por esta invitación. Gracias también a los compañeros y compañeras que me han precedido, a todas las personas que han hecho posible este congreso y, por supuesto, a quienes en este mismo momento están en el mar con la Global Sumud Flotilla, poniendo el cuerpo donde demasiadas instituciones solo han puesto el silencio. Gracias, Francesca, también por recordarnos que la revolución no puede institucionalizarse. Casi 1000 días después, el genocidio sigue su curso en Gaza. Y obviamente es inevitable que nos preguntemos cómo han sido posibles estos 928 días de genocidio. ¿Cómo ha sido posible? Seguramente estaréis de acuerdo en que han sido posibles estos días del horror, entre otras cosas, porque durante 78 años de ocupación, de expulsión y de apartheid, no hubo determinación suficiente para acabar con el régimen sionista. Gaza no es un accidente de la historia, ni una explosión irracional de violencia. Es el resultado de la inercia del orden internacional colonialista que después de Palestina ha seguido con Irán, ha seguido con Líbano, con Cuba, con Venezuela. Es decir, el orden internacional que siempre consideró legítimo el expolio de los pueblos del sur global. Por eso Gaza no es una excepción. Gaza es un laboratorio de lo que sucede cuando el sistema capitalista, patriarcal y colonial se quita su máscara y puede ejercer toda su violencia a la vista de todas y de todos. Y es aquí donde está el núcleo, el centro de la cuestión. No solo en la brutalidad en sí, sino en el consenso que hace posible esta brutalidad. En la connivencia o en el dejar hacer de muchos gobiernos, en las acciones criminales de las grandes empresas, las que sostienen directamente a la maquinaria militar y las que hacen caja también con la ocupación y la aniquilación del pueblo palestino. En la fabricación del consenso de los caudillos digitales y de los medios tradicionales que blanquean la masacre, criminalizan la solidaridad y convierten el horror en una noticia más. Frente al genocidio, solo hay una opción, estar en contra. No hay medias tintas. Todo lo demás es colaboracionismo. Es evidente, por otra parte, que todo orden social se sostiene sobre una combinación de coerción y de aceptación. Y es evidente que el nuestro ha perfeccionado un dispositivo particularmente eficaz: proclamar principios universales mientras organiza su violación sistemática. Derechos humanos como lenguaje, impunidad como práctica. Legalidad internacional como discurso, excepción permanente como norma. El deeply concerned de la Comisión Europea mientras sigue mandando armas a Israel. En definitiva, Gaza es el laboratorio donde se ha comprobado hasta qué punto este dispositivo puede sostenerse sin quebrarse. Cuánta destrucción puede ser absorbida sin provocar una ruptura real del orden. Cuántas muertes pueden ser toleradas antes de que el sistema se vea obligado a reaccionar. Y la respuesta es evidente y es muy dolorosa. Muy dolorosa. Muchas más de las que se creían posibles. Y, por supuesto, frente a esto, también se sitúa la responsabilidad de Europa, por su capacidad de indignarse sin actuar, de declarar sin decidir, de condenar sin interrumpir. ¿Cuántas declaraciones de von der Leyen y Kallas hemos leído sobre el derecho internacional mientras corrían a hacerse fotos con los responsables del genocidio? ¿Cuántas veces el Parlamento Europeo se ha negado a reconocer lo que estaba ocurriendo? ¿Cuántas banderas sionistas han ondeado en las explanadas de las instituciones europeas mientras Gaza ardía? ¿Cuánto más? Ayer mismo, mientras España proponía romper el acuerdo de asociación entre Israel y la Unión Europea, Bruselas volvió a elegir la complicidad con los sionistas. En España, gracias a la movilización en las calles y a la presión en las instituciones, se ha logrado avanzar en una posición digna: el embargo de armas, el reconocimiento del Estado de Palestina, el apoyo a la acción de Sudáfrica ante la Corte Internacional de Justicia. Soy consciente de los equilibrios internacionales, consciente de cómo la posición del Gobierno español ha sido recibida por el pueblo palestino, de cómo otros pueblos en Europa y en el mundo miran estas acciones con confianza y esperanza. Pero también estoy radicalmente convencida de que se trata del mínimo imprescindible. Convencida también de que la esperanza no es suficiente. Probablemente esto se debe a que en castellano el verbo esperar significa al mismo tiempo to hope y to wait. Y no puedo evitar subrayar que este no puede ser el momento de la espera, de la delegación. Es el momento de la acción. Por eso la Global Sumud Flotilla importa tanto, porque demuestra que la solidaridad no es solo una emoción, es una práctica concreta, material. Y por eso este Congreso es importante para coordinar fuerza política y para construir presión institucional. Porque defender al pueblo palestino no es un gesto humanitario, sino que es una posición política, que significa rechazar un orden mundial basado en la impunidad de los poderosos y en la idea de que todas las demás somos cuerpos prescindibles, descartables. Y también significa construir un orden mundial basado en la justicia social y en la fraternidad. Pero la fraternidad no como consuelo, sino como responsabilidad. La que no te deja dormir tranquila, la que te exige romper el silencio, quebrar la impotencia. Durante estos años de genocidio retransmitido en directo, cada vez son más las personas que han decidido romper la indiferencia y salir a las calles. Saben que apoyar la causa palestina es sostener la idea misma de humanidad frente a la deshumanización. Son trabajadoras y trabajadores que hacen huelgas, estudiantes que ocupan sus universidades y ponen pegatinas con los colores de Palestina en las paredes de sus colegios. Son profesoras, artistas, médicas, voluntarias. Es gente que pone el cuerpo y sostiene la fuerza colectiva que hará imposible que apartemos la mirada de Palestina. Son quienes hacen que la fraternidad deje de ser una palabra de museo y vuelva a ser una herramienta de lucha, una forma de ternura activa, una promesa de justicia. Porque solo hay un destino que merece ser compartido: el que se levanta sobre la dignidad y la libertad de todos los pueblos. Más pronto que tarde, Netanyahu y sus lacayos terminarán pagando por sus crímenes ante la Corte Penal Internacional. Más pronto que tarde, Palestina será libre desde el río hasta el mar.
Gracias, Ministra Rego. And thank you to all of our speakers who opened today. We are now starting with session 1, with the aim to give you more context on the status quo and everything that adds up to the catastrophic situation on the ground. The best person to lead this discussion is Hazami Barmada, lead global campaigns and mobilization from the GSF. Hazami, the floor is yours. Please, a round of applause for Hazami. Thank you.
Hello. I'm going to invite my panelists to please come up to the stage, and I believe we need just an additional chair. Oh, we do not. Okay, just kidding. They are virtual. Welcome. Good morning, everybody. We're going to dive into a conversation. If my panelists can join me that are here, welcome to the stage, and we'll go ahead and get started. We also have, unfortunately, Cecilia had to leave since we were running a bit late, but we also have a speaker joining, or two speakers joining virtually behind me. So this panel is about situating Gaza within the broader situation of Palestine. What we hope to address here is really looking at the broader ecosystem, the political failure, not to address what is actually happening in Palestine. I think at this point, as we've heard from ample speakers, the situation in Palestine is not up for debate. It is a live-streamed 4K genocide that the world has been watching unfold for 2.5 years, over 2.5 years, and decades before. The genocide, the ethnic cleansing, the apartheid, the occupation did not start on October 7th, 2023. It has been ongoing, and the disasters and catastrophe of political failure have plagued the plight of the Palestinian people for a very long time. So we are here to unpack that. I'm gonna ask us as a panel to really address the harder questions of how do we move from just documenting what is happening to actually fixing the political infrastructure that enabled it. What are some of the structural constraints, the legal, political, and institutional constraints that have actually hindered meaningful progress for Palestine? And what would it take to overcome those obstacles and barriers in order to achieve a liberated and free Palestine? So this panel brings together people from across the humanitarian, legal, and policy perspectives in order to really kind of connect the issue of Gaza to the broader geopolitical landscape, and specifically the landscape within the broader Palestinian context. I'm going to go ahead and introduce my speakers, and then we will begin with interventions from each of them, followed by an interactive dialogue based on how much time we have. So I am very proud to be joined by Diana Boutou, who's joining us on video conference from Palestine. Diana is Palestinian-Canadian lawyer and former spokesperson of the PLO. Welcome.
Thank you.
We also have with us Mr. Michael Fakhri, who is a UN Special Rapporteur to the Right to Food and the Human Rights Council. I think, welcome. We have Surya Diva, who I believe is directly behind me, Special Rapporteur on the Right for Development at the United Nations. And we have Mr. Pedro Rojo Agundo, who's the Special Rapporteur for Human Rights to safe drinking water and sanitation at the United Nations. And as I mentioned, unfortunately, Cecilia Estrada had to leave. So I'm going to go ahead and start actually with you, Diana. I'm going to tee it over to you to help give us some context on the current situation in Gaza vis-a-vis the broader kind of framework of political inaction and what your suggestions are on the concrete legal and political pathways forward when it comes to addressing the Palestinian issue. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning to everybody.
Before I get into that actual question, I think it actually is very important to continue the process of documenting. And the reason I think that it's so important to continue the process of documenting is because this genocide and all of the decades that preceded it were the result and continue to be the result of active years of dehumanization of Palestinians and the willful, and I mean willful, ignorance on the part of so many people when it comes to Israel and Israel's actions. And so I actually just want to describe something that happened yesterday and that's happening today, just so that we understand where we are, and then take it forward and answer your question. So today, Israel is celebrating, and indeed celebrating, 78 years of the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, the Nakba. They do it on the Hebrew calendar, not on the Gregorian calendar. And true to its form, one of the individuals that they have had that's going to light, or that did light, the torch is an Israeli settler. This is, for Israelis, this is an extraordinary honor to be able to light the torch. And this Israeli settler, his name is Avram Zarbiv. There's absolutely nothing exceptional or extraordinary about this man, except for one thing, which is that he enjoyed documenting the war crimes that he's perpetrated over the course of the past 2.5 years, or more than 900 days. And he's posted them to social media. His videos drew hundreds of thousands of views. And it's important to understand what these videos were about. So in one video, and I'm just going to read because I actually have the actual quotes. He stands against a backdrop of destroyed houses in Gaza, and he declares, quote, "You have nothing left," and, quote, "We will flatten you and destroy you." Then in another video, he describes the method that he went in with the D9s, because he was a D9 operator. And he says, neighborhood after neighborhood, destroy and advance, destroy and advance. And then in yet another, he says, such profound impurity pervades these homes that everything must be destroyed. Not a single tree is untouched by it. This is a man committing genocide. He then goes on to say, in an interview, he says, because he gets interviewed, of course, by Israeli media, they have nothing to return to in Rafah and in Jabalia. Tens of thousands of families have no paper, no childhood photos, no ID cards, no homes. They have nothing. And in that same interview, he says, thousands of Palestinians were killed and left uncollected, to the point that they were reportedly eaten by cats and dogs because no one came to retrieve the bodies. His conduct has been like so prolific that his name has entered into military slang, which is to Zarbivize Gaza. And they've even created a sticker of him, of a D9 on a bulldozer. This has gone viral across Israel. I mention this because this is the type of behavior that has been completely normalized, not just in the aftermath of 2023, but since the establishment of the state of Israel on the backs of Palestinians and on our land and through the ethnic cleansing of Palestine since 1948. And that's why today, what we're continuing to see is this constant and perpetual war, this perpetual land grab, perpetual war crimes. All of it has been normalized. And again, it's not just in the aftermath of 2023, but it's always been there. And here we are now, just to answer your question, is where everything has been turned on its head, that we're seeing that the state that has committed genocide, Israel, is continuing to be armed. Meanwhile, Palestinians who've been the victims of genocide, not once, not twice, but many times, are being told that they cannot even protect themselves. we're also seeing that the very state that seeks the destruction of Palestinians are the very people that are in charge of letting in food into Gaza. I mean, everything has been turned on its head. And so what is it that we should be doing? The first thing is that we shouldn't be falling into this trap, because what the Israelis want and what the rest of the world wants is for us to be using the language and the speak of this being humanitarian. And as you mentioned in your opening remarks, this isn't a natural crisis. This is man-made. This is political and for political reason. And that's why we need to address the political. The focus now is on, how many trucks have come in, how many trucks haven't come in, as though you measure life simply on the basis of how many calories you take in, about biological matters only. And I want people in the audience to think about their own lives. Is that how you measure the quality of your life? By how much you eat? By how much you consume? Or is it so much bigger and so much broader than that? Now, the international legal system has always been flawed, but it's been flawed because the international political system is flawed. It's the political system that needs changing. And this is why, to build upon what Francesca was saying earlier on, and what so many of us have been saying all this time, is that we have to continue on these different tracks. The first track is to disrupt. And by disrupting, it means that making sure that Israel doesn't get to normalize all of these things that they have been doing for all of this time. It means that we don't get to normalize the behavior, or that we don't normalize Israel's behavior, that we're constantly disrupting Israel's actions, but that we're constantly disrupting the actions of those corporations, those entities, those countries that are also supporting Israel's actions. Alongside with that, of course, supporting the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. We've said this again and again and again. It's been going on. We've been talking about this for more than 20 years. And at the same time, pushing on the level of all of the things that everybody's been doing, whether it is through creating more and more awareness, or pushing through legal battles, or doing all of those sorts of things, because the only way that the legal system is going to work is if we change that political system, if we change that political will. In other words, we have to keep disrupting. Now, before I end, because I know my time is up, I just want to end on a couple of things. The first is that, look, the Israelis are banking on us to fall into despair. And if there's one message that I want people to leave with, is don't despair. We in Palestine, we don't feel this despair. To the opposite. We know that we're going to be free. We do. We really do. But what Israel's doing is it's constantly leaving us with these messages of we're more powerful. We want you to feel despair. We want you to feel depressed. And I'm encouraging people not to fall into that despair, not to fall into that depression, because that's exactly what Israel wants. They want us to believe that they are more powerful, but we're the more powerful ones. And the last thing that I want to say is I want to focus on love for just a minute, because nobody ever talks about love. Palestinians love life. We love our land. We love our country. We love one another. And what Israel does is all about hate. It's about destruction. It's about hating people. It's about killing. It's about uprooting trees. It's about, destroying the land. It's just about taking. That's about hate. That's not about love. And what this Flotilla is doing is also about love. And people who are seeking to free Palestine, that's an act of love. Because to demand freedom and to want freedom
is truly an act of love. And so, yes, we see that the world is upside down. We see that the legal system is totally upside down in the ways that we all know. But we have to continue to act and believe in the ways of love, because it's our love for one another. It's our love for the world. It's our love for justice. And it's our love for freedom that is ultimately going to prevail. And so with that, I'm going to just say very quickly, thank you. And thank you for your love and free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. And Diana, I think the really powerful reflection that you brought into this room, which I want to iterate because I think it is a very important one, is do you all count calories and consider calorie intake as an indicator for the quality of your life? That alone should disgust us. The concept that we are talking about the amount of calories that Palestinians consume, that concept in and of itself is so barbaric and appalling. And with that, I will transition over to you, because food has been used by the Zionist occupation as a weapon of war. And when you keep people hungry, you occupy not only their physical bodies, but also their minds and their sense of sovereignty and dignity. It is intended to humiliate, it is intended to control, it is intended to coerce. And we saw with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, where people were literally brought into cages, into modern-day concentration camps, and shot at for trying to retrieve food. And so with that, I transition over to you, Mr. Fakhri, to talk to us about water or food as a weapon of war.
Great, thank you very much. And really a big thank you to Diana, and I'm just really gonna build on what she's saying. So my name is Michael Fakhri. I'm the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to food. What that has meant is my mandate has required me to track and report on the fastest starvation campaign in modern history on a daily basis. Israel starved 2.3 million people almost instantaneously. We've never seen so many people starve so quickly and so completely. And as Diana said, this didn't happen overnight. This started in 1947-48. This started with Zionist settlements in the early 20th century. This is not new. What's at stake today, of course, is not only Gaza. Looking at the West Bank and East Jerusalem, Israel has accelerated and expanded its occupation, violence, and torture against the Palestinians. The so-called ceasefire is simply a slowing down of starvation and genocide, nowhere near ending. And now we're witnessing Israel's attempt to annex those remaining Palestinian territories and expand its occupation into Lebanon and into Syria, and to create a permanent war against Iran. And they told us the whole time they were going to do it, and then they did it. So what is needed is the question I've been asked to answer. What is needed, as Diana has said, is not just a certain number of trucks to enter into Gaza. So for people to live with dignity as human beings, they need to access good, healthy, nutritious food that can allow them to recover from starvation, to be strong. People don't need calories, they need real food, real meals. They need homes to cook those meals, and a place to eat with their family and their friends and their community. They need schools not just for children to learn, but schools is also where we feed our children. We learned that in the pandemic. What people in Gaza also need is to recover and rebuild their food system. So Israel is not just restricting and denying humanitarian aid, it has systematically destroyed the Palestinian people's ability to feed themselves today and into the future. Over 95% of agricultural land and facilities has been destroyed. Over 95% of the fishing sector is destroyed in Gaza. What is Gaza without the sea? And prices for food are astronomical. So the food markets are brutal. Life is not just about survival. Life is about celebrating what we have together. Life is about working and building a livelihood with dignity. Life is about passing on that knowledge to our children. And the right to food is the right to celebrate life with each other in communion over our meals together. So let me be very specific. The best place to start with all of this organizing is what's happening already in Gaza and who's already there. UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. This is the part of the UN that is operating and is still operating in Gaza and the West Bank and East Jerusalem and all the refugee camps in the region. And their mandate comes from the General Assembly, from the world governments from 1949 till today. The reason Israel has targeted and attacked UNRWA for decades is because it is the main UN body that not only provides humanitarian assistance, education services, and health services, but it does so from a perspective of human rights. The framework they use is to provide those services so that the Palestinian people can live with dignity and human rights and to have a right to return. That's what's at stake, and this is why Israel focuses on UNRWA. So let me be clear, despite what you might hear in the news, UNRWA is still operating. UNRWA has a long-standing relationship with the Palestinian community, and they have the best distribution networks, and UNRWA is irreplaceable. So when Israel attacks UNRWA as part of its attacks against the entire UN system and human rights, they're attacking all of us. I've heard ambassadors from countries around the world in New York say, when Israel shoots at peacekeepers, when Israel destroys UNRWA buildings, when Israel has killed a record number of humanitarian workers and UN workers in Gaza in the last 2.5 years, they are attacking the world. Second point, sanctions. Again, to build on Diana. The only way to stop Israel's genocide and starvation campaign is through sanctions. The International Court of Justice recently confirmed that Israel's occupation in Gaza, West Bank, and Jerusalem is illegal. And that was very obvious. That wasn't the most interesting part of the judgment. What is important from that judgment is the remedy that the court put forward. And they held Israel responsible to provide Palestinians with reparations. Reparations is not just about reconstruction, it's about justice. Israel has created a wide range of legal and political mechanisms within its own country, and it extended this regime from Israel out into the occupied Palestinian territories. And it is racist against Palestinians. And because what they've done, Israel has created an economy in which the entire state of Israel benefits from the occupation of Palestinian territory, benefits from the apartheid regime that governs Palestinians in a racist manner, both within Israel and occupied Palestinian territories, and globally. And so the main takeaway from the International Court of Justice decision is that when you need to determine what is the nature and scope of sanctions against Israel, countries are obliged to take the full scope possible, meaning it is difficult, if not impossible, to separate the state of Israel from its legal and political regime that is racist and designed to annex all Palestinian territory. It is very difficult to separate the entire Israeli economy, which is a core part of the global economy, from the economy supporting the occupation of Palestinian territory. So for sanctions to effectively stop Israeli occupation and genocide and starvation, you must sanction the state of Israel as such, cutting off all ties and isolating it within the global order. This is what we learned from apartheid South Africa. Europeans know, you know, that you are obliged to suspend the EU-Israeli Association Agreement as a bare minimum, as a starting point. And yet, some countries are trying to block this suspension, and they're applying human rights inconsistently. This inconsistency is not just hypocrisy. Those countries that have blocked that suspension of the EU-Israeli agreement is racism. This is not just hypocrisy. Now, to be very effective, one must connect those sanctions against Israel to a climate change agenda. Because the same actors, the same conditions, the same ideology of extractivism and exploitation that is created, that continues and exasperates climate change are the same actors and dynamics that enable and serve genocide against the Palestinians. To decarbonize, you must also decolonize. You cannot separate those two ideas. And next week, for the politicians in the room, your countries are going to Colombia, to the first conference on transitioning away from fossil fuels in Santa Marta, Colombia, next week. Go there and make sure that the agenda on decarbonizing the world includes decolonizing and stopping the genocide in Palestine. So to conclude, I'm so pleased that what we're talking about today is action by parliamentarians, by ministers, by politicians. National, regional, municipal elections are going to be won or lost in Gaza. Politicians don't do anything unless we make them do it. People have marched. Students have led the movement at times, have sacrificed themselves. Thousands are mobilizing on flotillas, as we're hearing today. International law has firmly, clearly established who is right and who is wrong. With this social mobilization, with these international legal victories, now is the time for action. Now is the time for accountability. I agree with Diana, of course we must continue documenting, but we must not just hold the Israeli officials, state and soldiers and society accountable. We must hold our own politicians in our own countries accountable, especially those that are allies to the Palestinians. We've heard great speeches and words. Let us hold our allies and comrades and ourselves accountable as well. Now is the time for political action. So dear parliamentarians, dear ministers, dear lawmakers, it's your turn. People should take their energy and direct it within their own national political system, flood their parliaments with a wave of solidarity and liberation, because the tools we create to help Palestinians liberate themselves will be the same tools we use to liberate ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And I think it's very important when we talk about Palestine being the compass, it's important for us to acknowledge and identify some of the intersectionalities that you mentioned around the ecocide that the genocidal entity is committing currently against the Palestinian communities, the destruction of trees, the mass pollution of soil from all of the horrendous military supplies that they've riddled Gaza with. And on that, reconstruction is something that we've been talking about. And we see this extremely barbaric Trump peace board, which also contributed to stifling some of the political pressure. And with that, I want to pivot over to Mr. Suraya Diva, who's a special rapporteur on the right to development, because if we talk about the future of Gaza, it cannot exclude Palestinian voices. Palestinian voices need to be centered in Palestinian freedom, Palestinian development, Palestinian reconstruction, Palestinian everything. And what we're seeing with international efforts is people speaking on behalf of Palestinians, people determining for Palestinians what their future will and can look like, which is appalling. And so with that, I will transition over, Mr. Deva, if you could please talk to us a bit about the development and redevelopment process, and also kind of the political failure in supporting Palestinian-led self-determination and Palestinian-led development initiatives.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
We can perfectly, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the organizers for this very timely gathering to discuss concrete actions that could be taken to end this occupation. So before I talk about reconstruction and development going forward, let me start with a basic premise that realizing right to development requires dismantling occupation. It is almost impossible to realize fully the right to development of Palestinian people in this situation of occupation. In fact, right to development is one of those human rights that has its roots in challenging colonization. And I would like to read, in fact, Article 5 of this 1986 declaration, and we are celebrating the 40th anniversary this year. And if I read this article now in 2026, it was adopted in 1986, almost everything, it seems, is written by keeping the situation of Palestinian people in mind. And it talks about apartheid. It talks about all forms of racism and racial discrimination. It talks about colonialism. It talks about foreign domination and occupation. It talks about aggression, foreign interference and threats against national sovereignty, national unity and territorial integrity, and threats of war and refusal to recognize the fundamental right of the people to self-determination. So this Article 5 provides a very solid foundation, in my view, that we must dismantle and end the occupation. Because as long as the occupation continues, I very much doubt the right to development can be realized of the Palestinian people. Often, right to development is seen in terms of economic development. But that is not really correct. It also talks about political development. And how could people under occupation develop politically? It also talks about social and cultural development. What Michael highlighted is not, food is not merely about eating. It is also about a social construct, a cultural construct, how we eat together and how food serves humanity. And of course, self-determination is a key component of right to development, and under occupation that is not being realized. And of course, there has to be participation. Development is different from right to development. Development is that someone can bring development to a particular region, but that is not what right to development demands. The process matters. Active, free, and meaningful participation of people matters. And that is not possible under occupation. But I would also like to build what Michael was saying and talk about genocide, not merely of the present generation, but also future generations. Because this war has dismantled the ecosystem, it has destroyed biodiversity, and I think that is going to have a significant implications for those who will take birth in future in this territory. But right to development does not merely talk about these issues. It also provides the tools to end occupation. And I would like to mention two of those tools. One is the duty of states to cooperate. International cooperation is crucial. And the tools that both Diana and Michael mentioned and other speakers outlined, they flow that states have a duty to end this occupation. They must take economic, political, legal, diplomatic tools at their disposal to do that. But we also need to build alliances. I'm joining this conversation from Sydney in Australia, where I live. And here, and I've traveled to different parts of the world, everywhere people are marching and protesting. How do we build those alliances? How do we connect those voices together? That is crucial. But let me end with another tool which is offered by right to development, and that is disarmament. More weapons do not result in more peace. In fact, we need to unpack who is benefiting from this occupation, and my colleague Francesca has documented that in her reports. So we must follow the money, and if we have to end the occupation, we need to challenge the beneficiaries of occupation. And that will require disarmament. The military and ammunition companies that are benefiting and making billions of dollars, that structure has to be dismantled. But it's not merely about arms, the physical arms. It's also about the support that is coming from technology companies. They have to be disarmed as well. So when we're talking about disarmament, we should not merely look at weapons. We should also look at the financing industry. We should also look at the technological tools that are being used. So to build a dignified life for Palestinian people require ending this occupation, and we have tools available to do that. What is needed is collective political action. And people have to claim that power, people like us. And we need to demand this, that states, through politicians, act to achieve this goal going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I want to push to the hard part of this conversation, because we have seen people mobilizing in the streets, but we're not converting street power into political power. We've also seen multilateral systems have conversations and conferences and convenings and statements, et cetera, with very little political will to actually act. Fearing repercussion, fearing being ostracized, fearing being isolated, instead of isolating, as you all mentioned, Israel. We're instead choosing to tiptoe around them in order to sanitize these spaces and make them feel comfortable at these convenings, at the United Nations and various other convenings. So the question I want to ask is, how do we build that political will? And what are the obstacles to doing so? Because what I'm hoping to bring into this room and to the participants here is, where do we have to go from here? We know the problems. We know the limitations. Where's that gap? Can you guys help identify that, please?
Want me to start? Okay. I'll start with maybe the obstacles. I mean, the question I've asked many countries is, we've heard all the statements for 2.5 years. We've heard very powerful statements today. Why hasn't there been a significant substantive change? Why haven't there been powerful enough sanctions against Israel to stop this? And the answer is fear. Countries are afraid that if they take action, they will be punished politically. But also, the global political economic system is such that countries are locked in. Either they export fuel to Israel, and to stop doing so will harm that country economically. Maybe they import from Israel. Maybe they deal with companies that deal with Israel and they benefit. So countries actually, economically, are benefiting from a global system that supports genocide. And to pull out of such a system is very difficult. But this is the time to do it. And this is why I was linking it to climate change. Those two go hand in hand. So you have to start thinking structurally, and you have to identify the immediate term, short-term, medium-term, long-term goals. What is at stake is the global order itself. And it is not surprising that that is happening through the Palestinian struggle. My worry is that then Palestine becomes a metaphor, and that wearing the keffiyeh becomes a political statement, as opposed to real action to help the Palestinian people liberate themselves. We have the tools. So how to transform that into political will? I don't know. I truly don't know. How is it that we got this far? I rarely believe in elections as changing anything, but I'm seeing it. I have to admit, the New York mayoral elections in which Mamdani was elected gave me a rare moment of, let's not say hope, but energy. You will lose your election based on, win or lose your election based on your position on Gaza, your real position, not your statements. People can smell bullshit a mile away these days, and we're tired of bullshit. Now is the time. So what causes change? New relationships. It's not left, right, progressive, conservative. Hungary's election is a great example. It doesn't map easily left, right, up, down. Change happens through new relationships. The movements are doing it. Movements are building new relationships. It's hard work. Now politicians build new relationships. Hold yourselves accountable. That's the most I can offer.
Thank you. I don't know who wants to take this next. Diana, you want to go?
Yeah, I agree, but I also think there's something a little bit deeper, which is racism. Before Israel had all of these ties and had all of these relationships, it was doing to Palestinians the same thing that it's doing now. Now it's just more technologically sophisticated. And what was preventing the world from acting then is the same thing that's prevented the world from acting now. And that's just sheer racism, that there's this hierarchy of belief that somehow Israeli lives are worth more than Palestinian lives. I mean, we see this even in the way that the media covers this, not just now, but even before. We see this in the way that politicians speak to us. We see this in the way that what is considered to be atrocious and not considered to be atrocious. It's been there for such a long time. And the world is only now starting to wake up to it, but it's taken genocide for them to wake up to the very deep-seated racism that people have. And you all remember this, in the aftermath of, like, all throughout October of 2023 and even well into it, you can all repeat the same question that every person who went on TV was asked, right? What was the number one question we were all asked? Do you? Da-da-da, right? I don't even need to fill in the da-da-da because you know what I'm about to say. And yet nobody was ever asked, and to this day, no Israeli is ever asked, do you condemn the occupation? Do you condemn the ethnic cleansing of Palestine? Do you condemn what Israel's been doing in Gaza? Like, do you condemn genocide? They never, ever, ever asked about this. And so it's been all of these years of twisting themselves into this ball where, again, there's this hierarchy of privilege and of rights, and Palestinians are just at the bottom of it. Do I think that this is going to change? Yes, because I think that people are seeing now, and it's not a question of lack of information. It's now a question of people, like, they've had this information for a long time, now they're just questioning it, right? And they're now questioning so many things. And as I said from the beginning, I am somebody who's always hopeful. I don't think that we have the luxury of being in despair. And it's going to require that we do a lot of things, including organizing, including translating that and mobilizing that action on the street into political action and mobilizing that into legal action and so on. But these things take time. These things take time. And I think that we are on the right path. I wish that we were light years ahead of where we are. But don't forget, there's been a lot of opposition. There's been a lot of opposition from the Israelis, from Israel's supporters, from people who just can't seem to grasp that they've been that Israel isn't this like nice little pure little entity that's just somehow made the desert bloom, when what they did was they actually destroyed a country. So it's going to take time, but I do think we're going to get there. I do.
Surya, if you can go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'll build on what Diana mentioned, racism. Let me build on the racism point. I think we need to expose better the inconsistent positions, let's say, of European Union. How European Union reacts when the threat is to Greenland versus threat to Venezuela, for instance. Or how European Union reacts when Iran is attacked versus how Russia attacks Ukraine. So who is attacking whom? This matters. So who is suffering genocide matters. And who is perpetuating genocide matters. And I think that goes back to that point of racism. So I think we need a more powerful narrative to challenge this structural racism that we have. But the second thing I would like to mention is that democracies are more than voting once in an election. I think we need to reclaim this power, all of us, in all the places. And we need to build these new alliances where we challenge our respective governments at the national level, but also the regional level as well as the international level, to do what we want, what matters for us, the 90%, not merely for the 2% or the 5%. And I think reclaiming that power is crucial. And we are seeing that is happening in small points. We saw that in Bangladesh, what happened. We saw what is happening in Nepal. So there are glimmers of hope that people, when they come out on the streets, they can change the dynamics sometimes. We need to mobilize more. We need to connect dots. We need to share good practices, what is possible and not, but also offer clear alternatives in terms of how to do it. My last point is we also need more structural reforms. Security Council is one of those. This institution is failing miserably to achieve its core goal of ensuring peace and security. Either we reform it or we need an alternative Security Council that can work better as part of a more fair international governance architecture, in my view. So it will take time, but we should remain optimistic. More powerful countries than Israel have lost their powers in the past. History tells us this. Israel is nothing as compared to those historical powers that we have seen. So this occupation will end. Now the question is, what lessons do we draw from it, and how do we prevent similar occupations elsewhere? Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that it's important to also acknowledge that the movement in support of Palestine has grown in a way. We have gotten political wins that weren't even something we could have imagined 10, 15, 20 years ago. And in big part, it's thanks to the courageous citizen journalists and people on the ground in Gaza, in Palestine, in the West Bank, who are documenting their own genocide, who are advocating, who are amplifying, who are refusing to allow social media algorithms and traditional media to repress and suppress what is happening. And the world is now exposed in a way that it has not been before. All of your work has been critical in further illuminating the structural inequities, the systemic failures, the political failures, but it is upon everybody in this audience, everybody on the online audience, and everybody in the world to understand that we have power in this moment that we cannot let go of. That moments like the Flotilla can be galvanizing moments. We saw the port workers rise up in a way across Italy. We saw movements spread across college campuses, as you rightfully mentioned. And there is political momentum. We need to continue to work inside institutions, outside institutions, in every part, in every sector of society to change the discourse. And I will leave us with the saying, because we talked about fear. Courage is contagious. Courage is contagious, which means all it takes is a few of you to commit to action for others to do the same. And I assure you, there will be a point in history where everyone will say that they were once against the genocide. So let's make that moment now. Let's make the liability for supporting Zionism so high that fear will not be for speaking out against the Israeli occupation and apartheid. Fear will happen when people do not speak out. So this is the moment for action. This is the moment for all of you to coordinate, to exchange information with each other, to join us on our land convoy, and that's happening also in parallel to the Global Sumud Flotilla. You can join the Sea Mission also. You can take action in every corner of the world. We are looking to mobilize people across sectors and launching a unified call to action specifically to galvanize mass global mobilizations on the 15th of May, the Nakba. And so we ask you all to join us, and we ask you all to make meaningful connections here to make the political will to shift the tides, because Palestine will be free. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Hazami, and thank you to all of your panelists. One important piece of information for all of you. As I mentioned in the beginning today, we have a whole parallel program in the shape of breakout rooms. That means that for those who want to continue the conversations raised in these sessions can continue and have an opportunity to speak in the breakout rooms, which are designed to mobilize intelligence and further add to the work we are striving to do today. So after every session, you can go on and continue the work. With that being said, we will now go, please, for a very short break, which is literally you guys go take your coffee and you can be back here because we're quite late with the program. Thank you very much. See you here very soon. If we could ask everybody kindly to be seated so we can continue with the program. Thank you. So we hope your short break was good, refreshing, and you guys are ready to continue our work here now. In front of us is session 2, When Systems Fail, Civil Society Steps In, which is in a way also one of the ideas we are exploring today and one of the results of the past few years, as we have in the past 2.5 years all seen the shortcomings of ruling governments and systems themselves. At the same time, we are seeing and we've seen the importance and rise of civil society. What this means in reality and what kind of world is in the making, please welcome the moderator of this conversation, Tommaso Astazzi, Belgium Political Impact Coordinator with GSF. Tommaso?
Good morning, and good morning, everyone. Dear colleagues, comrades, friends. It's an important day today, and it's an historic session that we're facing here during this Global Sumud Parliamentary Congress. I'm honored now to invite on stage our speakers in a moment, but as Hannah already said, we are going to discuss these important questions. When systems fail, civil society steps in. So we have a few important questions ahead of us. What happens when governments and institutions fail to uphold their responsibilities under international law? What happens when systems designed, in theory, to protect life, dignity, and self-determination instead perpetuate oppression? This answer is somehow simple, but at the same time profound. Civil society steps in, and I think we are obviously a great example of this, and I'm very pleased to call on stage the speakers that will be joining us for this conversation, and especially to anchor our conversation into the Brussels Declaration that will be signed today, and the principles that will be outlined in this declaration. So I'll be calling on stage our speakers. Our first speaker is a member of European Parliament, Rima Hassan, Palestinian French member of the European Parliament, who has been also at the forefront of the fight for Palestinian rights despite facing targeted attacks. Our second speakers will be Ana Miranda Paz, another European parliamentarian with deep experience in solidarity movements, also at the local level in the region of Galicia. Our third speaker will be Fernanda Melchionna, a leader from Latin America, who's also will draw on our region-rich history of grassroots resistance to talk about civil society movements across the world. We then have Mariana Mortagua, an economist and legislator, who will be talking about the economic systems that allow this repression to actually take fold. And finally, we'll be joined by Fabian Rondal from Greenpeace, who will be talking about the connection between climate activism and the fight for the liberation of Palestine. And finally, we will have a quick intervention from Saif, the coordinator of one of the coordinators of the Global Sumud Flotilla, who's online with us and will be sharing a message directly from on board of the Greenpeace boat. So please join me in a big round of applause as our speakers join me on stage. Thank you. All right. Much different now. So good morning again. Let's start directly in this conversation, as we are, of course, a bit delayed with our program. Apologies for that, but we will try and get straight to our conversation today. So I would like to start with Rima. And Rima, Your recent experiences have highlighted also the increasing repression that is being faced by both activists and elected officials across the European Union. I wanted to start from that because I think it will be interesting to hear your experience on that and what does this mean for the shrinking space for dissent that exists within the European institutions, and if you can talk a bit about your work in the European Parliament on this. Merci.
Peut-être mettre les casques pour ceux qui ont besoin de la traduction. Je vais m'exprimer en français. Alors, on a 7 minutes, donc je vais vraiment essayer d'être la plus exhaustive possible. S'agissant de ce qui se passe actuellement en termes de répression citoyenne, je pense qu'il y a des cas qui illustrent effectivement cette répression. Francesca Albanese est une figure très parlante de ce qui se déroule, mais on est aussi nombreux à être, parce que visibles sur la question palestinienne, à être des cibles prioritaires, privilégiées. Mais il ne faut pas oublier que ça se passe aussi vraiment à l'échelle de toutes nos sociétés, et notamment dans les démocraties occidentales européennes. Je vais vous citer une donnée que je trouve intéressante et révélatrice. Le Civicus Monitor, qui est un outil de recherche sur les libertés civiques, a étudié les cas de répression autour de la question palestinienne, et il révèle que 60% des cas de répression autour de la question palestinienne se situent en Europe, avec des pays qui sont plus répressifs que d'autres, l'Allemagne, la France et le Royaume-Uni, qui vont jusqu'à élargir le champ d'application des lois antiterroristes, et qui vont aussi s'attaquer à des symboles comme From the River to the Sea, comme le kéfier, le drapeau palestinien, enfin tous les symboles finalement aussi de la lutte palestinienne. Me concernant, je pense que je vais rapidement, mais je fais l'objet d'une répression, d'un harcèlement aussi politico-judiciaire en France pour le combat que je porte. Ça se matérialise par des plaintes qui sont déposées à répétition pour mes positions, donc 16 en 2 ans. Et il y a également un ciblage, si vous voulez, qui est fait, et je dirais même aussi un traitement médiatique qui est très biaisé, très lacunaire, pour ne pas dire parfois médiocre, des enjeux et des combats qu'on peut être amené à porter. Donc mon cas, faut vraiment l'intégrer dans une dynamique qui doit nous alerter, et dans la répression qui est faite à la société civile. Et l'exemple qui a été marquant, et c'est une bonne nouvelle que je vais vous apporter, c'est aussi la question de la loi Yadan en France. Peut-être qu'il y a eu d'autres cas, des exemples dans d'autres pays, mais la loi Yadan, c'était justement une loi qui avait vocation à élargir encore plus les outils de répression contre les voix pro-palestiniennes. Et ce projet de loi a été retiré, en partie, je dois le dire, grâce à la mobilisation citoyenne, puisqu'il y a eu plus de 700 000 signatures contre ce projet de loi. Le gouvernement a annoncé qu'il allait en redéposer un autre dans les prochains mois, mais pour le moment, on a pu au moins écarter ce premier projet de loi. Donc bravo à celles et ceux qui se sont mobilisés. Et je vais juste terminer donc sur l'action effectivement qu'on peut mener nous en tant que personnalité politique, parlementaire. On a une responsabilité très très importante puisque nous sommes aussi élus par les citoyens qui comptent aussi sur nous, sur ces questions. Moi, j'ai mené toute ma campagne en parlant de ces questions internationales des droits de l'homme et du cas de la Palestine. Donc j'ai aussi des comptes à rendre sur mon investissement et j'essaie de le faire du mieux que je peux. Donc pour moi, juste, je termine sur cette conclusion. Aujourd'hui, le rôle des députés, c'est un équilibre qu'il faut trouver entre notre investissement dans le champ institutionnel, mais qui reste limité. Je pourrais passer des heures à vous expliquer pourquoi on a une toute petite marge, parfois très limitée en fait, de l'action parlementaire sur ce sujet, et très peu de victoires. Et on doit absolument trouver un équilibre entre un temps dédié à la société civile, à travailler avec la société civile, à se coordonner avec elle, à participer à la flottille, aux actions de boycott, aux manifestations, aux conférences, à tout ce qu'on peut donner d'énergie à la société civile, et en même temps retranscrire ça dans une action politique, même si nous sommes minoritaires, il faut l'inscrire comme des actes aussi de résistance politique dans les institutions complices dans lesquelles nous sommes.
Merci beaucoup, merci. I think Rima really made a very important point, right? Parliamentarian action is limited sometimes. The repression that even inside of the European Parliament, members like Rima and others have faced for speaking up, it's something that really should worry us somehow. And then, of course, this repression is then also inflicted on civil society activists. And I think the point that you made is really important. We really need now to find that their coordination of efforts between what happens here in Brussels, in Paris, in Rome, in all of the other capitals and in the governments, but then also together with civil society so that we can really have a united front for the liberation of Palestine. So thank you so much. Merci beaucoup encore. And we move now to another member of the European Parliament who was also on the past Flotilla, and it's really an honor to have you both here with us today. So thank you so much. And so I just wanted to basically ask Ana Miranda if you want to share a bit about your experience on the Flotilla, what that meant for you, the importance of civil society taking action, and then maybe I think it would be really interesting to also hear about your work in the European Parliament, but also, and again, bringing it back to the local level, what is it that you're working on in Galicia, as I think we really need to highlight the importance of the connection with the local civil society. Gracias.
Merci beaucoup. Mes premières paroles sont pour les organisateurs. Je vous remercie beaucoup. Mais mes premières paroles sont pour Rima Hassan, ma copine du Parlement qui lutte tous les jours qu'elle est en traitement de répression pour l'État français. Aussi pour la députée argentine Vanina Biasi, membre élue du Conseil communal de Buenos Aires, qu'elle est confrontée à une persécution politique pour avoir défendu les droits existés de la Palestine. Aussi pour elle, Vanina, on est avec toi. Parce que nous sommes aussi solidaires entre nous, parce que nous sommes des résistants dans les institutions européennes. Comme vous voyez, ce n'est pas facile et on ne laisse pas se tomber parce qu'on est là toujours, on travaille unis et on vient de présenter une question parlementaire pour demander la traçabilité, que la Commission européenne nous donne la traçabilité des produits d'Israël qui entrent ici dans les marchés européens et qui sont produits de l'occupation, sont produits de l'apartheid et sont les produits génocidaires. Ça, c'est la question de 10% du Parlement européen, 72 députés qui ont voté pour. Et c'est symbolique, non. Il y a des députés de 5 groupes politiques. Au début, nous étions 5, 10, 20, et maintenant on est déjà la moitié du Parlement. C'est pas une date, mais il faut soutenir, il faut continuer, il ne faut pas se laisser. Et moi, j'étais à la Flotilla dans l'année 2015. C'était la 3e Flotilla. Et j'ai la t-shirt de cette époque, que ça vient toujours avec moi, tous les événements sur la Palestine, parce que c'est avec cette t-shirt de la Freedom Flotilla, dans les bateaux Marianne, avec M. Matsouki, qui est ici, on s'est trouvé, et c'était vraiment émouvant, qu'on a été déportés d'Israël. On a été déportés comme beaucoup de gens qui vont dans la Global Sumud, et que nous devons dire et supporter à ce moment qu'ils sont, avec son corps, dans la résistance pour dénoncer un génocide. Cette t-shirt disait romper el bloqueo, we are breaking the siege. Parce que la flotilla est en train de casser aussi les silences informatifs. On était déportés, et on a eu la prohibition d'aller en Palestine pour 10 ans. Et dans l'année 2022, j'étais une députée élue de la Galice, du bloc nationaliste galicien, qui venait ici. Et je suis avec Madame Lynn Boylan, qui a parlé avant, dans une délégation à Palestine. Et quand on est en train d'arriver, on était déportés à nouveau. 2 fois. Mais je n'ai pas peur. Et je dirai toujours qu'Israël, c'est un État génocidaire qui pratique l'apartheid. Et je n'ai pas peur. Parce que quand on écoute les Palestiniens, il ne faut pas avoir peur. Quand on écoute les Palestiniens qui viennent au Parlement, ou les gens solidaires comme les docteurs, les médecins, les infirmières, et on a ici aussi dans le public, quand on écoute les gens de Palestine, nous sommes simplement un pont pour faire les combats dans les institutions. Et sur la société civile, je veux dire que nous, en Galice, nous avons une société civile très forte pour la Palestine. On a fait aussi comme nos voisins en Portugal, qui sont très amis, et au Brésil, qui parlent la même langue. Et après, je vais aller pour le Brésil aujourd'hui, pour voir le président Lula, le dimanche, dans son congrès, pour dénoncer aussi avec la FEPAL de Brésil qu'on est un génocide. C'est important que tous ces États sont dans la cour du groupe de la haie. La question c'est sur la société civile, et j'ai fini, c'est que notre société en Galice a conçu aussi défendre la cause palestinienne dans les institutions, dans la société civile, mais avec beaucoup de pression d'Israël, qui nous a dénoncé à notre parti beaucoup de fois. Mais aussi parce que dans la société civile, on a un mouvement qui s'appelle Galicia pour Palestine, qui a aussi obtenu avoir un chapitre pour la Flotilla. Ils sont là. Et je voulais bien dire ce nom pour une question aussi de solidarité internationaliste, parce que c'est des gens de chez moi qui ont mis les corps. Déjà, Sandra 2 fois, Alberto, Ana, Andrés, Benito, Eddie et Xurxo. Todo mejor para vos, Ali. Mais tous les meilleurs désirs pour les gens qui vont dans la Flotilla. Et on est préoccupé parce que la situation bellique de Trump, que c'est un sioniste, la même chose que Milei, la même chose que von der Leyen. Parce que quand on parle dans le Parlement et on essaie de parler de la Palestine, von der Leyen n'écoute pas. C'est vrai, Rima. Elle n'écoute pas. Elle n'écoute personne. Elle écoute qu'Israël. Et on a des députés comme nous qui ont été dans la plénière pour dire « Madame von der Leyen, écoutez-nous ». Et donc, elle devait regarder parce que nous parlons au nom de la société civile de nos pays qui lutte et qui combat les génocides. Dans 2 ans, on n'a pas eu une condamnation de l'Union européenne. Et c'est une honte. Nous sommes des élus du peuple, mais nous ne sommes pas représentatifs du gouvernement de l'Union européenne. C'est vraiment une différence. Et je veux aussi que vous soyez aussi compréhensifs avec la bataille que nous menons, que ce n'est pas simplement une bataille interne, c'est aussi la bataille contre tous ces systèmes qui engolent les droits à l'autodétermination, qui engolent les droits à la résistance, la présence de la société civile, mais aussi le droit des peuples, comme le peuple palestinien qui doit être libre pour toujours. Et nous serons là. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, mil gracias, Ana Miranda. I think, again, really important points here, showing that even those elected officials, of which we have many here, many representatives from many different governments, even them having, trying what they can inside of those institutions, sometimes they find blockages, right? They find walls, they find a European Commission president that doesn't listen to the elected representatives of the European citizens, but she probably listens to other type of interests, as we all might imagine. So thank you for this work that you're both doing inside of the European Parliament, and for this important participation, not only within the institutions, but then together with civil society. I think it's a very important point. And again, you know, about the debate that we're having, showcasing the failures of the system. We continue a bit on this track because we have one more elected member of a parliament. This time is not the European Parliament, it's actually the Parliament of Brazil. So I think we have now Fernanda, who will be talking a bit about the grassroots movements that there exist in Latin America. I think Latin America has such a strong history of grassroots movements, and would be really interesting to hear your perspective on that, and how are these connected with the fight for liberation of Palestine, and of course your work in Brazil and anything you're working on. Obrigado.
buenos días. Perdóname, yo no hablo muy bien español, entonces lo escribí para no hablar tonterías. Es un honor estar aquí con ustedes, codo a codo, con quienes no solo denuncian, sino actúan. La flotilla no solo es una misión humanitaria, es un acto político concreto contra el bloqueo, la ocupación y el silenciamiento del pueblo palestino. Vivimos hoy un momento de inflexión internacional. El gobierno de Donald Trump, con su política imperialista, neocolonial y de guerra permanente, comienza a encontrar límites. Esos límites son frutos de la resistencia de los pueblos. La agresión contra Irán no quedó sin respuestas. Eso impactó la correlación de fuerzas a Donald Trump y también Netanyahu. Al mismo tiempo, crece la reacción de la opinión pública en Estados Unidos. La protesta no Kings reunió a más de 6 millones de personas contra esta política. En Europa también vemos la lucha de ustedes, los sinales, huelgas, ocupaciones en Italia, la fuerza de la mobilización en Francia, como habló Rima. En este escenario que la flotilla adquiere aún más importancia, porque no solo leva suministros a Gaza, rompe el cerco político y simbólico, afirma la solidaridad internacional y demuestra que existe una resistencia activa en el mundo. En Latinoamérica, esta lucha encuentra una profunda identificación. Nuestra historia está marcada por el enfrentamiento al colonialismo y al imperialismo. Por eso, la causa palestina moviliza a sectores importantes de la sociedad. En Brasil, se quedó muy claro con la flotilla del año pasado, la participación de mi amiga personal y presidenta de mi partido, Gabriela Tolotti. Tiago Ávila, que está ahora de nuevo en la nueva flotilla. La diputada Mariana Conte, estadual de São Paulo, Nico Calabrese y la diputada federal Luziane, que está acá con nosotros, diputada federal de Brasil, que estuvo en la flotilla el año pasado, se quedó presa y bueno, nos representó muy bien en la jornada. Ayudó esta movilización que hicimos por la libertación de toda la violencia que pasaron nuestros brasileños y hermanos de otros países, ayudó en transformar en acción en hecho político de impacto. No fue aún un movimiento de masas, pero movilizó sectores de masas, amplió el debate público y fortaleció la red de solidaridad. Este proceso se conecta con iniciativas como la conferencia antifascista realizada en Porto Alegre en marzo de este año. Ana Miranda estuvo con nosotros, bueno, como 40 países, muchas personas que se firmó en la lucha contra el fascismo, el racismo y el imperialismo, y que Palestina ocupó un lugar central en las mesas, en las movilizaciones. Hoy, en Latinoamérica, vivemos una disputa decisiva y la solidaridad con Palestina también pasa por fortalecer proyectos políticos comprometidos con la soberanía de los pueblos. Vivimos el secuestro de Maduro en Venezuela. Ahora la amenaza a Cuba que Trump hizo. Vivemos el enfrentamiento al gobierno de Milei en Argentina y sus ataques al movimiento obrero. En Brasil, eso significa, por supuesto, seguir la movilización y hacer la elección de Lula de nuevo. Un Brasil con una posición activa puede ampliar la presión internacional. Al mismo tiempo, que es muy importante que Lula llame de genocidio o que es genocidio, lo firme la acción de África do Sul sobre los genocidas, es preciso avanzar. Reconocer el genocidio es fundamental, pero no suficiente. Es necesario discutir medidas concretas como la ruptura de relaciones comerciales con Israel. Es necesario acabar con la venta de petróleo de Brasil de forma directa e indirecta a los tanques de guerra en Israel. Es necesario enfrentar, como con muita coragem, hizo Gustavo Petro en Colombia. Y es necesario garantizar la continuidad del proyecto iniciado por Petro. También en este año tiene elecciones. Una América Latina más independiente fortalece la solidaridad internacional. Sabemos que existe una disputa ideológica en curso. El sionismo busca confundir críticas legítimas con antisemitismo. Ahora Brasil vive eso com um projeto de lei em parlamento firmado por vários deputados e temos que vencer e derrotar esta lei que é uma forma de silenciar as vozes pró-palestinas. Devemos afirmar com claridade, combater, estamos ante um ponto de inflexão. O que ocorra com esta flotilha terá consequências políticas importantes. Se logra chegar a Gaza, será uma vitória. Se é reprimida, deixará aún mais a evidência da violência do Estado criminal de Israel. Pero o resultado não depende só de quem está em los barcos. Depende da pressão internacional, da mobilização social e da ação política. A América Latina pode e deve desempenhar papel ativo em isto. Ustedes estão na primeira linha de algo mais grande, movimento internacional de resistência e solidariedade. Que esta flotilha seja hito de unidade e que podamos seguir ampliando essa luta hasta que o pueblo palestino seja livre del rio ao mar. Muitas gracias.
Gracias, muchas gracias. Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado, Fernanda. I think this was a great reminder that that we're not just talking about Palestine, of course, right? It is very much of a connected struggle, and we are facing a very important enemy that is somehow perpetuating these oppressions all over the world in many different places. And so I think it's very important to remember that we're fighting for Palestine, for Palestinians, but also for all other oppressed people in the world. And I think the fight for Palestine, as many used to say, is in the end what probably will liberate us all, right? So I think it's important to continue reminding us of all of that. So thank you so much. And now we take a bit of a step back. We go to try and understand what is this system that we are facing? What is the system that allows the perpetuation of these inequalities, of these oppressions, as we heard in many different countries, and of course in Palestine? And I think I would love to hear now from Mariana, because I think she can help us have a bit of a wider perspective on what exactly is it that we are fighting. What are the economic incentives and the trade routes and the financial institutions that somehow are allowing this system to continue? And also, what can we do as civil society to actually make a stop, like, you know, put a stop to all of this? Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I want to greet my fellow panelists, Rima in particular, and send my solidarity to her struggle here in Brussels and in France. And second of all, I want to also thank you for the invitation. I was a participant in the previous flotilla, the Global Sumud Flotilla, and for me it was not, it's nothing to, for me, I just want to say that for me it was not the ending point of a journey, it was the beginning of a new journey as an activist. And it opened my eyes in ways that I was not expecting. And I truly see that moment and the solidarity and the friendships I've made as the beginning of a new way for me to do activism for Palestine. And I want to propose to you one action and to bring to you one thesis. The thesis first is that the Israeli, the Zionist entity is more embedded in the global circuits of capital than ever was, because it's a core part of the techno-capitalism that is dominating us. And there are several ways in which this relation operates. First, the high-tech industry associated to the military complex and the surveillance complex of Israel, it's worth 20% of its GDP and 64% of its exports. So the killing machine is not an accident. It's the core of the Zionist economy. Their economic system is based on a killing machine. Second, because of that, Israel is now a strategic partner of the new techno-authoritarian powers. And this is done in a variety of ways. First, Israel is using Palestine and Gaza in particular as a laboratory, as a training field for the military industry. So they take all these new technologies, killing technologies, surveillance technologies to Gaza to be experimented on Palestinians. This is what Palantir of Peter Thiel is doing in Palestine. But not only Palantir. Mark Andreessen has created a fund of more than $1 billion to fund American companies, tech American companies, that go and train their killing drones inside buildings in Gaza. The second way this is happening is that Israel, the Zionist entity, is using state funds and their resources to build military tools that then are used to create startup companies that then are acquired by US companies. Google has just acquired one of these startups for I don't know how many $1 million. And then after the US has acquired these killing companies, they go and then provide services for Israel to kill more Palestinians, all with the support of the big tech companies in US. Third, the Zionist army is one of the biggest clients of Google, Amazon, and Microsoft through a project called Nimbus, worth more than 1 billion euros to acquire cloud services from these big companies. So the question is, this war machine, which is also supported by ideological similarities, let's not forget where Peter Thiel comes from, where Elon Musk comes from. They come from the apartheid in South Africa. Their parents went to South Africa because they were sad about the end of Nazism in Germany. That's how big the irony is. And they profited from the apartheid in South Africa. So these are people that have a mindset of apartheid, racism, authoritarianism, and so their ideological connection to Israel comes also from this. And this war machine is being also financed and supported by the European Union, which is the largest partner trade of Israel. 54% of the arms imports by Israel, they come from the European Union. European Union invests twice as much as the US in the Israeli economy. And Israel is receiving research money from the European funds for research, such as Horizon Europe. So my final thesis is, Israel can only sustain its genocidal war because its economic system depends on this machine. The economy of Israel grows with the war, grows by killing Palestinians. And Israel is at the same time a key participant in the development of a new techno-authoritarian global elite that is ripping off the profits of killing Palestinians, but also arresting and harassing immigrants in the USA, but also that exploits our data everywhere, but also that captures our states in their profits. So the question is not only how do we stop Israel, the question is how do we fight our governments, how do we stop our governments from engaging with this techno-oligarchy from which, or out of which, Israel is part. And I come to my proposal now. During the years of the sovereign debt crisis, we created a citizens' initiative called the Citizens' Debt Audit. was an audit to the public debt organized by citizens. So maybe we need to have citizens' audits to the technological connections between our states, our universities, and these companies connected to Israel and techno-oligarchs, so we can have a boycott movement organized, a very strong boycott movement based and supported by the citizens' audits. So that would be my proposal.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this great proposal. I think our audience will be happy to potentially incorporate these ideas in the working sessions that we're having in parallel to finalize the draft declaration, right? So you should, obviously, anything that is being proposed here on stage will hopefully also end up in what will be the final version of our declaration. And I think what Fernanda mentioned is also, in terms of European citizen initiatives, we should also maybe take a moment to celebrate that one European citizen initiative finally passed the 1 million signatures last week, so asking to suspend the EU-Israeli trade agreement. So I think that's a great success that we should actually take a moment to celebrate, because it finally shows that there is so many people, over 1 million European citizens that sign on to this and are calling for a suspension of the agreement. So thank you so much. Also, Fernanda, for starting to point out that this system that we're talking about here is this system actually failing? Because that's maybe a question that we're now starting to ask ourselves. Are we actually facing a failure of this system, or is this system more designed to work as it is? And I think we're going to be talking this with Fabian now, and I also, Fabian, as we mentioned, is from Greenpeace. I wanted to mention something very quick as well, because today is also Earth Day, the 22nd of April. So it's obviously a very important moment to connect the fight against climate change and climate activism with the fight against, Zionism and imperialism. I think it will be really interesting to hear from Fabian. I also wanted to mention personally, I was just last week in Catalonia, La Revoltes de la Terra, which is a great example of how civil societies are getting together to fight against, in this case, an Israeli mine that is just in Catalonia and is mining white phosphorus, which is then used in the weapons that Fernanda was mentioning, the chemical weapons in Palestine. And I will really recommend you all to take a look at this movement, because it's a great example of how civil society from all over Europe can come together and connect the fight against climate change and the fight against land expropriation with the fight for the liberation of Palestine. So thank you all, and let's now hear Fabian, what do you think about all of this?
Thanks a lot, and good morning, everyone. I feel very honored to be with all of you today. As Greenpeace, we also feel honored to be part of the wider movements to support the freedom for Palestine. We are also, third honor, we're also very honored to be actually present at sea together with the global Sumud Flotilla today with one of our vessels, Safe, who is online with us, is calling from our ship, the Arctic Sunrise, that is providing logistical and technical support so that the flotilla can reach the shores of Gaza. And by doing this, we try to translate hope into action, which I think is a shared objective by all of us today. The first question that we get as Greenpeace from journalists and from others about, well, you're an environmental organization, so why are you not staying in your lane? Why are you not, focusing solely on environmental issues? I think there are two answers to that. The first one is humanity. Let's be simple, right? There's no way as decent human beings to stay away from what we are seeing unfolding in Palestine and other parts of the world. And the other thing is that peace is not just the absence of bombs, right? I think we all agree on that. Peace is the ability to drink clean water. It is the ability to grow food in healthy soil. It is the rights for a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, right? And all these rights, all these fundamental rights have been and are still being systematically dismantled in Gaza and in Palestine. So being a climate activist and not being involved in the fight against what is happening today in Palestine is just missing the point, plain and simple. That's why we're here, that's why we're helping, and well, I'm very keen to continue contributing to the movement. I I would like to challenge a little bit the title of the session that says, when system fails, civil society steps in. I think that the system is doing just fine. The system is actually working exactly in the way it has been designed. It's a system of racial discrimination, it's a system of extractivism, it's a system of oppression, it's a system of dominance. And this system has been designed to take land, to take natural resources, to take power and freedom away from the people and to give it to the few. Right? This is what this system has been designed for. So when we step in, if we step in as civil society, it cannot be just to fill the gap, because that gap has been deliberately created by the system. If we step in, when we step in, it has to be to challenge radically legitimacy of that system, and it has to be to demand a future where international law and just human dignity are not optional. Right? So this is, I think, a fundamental way that we need to look at it as white civil society when we look at the struggle and how we organize ourselves to fight against the genocide. I have two small contributions extra that I would want to share with the room, and one was actually triggered by the little, I don't know how to describe it, little incident that we had during one of the original speeches at the start of the day. And this is a contribution to members of parliament, politicians, and others who are in the room. Civil society is messy. Grassroots organizing is chaotic. It is highly emotional, but this is what makes the strength of civil society, of grassroots movements. Please embrace this. Right? Do not accept to be disrupted, right? Accept to be addressed by people who will not necessarily do it in the way you used to in general circles of power, but please embrace that. Without that, we're not tackling, we're not addressing, we're not using the humanity that all of us have deep in our hearts. The second small contribution, and I will finish with that, is around the way we organize ourselves. And I'm so happy that the whole day today is about how we do that. We will only be successful, and that applies to the situation in Gaza, in Palestine, in the same way as it applies to other major social struggles. We will not be successful if we do not embrace diversity of tactics and diversity of targets. I think we heard just before like a few examples of like public initiatives, citizen initiatives that are about public mobilization, that are about targeting some of the companies that are fueling the genocide. Civil society brings mobilization, it brings strategic litigation, it brings non-violent direct action, as the Flotilla is proving in reality today, and it brings mass mobilization in different shapes and forms. This is the richness of a global movement. This is really what we need to embrace together, and coordinating that in the best possible way is basically the only way we have to disrupt the system that fuels the genocide. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you really for these words, for these very important reminders. I think we are getting a clear pattern here in this debate. We're recognizing the failures, we're recognizing how this system actually works, what are the gaps that are created for civil society to step in. But again, I think what Damien said is very important. We need to probably have a bit of a mind shift where it's not just about filling those gaps and doing those things that our governments are not willing to do, but it's actually challenging those systems that allow for this repression to be continuously replicated. And so we finish now with our representative from the Flotilla, Saif. First of all, thank you for being so resilient, showing the real meaning of Sumud while waiting for us here on the call. And maybe you want to just share a few thoughts, Saif, from where you are and what this new mission means, because I think it's very important also to clarify why are we sailing again, right? What is the point in sailing now? Why are we rising? And what is this whole movement meant to do right now? Thank you, Saif.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I want first to start by thanking our delegations on land that they have been working for months preparing participants and arranging for them to arrive to ports, and now planning mobilizations on land. This is a sea-land mission. I want to thank our volunteers at port who tirelessly work preparing the boats, training the participants, and they have contributed with an immense effort. Thanks to the participants who are sailing right now. I wanted to show you the boats, but unfortunately the connection was very bad that I had to come inside. But we have been sailing non-stop since we left from Barcelona and approaching Italy today. So thanks to everyone who is on boats. And while it wasn't mentioned a lot, I want to thank everyone who participated in the direct action the day before yesterday. The first civilian flotilla that challenged the route of complicity that is bringing arms to Israel. And this is what we have to do. We have to be creative because the enemy is just continuously committing crimes non-stop. I agree with Fabian and I thank him for addressing this. It's not about the system failure. It's how the system is designed. And while we are talking about strategies, it is very important to acknowledge the magnitude of the enemy that we are confronting. And there is no one strategy as the right strategy. We have to attack from every front. With the people who believe that we should be blocking ports, yes, please go and block ports. The people who think that should be organizing strikes, of course, please go and organize strikes. We should do students' encampments, yes. We should boycott universities that are complicit, yes. We should be striking in front of parliaments where governments are making resolutions in favor of Israel. Of course, we need everything. Should we write articles? Should we create education lessons? Should we mobilize against persecution? And for this, I share my solidarity with everyone who is being persecuted right now, Palestinians and non-Palestinians, starting with Rima Hassan next to you. So we have to work in all fronts. There is no one strategy that is the right strategy. We have to complement the work. The momentum that is being created in every space is important and relevant. Unity is not just a word. Unity is practice, is actually taking a step forward and saying, okay, guys, this is what you are doing. How can I complement on that? You are going to be sailing, you will create visibility, you will be calling people to mobilize, then I will go to every port and ask people to mobilize. We were inspired by the port workers and unions who boycotted and blocked ships at the port. And we said, why don't we do it at sea? We have boats that are sailing through exact route. Why don't we go and disturb that route to expose complicity, to show the world that these ships are still carrying those weapons and materials to Israel? And when we talk about the failure of the system, and with this space, it's very important to acknowledge the role that we play within this system. For so many years, when I come and I talk to politicians and public figures and people who are within specific positions that they speak very vocal about the cause and they are defending those rights, though they are limited by the system, they would tell me, this is our scope. This is where we can speak. This is what we can intervene. And we are gonna be pushing you guys to do more. Because while genocide continue, while crimes are being committed not only in Palestine, but in every oppressed people, we have to push more. Us, the people who are on the ground, our job is to go out and do direct action. Make no mistake. We all understand the risks that we are taking. We all have families. I have 3 kids back home. We all want to go back safe. But why we sail now? Because we have been for 6 months living in silence while Israel is committing genocide, while for the past 5 weeks bombing non-stop Lebanon, killing people everywhere. Why they started a war in Iran that we all paid the price of that war. They are gonna continue committing their crimes. There is no right moment. If Palestinians have been waiting for the right moment to resist, we would be totally erased. As Mustafa has said in his previous intervention, Palestinians are staying. They are staying because they are resilient and because they are resisting, because they are refusing to step back and say, okay, we have to wait until the right moment comes to resist. There is no right moment to resist. The moment is every moment that we have to mobilize and that we have to work together. This space has to be the one that takes the mobilizations into political action. We will bring the streets. The streets are ours like the seas are ours. We will reclaim those. But you have to work in your spaces. You have to make political resolutions. You have to impose sanctions. Yesterday, shame Shame on all of the political system that the European Union, even with the 1 million signature, decides to continue with this shameful association agreement with Israel. That means that we still have a long way to go. But we continue on land, we continue on sea, and you have to continue in all the political spaces. We count on your support. And from this moment, I invite you to come to join us in the different departure boats starting from Italy and other ports. Because there is no distinguish within this corrupt, complicit system between the politicians who are fighting against it and the civilians who are in the streets. We are in the same side, and we have to show up together against injustice and for a better future, starting for us and for Palestine. This movement is centered in the Palestinian resilience, though it is a movement for all oppressed people. Our aspiration is to globalize resistance, is to be able to challenge and confront the system everywhere. All oppressed people have rights that we will stand with and that we will continue to defend. And everyone is welcome to join this path. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saif. I think some very powerful words reminding us all again that the time to act is now. We have been waiting for too long. The inaction of our governments is clear. We cannot be waiting anymore. We simply cannot be waiting for governments to act. And I think it's so important that we are really globalizing the resistance, globalizing the Intifada, really bringing together all of these different fronts and fights to have one coordinated movement. So thanks so much, Saif, for these words. We're closing the panel now. I think we have some very clear call to actions here for all of the participants in this room. You will go back to your constituencies, you will go back to your parliaments, you will need to be pushing these resolutions and creating that safe space for civil society to act without fearing repression, because otherwise you will know, you heard it now, civil society is going to rise up. The actions around Europe, around the Mediterranean will increase, and we will all have to deal with that. So we are hoping, we're expecting you all to also take your role in this. And we also expect you all to join us, as Saif was saying, today at the end of this Congress, when we'll try and bring this declaration into concrete political action onto the streets of Brussels and in front of the European Parliament later tonight. So with this, it's a reminder again to join us all, to sign the mural outside, to be part of the declaration that is being prepared, and finally join us today for the final march after the Congress ends, and we'll go in front of the European Parliament together with the members of the European Parliament to remind these institutions that they need to listen to us and not to other interests. So with that, I would like to ask you all to join me in a big round of applause for all of our panelists. Thank you so much for being with us and for all of your contributions. Thanks again for being with us today.
Thank you to Tommaso, and thank you to all of your panelists for this discussion. Before I send you all off to lunch, something very important. While we were here all day, something was cooking. We are happy to announce that you can now sign the Brussels Declaration, one of the first outcomes and the culmination of today's Congress. You can scan the QR code on here behind me. You will also receive the option to sign it through your email for somebody who might not have been here today. And third option, you have there will be physical spots here at the venue where you can sign it in person. Second important piece of information, the art mural Hazami told you about earlier today is going to be available for signing only for the remainder of the lunch, which means for the next 45 minutes. So it's just outside of here. Make sure to go sign it. And be back after lunch. Have a nice lunch, bon appetit, and be back soon. Thank you very much.
No, que se vea como si estuviera yo hablando para que no se vea como que estoy posando, ¿ya? Entonces, mira a ver si, porque tenemos que sentar posiciones claras en, no, launch, no. No le cojas eso porque dice launch otra vez. Desde Colombia vinimos a representar el Parlamento colombiano en torno a nuestra posición hacia lo que está ocurriendo con Gaza y por supuesto Palestina. Es un genocidio y la comunidad internacional ha estado pasivo ante tal situación. Debemos actuar ya, de inmediato, porque es hora de que transformemos las realidades que ocurren en Oriente Medio. ¿Ya? Tú me dirás.
If you could kindly take your seats, thank you. Welcome back from the lunch. We hope you had a good food and good networking. And we're back to continue with our program. Without any further ado, please help me in welcoming on stage Mr. Marc Botenga, member of the European Parliament for Belgium.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, of course, first for organizing this so important event. Thank you as well, obviously, for having me. Yesterday evening, some few very important decisions were taken at the European level. I don't know if you've heard about them. We're going for a 20th package of sanctions against Russia. The European Union will increase sanctions against Iran. And we are going to sanction, the European Commission will sanction the Venice Biennale. I don't know if you know the Venice Biennale, the art exhibition, because they invited, once again, Russian artists to participate. What was not sanctioned was Israel, in any way, shape, or form. This means that we are now living in a situation where this European Union and the governments of its member states consider it is worse to receive artists from a specific country than it is to raise bulldozer villages in Lebanon, to do ethnic cleansing, genocide in Palestine, to destroy, if we want to speak about Iran, cultural heritage in Iran. This is now the moral stance, the moral compass of Europe. This Europe that has, in words, stood for human rights and international law. I say in words because obviously we have all lived through the different neo-colonial adventures of this Europe. This is a shame, but it's not just a moral shame. We need to insist on this, it is a legal failing. Because, and I know it's been said this morning, we speak a lot about the European treaties, the European conditions in partnership agreements with Israel, saying, but there's human rights mentioned, so we should suspend. Yes, but there's also international law that all member states are supposed to respect. There is the ICJ that all member states are supposed to reply to, and yet they're not doing it. They're not doing it, why? For one simple reason. Because they consider that whoever is supposed to be on European side or the Western side should be authorized to commit any crimes. When they all went to Ukraine to commemorate the massacre of Bushta, who in that European establishment said we should also go to Minap in Iran, or we should also go to one of the schools or one of the hospitals bombed in Gaza? None of them. And this active complicity and whitewashing of crimes that are crimes under international law by the European institutions is a moral and a legal failure. But this, of course, you're all convinced of. You know this better than I do. But it's not the end. Because I want to share something with you in conclusion which struck me a lot. And it was a speech by Ursula von der Leyen. I don't quote her very often. But she came to the European Parliament, I think it was September last year, saying one thing, saying, I propose these measures against Israel. Initially I was like, is she okay? like what's wrong with it's like, because we know she's one of the people that have been fighting any kind of measure against Israel in the most strong way inside the Commission, inside the institutions. Yet she proposed them. Why? She proposed them because the pressure from the movement, the pressure from civil society, the pressure from all those citizens blocking, protesting, occupying, had become intolerable to them and scared them. And this, from their fear, is born our hope. Because we know they try to look untouchable, but we know that our pressure, our mobilization will force them to step back and will break down their architecture of complicity, stone by stone. And this, my dear comrades, my dear friends, is what this movement is about. And so therefore, I cannot thank you enough, because this is what will tear down a wall of complicity, a wall of crimes, and a wall of genocide. Thank you, and do never give up. We incarnate hope, we incarnate solidarity, and we incarnate a future for humanity. Thank you so much.
Every voice counts. Thank you, Mark, very much for your speech and for the energy as well, especially after lunch. I think that was very needed. I will now invite Walter Bayer, President of the party European Left, to come on the stage. Please welcome him.
Dear comrades, dear friends, thank you very much for inviting me. It is my pleasure, and I am proud to say so, that we as the Party of the European Left, our 40 member parties from 25 European countries, we fully support the Brussels Declaration, which is launched to be today. We are part of this movement. We were in Barcelona, launching together with 1,000 young people the departure of the global summit Flotilla. Why? Because there were many people from our member parties who joined at the boats, were brave enough, were take the risk together with people from Greenpeace, from social movements, from NGOs, were brave enough to take the risk to break the blockade of Gaza. We are fighting this fight on the boats. We are fighting this fight on the streets. Numerous demonstrations took place. For example, on 16th of May, there will be a big demonstration in Vienna against the Eurovision Song Contest in which Israel participates, as if nothing has happened. And this is not against art. And this is not against artists, but this is against legitimizing genocide, war crimes, breach of international law through the misuse of art. And against this, thousands of people in Vienna and from Austria will demonstrate. And we are fighting this struggle in the governments and in the parliaments. And I'm proud of my comrades in Spain, in Slovenia, in Ireland, who were able to create broad alliances against the silence of the European leaders in face of the genocide in Gaza. As it was said already, the attitude of the European Union is a shame. It took them only 48 hours to sanction Russia for its illegal, unlawful war against the Ukraine. But they are not able, within months and years, to take effective measures against Israel, which is committing the same sort of crimes, but even on a larger scale. This is a disgrace, and this is a shame. And finally, dear comrades and friends, this struggle is an international struggle. It is fought in Iran, it is fought in Palestine, it is fought in Lebanon, but it is also fought in Latin America, in Cuba, and in the other states who are now facing repression from the United States. And not at least it is fought in Austria, in Germany, in France, in Italy, in Belgium, and in Europe. We will have here on 14th of June a big demonstration, a European demonstration against the rearmament program of the European Union. But we are aware of the fact that this is not a single fight. It is part of a worldwide fight for peace, for justice, and for social progress, in which the people of Palestine and the peoples of the Middle East are standing in the forefront. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Walter. And we will now, in the spirit of having people and parliamentarians from so many, and members of different kinds of bodies from so many countries from around the world, in that spirit, we will now play you, let's say, a small block from Colombia. The first will be a video message of Mauricio Jaramillo Yacir, Vice Minister for Multilateral Affairs of Colombia. Please watch him.
This is Mauricio Jaramillo Yacir, Vice Minister for Multilateral Affairs in the Government of Colombia. Let me remind you that the situation in Palestine is unacceptable, must be unbearable. Given that we, the states, haven't been able to stop the genocide, I think it's the moment for the civil society. We support you guys. We cannot give up on you. The Global Summit Parliamentary Forum, it is very important in this moment of the history. So it is not about only defend Palestine, it is not only about to stop the genocide, but it is about defend, promote the values that we have been building as a society from the Second World War, and it is important to defend the self-determination principle who has been, unfortunately, under siege in these last years. So we support you guys, we are very proud of you, and I hope that we continue with this struggle and this fight, not only because it's not only about the Palestinian people, but it's about the humanity.
Nosotras y nosotros, congresistas de Colombia, hoy alzamos la voz ante el mundo y lo hacemos por la vida, por la dignidad y la soberanía de los pueblos. Y lo hacemos firmemente en nombre del pueblo palestino.
Frente a esta realidad, la Flotilla Global Sumud representa una acción civil, humanitaria y no violenta. Sin duda que el Congreso Parlamentario de Bruselas es el espacio para transformar la solidaridad en una acción política concreta a nivel mundial.
Hoy Gaza enfrenta una de las peores crisis humanitarias. Niños, niñas, mujeres y hombres aguantan hambre. Están sufriendo lo indecible por un gobierno genocida.
Hoy se convoca a avanzar en un corredor humanitario verificado por Naciones Unidas. Un corredor humanitario que ayude a movilizar ayuda vital y a garantizar la protección de la población civil.
Hoy Colombia tiene la oportunidad de actuar con coherencia frente a sus principios, de ser parte activa de una respuesta internacional basada en la justicia, la paz y la dignidad humana.
Bueno, reconocemos y respaldamos la delegación colombiana que participa en esta misión y exigimos garantías plenas para su vida, su integridad y la libertad.
Este esfuerzo se fundamenta en el derecho internacional humanitario y en el deber nuestro de todos los pueblos de proteger la vida, acceder a asistencia humanitaria sin ninguna restricción.
El movimiento indígena colombiano plantea que la historia está ocurriendo en este momento y es el momento para responder ante el mundo frente al genocidio de Gaza. Pedimos garantías y libertad para el pueblo palestino.
Proponemos que los parlamentos impulsen mecanismos de control político a todo el proceso de comercialización de armas en el mundo, exigiendo transparencia y la suspensión de exportaciones de armas que puedan terminar afectando a la población civil.
Afirmamos que esta causa interpela la vigencia del derecho internacional y el papel que juegan los parlamentos en la defensa del mismo. La neutralidad frente a violaciones masivas de derechos humanos no es una opción.
Consideramos fundamental respaldar y fortalecer las actuaciones de la Corte Penal Internacional, promoviendo el acompañamiento político internacional a las investigaciones por crímenes de guerra y de lesa humanidad.
Proponemos la creación de una misión internacional de carácter permanente y con participación parlamentaria que garantice el seguimiento de las condiciones de la sociedad civil en el marco del conflicto.
Desde aquí rogamos para que el mundo se ponga del lado correcto de la historia. Rogamos para que el Estado genocida de Israel cese ya sus ataques desmedidos y codiciosos sobre el pueblo palestino.
Proponemos avanzar en el reconocimiento pleno del Estado palestino como base para una solución política duradera, sustentada en el derecho a la autodeterminación de los pueblos.
Rechazo la forma criminal como el gobierno genocida de Israel está sometiendo a la hambre y a la miseria al pueblo de Palestina. Esta es una forma para quedarse con ese territorio, para acabar con este pueblo que históricamente ha resistido. Por eso apoyamos todas las iniciativas para llevar ayuda humanitaria a Gaza.
Llamamos a consolidar un acuerdo parlamentario internacional que establezca compromisos concretos de los Estados Unidos frente a la protección de la vida en contextos de conflicto, con criterios claros en atención a las violaciones al derecho internacional.
El mundo debe unirse contra el hambre como arma de guerra, contra el asesinato de niños, contra el apartheid, contra el genocidio.
Reafirmamos el papel de Colombia como un actor en el sur global, capaz de construir una agenda internacional basada en la coherencia ética, en la defensa de la vida y la construcción de paz.
Desde el Congreso de Colombia somos diversos los sectores que levantamos nuestra voz en contra del genocidio y esta idea falsa de estos nuevos regímenes autoritarios como el de Netanyahu y el de Donald Trump, que se creen los dueños del mundo. Aquí reivindicamos el derecho internacional humanitario, reivindicamos el derecho del pueblo palestino a existir y rechazamos con todas las letras esta violación flagrante de los acuerdos más básicos de la humanidad.
Seguiremos luchando por la vida, por la dignidad y por la soberanía de los pueblos.
Por la vida, por la dignidad y por la soberanía de los pueblos.
Que viva Palestina libre, por la vida, por la soberanía de los pueblos.
Por la vida y por la soberanía de los pueblos, Palestina libre.
Viva Palestina libre por la dignidad, por la soberanía de los pueblos y por la vida.
Por la vida, por la dignidad y por la soberanía de los pueblos.
Por la vida, por la dignidad y por la soberanía de todos los pueblos.
Por la vida, por la dignidad y por la soberanía de los pueblos.
Por la vida, por la dignidad y por la soberanía de los pueblos.
Por la dignidad, por la soberanía de los pueblos.
Viva Palestina libre por la dignidad, por la vida, por nuestros pueblos.
Por la vida, por la dignidad y por la soberanía de los pueblos, nuestro corazón con Palestina.
Por la vida, por la dignidad y la soberanía de los pueblos.
Por la vida, por la dignidad y por la soberanía de los pueblos.
Por la vida, por la dignidad y por la soberanía de los pueblos.
Por la vida, por la dignidad y por la soberanía de los pueblos.
Viva Palestina libre por la vida, la dignidad y la soberanía de los pueblos.
Viva Palestina libre, por la dignidad, por la vida y por la soberanía de los pueblos.
Por la vida, por la dignidad y por la soberanía de los pueblos.
Gracias a Colombia. We actually have some of the Congress people you saw here in this video are here with us today as well. Ahead of us now is session 3. The question now is, after we all spoke about the things we had so far, how all of that translates into formal tools. So that means into policy, into mechanisms that can scale. I will not say anything more. I want you to welcome the moderator of our next session, Ramona Maria Gruen, consultant with Lex Palestinia Alliance and supervisory board member, Heart Foundation for Global Peace and Justice. Ramona, the floor is yours. Did I do the surname right?
Yes, you did.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, comrades and friends. Where I'm from South Africa. So when we greet in this, where I'm standing now, we say, Viva and Amandla. Amandla, power to the people of Palestine. Viva Palestine, viva. Nelson Mandela reminded us that our freedom, and it has been said here today, is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians. Today, that statement is not symbolic. It is a call to action. It is time. We meet at a very decisive moment for international law, because what is tested here today does international law still matter? And the states have a clear egra omnes partes. They've got obligations, the states. They have obligations under the Genocide Convention, under the Geneva Conventions, under the Arms Trade Treaty, and under customary international law. These obligations are simple, but it's complicated politically. What are the obligations that are simple? Do not assist with violations, do not enable occupation, and do not support unlawful conduct. We have heard from the speakers earlier that change is now. We are speaking in boardrooms, we are speaking where we come on platforms, but action like this is needed. And this is not neutrality. It is what's happening is it's responsibility without accountability. And as all of you are aware, that South Africa has taken Israel to court, and there are provisional measures. So today, I'm privileged to moderate this session of ending complicity, policy levers on arms transfers, settlements, and trade. It is time for action. With this, I'm going to now introduce the panel that I have with me, the esteemed panel. I would like to call to the stage Mr. Monseft Mazouki, the former president of Tunisia, who has a long-standing voice for democratic accountability and human dignity across Arab and African regions. Good day, President. I would like to call to the stage member of the European Parliament, Estrella Galan from Spain, who is engaged in advancing humanitarian protection and institutional responsibility with European. Welcome, Madame. Welcome. Spain is in one of the forefronts. I would like to call upon the member of the European Parliament from France, Man Aubry, who's recognized for her leadership on economic justice, corporate accountability, and international solidarity. I welcome you, ma'am. I would now like to welcome the President of the International Federation for Human Rights, Alexis Dessoif. Thank you, sir. He's a leading advocate in strategic human rights litigation. And then, last but not least, I'd like to welcome Jan Fullman. He is the International Federation of, the lawyer at the Brussels Bar and member of the International Association of Democratic Lawyers, actively engaged in international accountability efforts. We are honored, ladies and gentlemen, with your presence. I would like to move now straight to the questions, and I think I will go take a seat. If there's one for me, is it full? Thank you. My questions to the panel will be as follows. President from Tunisia, sir, former president, I'd like to turn the question to you, sir, because history reminds us that when systems of inequality persist for decades, meaningful change really because from outside the region. But politically, what can be changed? And then, President, who is responsible and what is the responsibility of the African and Arab countries towards this? What do they carry at the moment? And what could they do differently? Thank you, sir.
أولاً وقبل كل شيء أريد أن أقرأ عليكم رسالة من غزة من أهلنا في غزة. هذه الرسالة مبعوثة إلى المؤتمر من أهلنا في غزة يؤكد على أمرين: أن الإبادة متواصلة، أن هناك هندسة تجويع لا تزال قائمة بأشكال مختلفة، أن هناك 22,000 مصاب ومريض وجريح مسجلين للسفر في الخارج من أجل العلاج، فقط 450 منهم استطاعوا أن يغادروا. هذا في الوضع الإنساني، لكن هناك شيء أخطر من هذا بكثير ربما هو الوضع السياسي. غزة تتعرض إلى ابتزاز سياسي، يريدون من غزة تسليم السلاح بطبيعة الحال، الاستسلام الذي تريده إسرائيل دون السلام. أمريكا ليست وسيطا ولا ضامنا، وإنما هي تسعى بكل قواها إلى تحقيق رغبات إسرائيل. أيضا أن مجلس الأمن، ما يسمى بمجلس الأمن، مجلس ترامب، ليس مجلس سلام، وإنما هو في الواقع مجلس لتركيع المقاومة وتحقيق أغراض إسرائيل. وبالتالي أهلنا في غزة يطالبون التأكيد على ضرورة إطلاق إعلان بروكسل الذي يدعو إلى إنشاء ممر بحري إنساني آمن ومحايد إلى قطاع غزة تحت إشراف دولي لضمان تدفق المساعدات الإنسانية وإجلاء المرضى في ظل الأزمة الإنسانية المتفاقمة وإنهاء الحصار الظالم. هذه رسالة غزة إليكم. هل تسمح لي أن أرسل إلى غزة رسالة باسمكم؟ هذه الرسالة هي: غزة وفلسطين شكرا. شكرا غزة، شكرا فلسطين. شكرا غزة وفلسطين لأمرين: الأول لأنكم أعطيتونا المثل القدوة في الصبر، في الشجاعة، في الشهامة، في تحمل ما لا يتحمله البشر من آلام. وأيضا شكرا فلسطين، شكرا غزة لأنك وحدت العالم أجمع. العالم أجمع وحدتيه. شكرا غزة وشكرا فلسطين لأنكم أعطيتوا للبشرية جمعاء بوصلة أخلاقية. اليوم كل القوى المحبة للسلام للعدالة كلها متجمعة حول قضية فلسطين، والحمد لله. شكرا فلسطين لأنك ضربت بعرض الحائط كل هذه النظريات العنصرية حول أنه صراع بين الشرق والغرب، صراع بين اليهود والمسلمين. نحن فخورون اليوم بأن حول قضيتك يا فلسطين يا غزة يهود ومسيحيين ومسلمين وغربيين وشرقيين، أمريكا اللاتينية، أفارقة، آسيويين. إذن شكرا فلسطين لأنك وحدت العالم حول قضيتك. اسمحي لي قبل أن أحاول الرد على سؤالك بسرعة، لأني أريد أن أغتنم هذه الفرصة لأقول أنني أريد أيضا أن أبعث برسالة إلى الذين يتحولون الآن إلى يحاولون كسر الحصار على غزة، إلى أبطال أسطول الصمود. أقول لهم: نحن معكم قلبا وقالبا. وهنا أريد أن أغتنم الفرصة أي أن أبعث رسالة للإسرائيليين أنفسهم. هذه الرسالة كالآتي: اليوم هذا الصباح فوجئت بسيدة لم أرها منذ 11 سنة. هذه السيدة الفاضلة هي السيدة أنا ميراندا، النائبة الإسبانية. فوجئت لأننا كنا على نفس الباخرة في 2015 التي أبحرت إلى غزة، وألقي علينا القبض بنفس الكيفية الهوليودية المسرحية القرصانية عندما أوقفونا الإسرائيليين في عرض البحر. وكنا في نفس السيارة التي أوصلتنا إلى مطار بن غوريون لما طردونا. وعندما ودعتها في مطار بن غوريون لم أكن أتصور أنني سأراها بعد 11 سنة في هذا المكان، كما كنت أتصور ذلك. هي ما زالت تناضل، وأنا في عمري ما زلت أناضل، وكنا ما زلنا نناضل. ولذلك رسالتي للإسرائيليين: ستتعبون قبل أن نتعب، ستملون قبل أن نمل. جيلا بعد جيل. في 2015 كنا مجرد زورق صغيرة، كنا تقريبا 6 أو 7 أشخاص، اليوم مئات. غدا سيكون بالآلاف، وبعد غدا سيكون بالآلاف، وستتعبون وستفقدون ما بقي لكم من سمعة، إن بقيت لكم سمعة. العالم كله اليوم ضدكم، كله على بكرة أبيهم، من أمريكا اللاتينية، من اليابان، من كل مكان. وسرديتكم التافهة لم تعد يقبلها أحد. سرديتكم التافهة انتهت. اليوم ليست قضية لاسامية، اليوم قضية محاربة دولة أبارتايد، دولة عنصرية، دولة فاشية، دولة تنتهك كل أبسط حقوق الإنسان، وسرديتكم المظلومية انتهت وأنتم من أنهيتوها. وعندما ستتعرضون لهذه القافلة مرة أخرى وستأخذون يعني ناسا مثلي ومثل السيدة ميراندا ثم ستطردونهم، سيعودون لكم العام المقبل بالمئات وبالآلاف، إلى أن تفهموا أن هذه السياسة الحقيرة التي تمارسونها ضد الشعب الفلسطيني يجب أن تنتهي، وستنتهي أحببتم أم لم تحبوا، لأن العالم كله مجند ضدكم. إذن سأنهي بالرد على سؤالك سيدتي الكريمة بكلمة واحدة، هو مواصلة الضغط على الدول من طرف الشعوب الحرة، لأنه للأسف الشديد الشعوب العربية اليوم مقموعة والشعوب الإفريقية أيضا مقموعة ولا تستطيع أن تخرج إلى الشارع. وأريد أن نذكر أنه الآن في تونس هناك 7 شباب موجودين في سجن، هذا الشخص المنقلب على الدستور في تونس لأنهم حاولوا الخروج مع بواخر الصمود إلى غزة، هم الآن في السجن لأنهم منعوا من ذلك. وأذكر أن أيضا كل الحركات التي تحركت على البر والبحر من البلدان العربية أوقفت من طرف الأنظمة العربية يعني العميلة أو التي سقطت إلى حد الآن تحت الضغط الأمريكي والضغط الإسرائيلي والصهيوني. نحن نعول اليوم على الشعوب الحرة في الدول الحرة لكي تعطي المثل، ونعول أيضا على شعوبنا العربية والشعوب الإفريقية أن تنتفض وأن تفعل ما تفعل هذه الشعوب الحرة حتى يعني ننهي هذه المعاناة التي يتعرض لها الشعب الفلسطيني. إذن مرة أخرى أهلي أحبائي إخواني في غزة وفلسطين، شكرا شكرا شكرا.
Thank you to the former president of Tunisia. The message is very clear, comrades and friends: persistency and consistency to free the Palestinian people. This now brings me to the next speaker. The role of the European Parliament, Ms. Estrella Galan. If ending complicity requires action not only from states, but also from institutions, the European Parliament, and as we've heard from all the speakers also previously, occupies a particularly important position. So my question to you, what immediate steps can the European Parliament take to address this ongoing arms transfer, especially when there's a risk, as you can see now, there is the violation of international humanitarian law? That would be my first question. And then the second question is, what is one mechanism that within the Parliament that could be activated immediately to restrict or suspend these transfers, this complicity that we've seen? Thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
Muchísimas gracias. I'm going to speak in Spanish because it's more easy for me. And then with the translation, thank you for all the team of interpretation. Gracias por su pregunta, muy oportuna, pero creo que antes de hablar de qué medidas puede tomar el Parlamento Europeo, tenemos que hablar de si hay voluntad política para tomarla, porque realmente las herramientas existen, están ahí, están a disposición de usarlas, pero el problema no es técnico ni mucho menos, no es jurídico ni mucho menos, el problema es de carácter profundamente político. Y lo digo por la propia experiencia que nosotras mismas hemos tenido en España. Y voy a compartir con ustedes cómo en España se pasó del no al sí. Nosotros, cuando entramos en el gobierno, Sumar entró en el gobierno, nos encontramos exactamente con lo mismo que se está viviendo ahora mismo en el Parlamento Europeo. Existían las herramientas, existían todas las posibilidades para aplicarlas, pero había una negación de la situación y no había voluntad para aplicarlas. Nosotros tuvimos que forzar esa voluntad política a presión, paso a paso, con la gente en las calles, apretando internamente dentro del gobierno de coalición. Y lo primero que hicimos fue nombrar las cosas por su nombre. diciendo alto y claro que había un genocidio, cuando otros solo hablaban de conflicto, cuando se hablaba incluso de guerra. Nosotros lo teníamos claro, había que incorporar en el gobierno de coalición el concepto de genocidio como tal, y así se consiguió. También dijimos embargo y teníamos claro que ese era el camino a seguir. También hubo mucha prudencia en eso, se planteaba que más que hablar de embargo teníamos que hablar de medidas o de revisión de las relaciones, pero nosotros insistimos en llevar adelante un embargo. Y en esto fuimos muy firmes porque sabemos que las palabras no son retórica, las palabras construyen las narrativas y ponen nombre a las acciones políticas. Por eso, poner nombre y apellidos a todo lo que estaba pasando en Gaza era importante para nosotras. Después de nombrarlo y de que se aceptasen los conceptos, empezamos a actuar. En primer lugar, se reconoció el Estado de Palestina por el Gobierno de España, fue uno de los primeros países, no el primero por supuesto, pero uno de los primeros países europeos que lo hicieron. Cancelamos los contratos militares con Israel uno a uno, bajo una presión diplomática enorme. Tanto fue así que a la vicepresidenta del Gobierno, la líder de nuestro espacio de Sumar, la prohibieron la entrada a Israel, y también a nuestra compañera y ministra Sira Rego, que ha estado esta mañana con vosotros. Ellas fueron apuntadas directamente con el dedo. Luego conseguimos sacar adelante un Real Decreto Ley de embargo de armas para que la decisión no dependiese de la voluntad del ministro de turno que hubiese en esos momentos, sino que se plantease en una ley que construyese una línea definitiva y política. Y ahora, en estos momentos, tenemos registrada una proposición de ley de embargo de armas ante el genocidio junto al movimiento BDS, con el que vamos acompañando todos nuestros pasos políticos, que tiene una lógica muy sencilla. Cuando hay un genocidio declarado, no se puede comerciar con ese Estado. Y no hay más. Esa es la respuesta contundente que tiene que dar cada país, cada Estado miembro. Y ahora, yendo a la pregunta, ¿qué puede hacer el Parlamento Europeo? Pues exactamente lo mismo, porque hay que empezar a nombrar las cosas. En el Parlamento todavía no se habla de genocidio. Desde luego, desde nuestro grupo, con Manon, con Marc, con todos los compañeros que estamos insistiendo en que von der Leyen reconozca lo que está pasando en Palestina, lo hacemos cada vez, genocidio claro. Sin embargo, el Parlamento formalmente todavía no ha adoptado esa posición. Hay que exigir a la Comisión que active también los mecanismos que ya existen y que ya tienen, y hay que presionar a todos los Estados miembros para que no sigan exportando más armas que están matando a miles y miles de palestinos, de palestinas, de niños y de niñas. Y sin lugar a dudas hay que aplicar la cláusula de derechos humanos que están en los acuerdos, porque no pueden quedarse como un mero adorno de los acuerdos. Por tanto, las herramientas están. Lo que falta es la voluntad política, y ahí es donde todas y todos tenemos que seguir haciendo presión. Y para ello exigimos a la Comisión Europea y a todos los representantes del Parlamento Europeo valor, coraje, determinación para que se aplique la justicia. En cuanto a la segunda pregunta, respecto al mecanismo concreto dentro del Parlamento, creo que ya lo he comentado. Creo que el más inmediato, el más concreto y el que más daño puede hacer es, para de una vez acabar con la impunidad, es la suspensión del acuerdo Unión Europea-Israel. Este acuerdo tiene esa cláusula que citaba de derechos humanos y que no puede ser pura decoración. Tenemos que convertirla en acción, y ahora mismo se está utilizando como si fuera atrezo. Von der Leyen la ha invisibilizado. Sí que ha comentado Marc que en algún momento planteó, ya no recuerdo ni cuándo fue, Manon, fue casi a principios de septiembre, En septiembre ella anunció que iban a tomar medidas. Estamos todavía esperando que se tome una mínima medida, aunque las medidas que tomaron o que anunciaron que iban a tomar eran vergonzosas, no servían para nada. En todo caso, creemos que Europa se fundó precisamente para defender los derechos humanos y eso es lo que tenemos que exigir con la posición que ahora mismo está teniendo la Unión Europea en términos generales, la Comisión, el Parlamento, el Consejo. Somos cómplices de este genocidio y, sin lugar a dudas, queremos dejar de serlo, porque el genocidio está documentado, lo ha hecho la Corte Internacional de Justicia, lo ha hecho poniendo el cuerpo nuestra compañera Francesca Albanese, y si no se activa ahora, que está documentado, que está hecho, entonces no servimos de nada. Tenemos que recoger las maletas e irnos cuanto antes, porque si no, cualquier cláusula de derechos humanos firmada por el Parlamento Europeo, por la Comisión Europea, será una falacia y será una clara mentira. Llevamos pidiendo la suspensión de ese acuerdo, del acuerdo Unión Europea e Israel, desde que empezó esta legislatura. Y llevamos empujado casi 2 años. Desde cada intervención que bajamos al plenario, cualquiera de los compañeros del grupo de The Left, sé que por allí está Damián sentado, está Irene también por aquí que va a intervenir ahora, todos y cada uno de nosotras y nosotros somos implacables en exigir que se rompa el acuerdo cuanto antes. Y vamos a seguir haciéndolo. Ahora, como sabéis, el Gobierno de España ayer mismo lo ha llevado al Consejo, ha tenido el apoyo de Irlanda y de Eslovenia, y el Consejo ha vuelto a decir que no hay pruebas suficientes. 100.000 personas asesinadas cruelmente no son pruebas suficientes. Todo un territorio arrasado no es suficiente. Todo un bloqueo de ayuda humanitaria no es suficiente. Basta ya de hipocresía. Esta Unión Europea no merece ni un minuto más de nuestro apoyo. Por tanto, lo que estamos viendo es cómo, insisto, Europa es cómplice, cómo se está bloqueando toda la información, los datos reales. No sabemos cuántas personas asesinadas hay, porque el bloqueo ya no es solo humanitario, es de información, y eso también es un delito de guerra. Estamos viendo cómo se está liquidando el derecho internacional, cómo se está acabando, por supuesto, con el multilateralismo, con los derechos humanos y con todo lo que era el orden mundial que hasta ahora habíamos conocido. La Corte de Justicia ha hablado, Francesca Albanese, como alta representante, ha hablado, y ahora la flotilla Sumud está hablando, surcando los mares con valentía, para decir que no vamos a parar. Lo mismo que ha dicho el compañero, no nos van a parar, vamos a seguir, porque los compañeros y compañeras, la gente de Gaza, merece nuestro apoyo, merece nuestro esfuerzo, y siempre estaremos. Si ellos han podido, los compañeros de la flotilla han podido valientemente zarpar hasta Gaza para alzar la voz, para romper el bloqueo, nosotras, desde las instituciones, vamos a seguir exigiendo que acabe este genocidio y que de una vez por todas veamos a los responsables sentados en el banquillo. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, ma'am. As we can hear, the call remains consistent and there's persistence. You know, coming from an apartheid state, South Africa, before 1993, the passion, I feel it. It's awakening. So we... Thank you. Thanks.
Atendemos tu petición, siempre lo hacemos y estamos contigo. Queremos a los presos libres, porque son inocentes. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Yes, sanctions worked. When the world stood with South Africa, it was through sanctions that South Africa became free. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for that input of yours. The next question will now directly lead me to Ms. Manon Aubrey. we heard, and the question now follows directly. The agreement that we're speaking about, the entire disagreement between Israel and the EU EU-Israel Association Agreement. And there's one condition, and she mentioned the condition, Ms. Gallan mentioned the condition, is on the respect of human rights. And how today, you know, the EU is just ignoring that specific question, because the specific condition of human rights obligation, and still continue in this complicity. The question, ma'am, that I want to bring forth to you is, what would it take to suspend the EU-Israel Association Agreement? What is that one concrete step that could be initiated within the Parliament in the next 30 days? What would that be? Thank you, ma'am. I'm giving over to you.
Thanks very much, and hello to everyone. Thanks very much for the organization, because I can speak on our behalf as members of the European Parliament. Sometimes when we sit in the European Parliament, we feel a little bit on our own, because we've been on our own for the last years defending the Palestinian people. But whenever we think that we're on our own in the European Parliament, we think about people like you, we think about the Palestinian, we think about people around the world, and we know that we are not on our own. And we know it's a hard battle. I'm not gonna lie to you. And of course, I want to dedicate here my first words to all of the people in Palestine, but also currently in Lebanon, who are concretely facing bombs every single day by the Israeli government. And I should say that as a member of the European Parliament and as the co-chair of the left group in the European Parliament, I've been unfortunately very well positioned to see over the last years the complicity of the European institution and the European Commission. And if I speak about complicity, and I remember a number of times that I've been mentioning that word in the European hemicycle, and there you have the right wing and the far right saying, how can you talk about complicity? What else? What would be the other word from the European Union with an institution that is trading and therefore directly financing the genocide in Palestine? What is the other word? And, you know, the European Union likes to give lessons on international law in the world. But what they do not like is to apply the same standards everywhere. Mm-hmm. And I can tell you, because I've been sitting in a number of conferences of presidents where you have the president of each parliamentary group. And these meetings are held behind closed doors. And no one is telling what's happening. But I can tell you what's happening. Every single session since October 7, I've been asking on behalf of my left group in the parliament, I've been asking for a debate, I've been asking for a resolution. And every single plenary session, the other groups have been refusing it. And as much they should be ashamed, they bear today the responsibility of this complicity. Because they've been refusing this resolution, because they've been refusing to take sanctions, because they've taken 20 sets of sanctions now against Russia and none against Israel, despite the criminal court warrant that has been launched. And I come to your concrete question in the next 30 days. Well, things has happened in the last 30 days, actually. Because I strongly believe that what member states, that what European leaders completely disconnected from the reality cannot get, we the citizens all together, we can get. And that was the bet of the European Citizen Initiative. We launched it on the 13th of January. And when we launched it, we were told we'll never collect the necessary signatures. And 3 months later, here we are. And we've collected, thanks to your support, more than 1 million signatures to suspend the trade agreement, association agreement with Israel. And this is not the end. Because a European Citizen Initiative is not just a random petition. It is binding. It is binding, and the European Commission will have 6 months to answer. And then you will tell me, 6 months is too long. Because there's not a single hour, there's not a single day, there's not a single month to be lost on the matter. But I can also tell you that I wear another hat, which is I'm the first vice chair of the INTA committee, which is the trade committee in the European Parliament. And together with Lynn Boylan, who is also the chair of the Palestinian delegation that you received this morning, we are having that fight in that committee to make that deadline much quicker than those 6 months. Because from the Commission itself, they have said that Article 2 of that agreement with Israel is not respected, and that Article 2 is binding the trade agreement with the respect of human rights. And in practice, when we know that only the trade part of the association agreement, it doesn't need unanimity. I heard yesterday Kaya Kallas, the High Representative for Foreign Affairs, saying there's no unanimity, so we cannot do anything. I'm sorry, but there was no unanimity either for sanctions against Russia. And you did take them. You did take them. And on top of that, actually, for the trade component of the EU Trade Association, only the qualified majority is required. And a year ago, there was not a single member state. Now we have Spain. Now we have Ireland. Now we have Slovenia. Now we have Belgium. And I say that as a French person, how ashamed I am from Emmanuel Macron giving lessons on international law everywhere. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to recognize the state of Palestine if you do nothing for that state to be alive. So I'll end on that. And I want to tell people, coming back full square to what I was saying earlier, I want to take a public commitment to you, because I'm not part of these boring politicians who say things on stages and don't deliver. Please hold us accountable. Together with Istria, together with my left colleagues, we are going to get back to the Parliament. And we can tell you that every single plenary session, every single moment, every single time we are going to give the floor in the European hemicycle, we'll be there. We'll be there to ask for sanction. We'll be there to ask to free prisoners. We'll be there to ask the end of the complicity of the European Union with the genocide in Palestine. And most of all, we'll be there every single minute that is required until Palestine is free. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Manon Aubry. Thank you for that insightful. Thank you very much. Yes, not everybody is equal before the law. It comes out very clearly. Sanctions to one, no sanctions to the other one. But that is why the persistency will continue, and your fight for that in where you are in the Parliament, in the European Union, it will continue the way. You cannot back down right now. And I thank you once again. If trade framework shaped the political environment in which accountability becomes possible, accountability, legal mechanisms then will determine whether accountability is ultimately enforced. And this brings us now directly to my next panelist, to the role of the courts, the jurisdiction, and the legal strategy. Because we've seen throughout the roles of the courts, with the ICJ, the ICC, and so forth, we've seen the roles of the court. Now I will bring my next question to Alexis de Suave. So what concrete legal tools exist today to hold states and corporations accountable for complicity? And what are they not being fully used? That's the one question. And what is one legal action that could realistically be initiated in the next 30 days? Because we need action. From here, from signing that Brussels Declaration, what we need is action now. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I speak with my double hat as lawyer in international law and president of the FIDH, the International Federation for Human Rights. For the first question, I will say that for the FIDH, the absolute priority is to fight impunity. because we see that it's impunity that feeds the next crimes. If there had been a legal answer and condemnations after, for example, Cast Lead in 2008, 2009, and Protective Edge, maybe if there would have been condemnations, we wouldn't have had the genocide, ongoing genocide. No, it's the impunity that leads to the genocide, the ongoing genocide. And with our Palestinian organizations, because the FIDH is 196 human rights organizations in the world, amongst them, of course, our 3 Palestinian organizations, Al-Haq in Ramallah, the PCHR, Palestinian Center for Human Rights, and Al-Mezan in Gaza. And they were last week in Brussels to go to the European institutions to ask sanctions, to ask action, while they are under sanctions from the US administration. Why? Because they are doing their work of documenting the crimes in Gaza, documenting the genocide, and working with the ICC. And because of that, not only the judges of the ICC and the prosecutor are sanctioned, but also the Palestinian organizations are sanctioned. That means no access to bank accounts anymore, nothing. We ask the European institutions that are dealing with the US and they are negotiating trade agreements with the US for billions of euros to say, we won't sign anything before you withdraw the sanctions against the court and against the human rights organizations that are working for justice. These human rights organizations, now the 3, they were in Paris, and then now they are in The Hague to continue their work. And so international justice is very important. We are working also, and I like to remind it, with our Israeli human rights organizations. We have 3 organizations in Israel who are doing a very courageous work with us to fight impunity. Of course, I speak about Adalah, who are the lawyers that are defending the participants of the global Sumud Flotilla. I was on the global Sumud Flotilla like a lot of people in the room. We were defended in Ketziot prison and at Ashdod by the lawyers of Adalah, who are working in a very difficult situation pro bono. Also Pikati, the Public Committee Against Torture in Israel, who is documenting the torture in the Israeli prisons. I don't have to explain to you what's happening in the Israeli prisons. It's organized torture, sexual violence. It's completely unacceptable in the silence of the world. And then finally, we have B'Tselem, who's also a member of the organization of the FIDH, who documented also the prisons, the system in Israel. The report is Welcome to Hell, with the new report 1 month ago, Living Hell. They speak about Ketziot prison, that a lot of you know. If such a report would have been issued for another country in the world, like, for example, Russia, all the media would speak about it, and here it was welcomed by silence. And we are at a point where silence is complicity, and our countries are complicit of the crimes committed by the Israeli government. And so we need international justice, ICG, ICC, but also national justice. I speak from Belgium. We have some cases pending in Belgium, but justice is slow, too slow. And we see even slower when it's regarding Israel. Why? I don't have to explain. But we have in Europe a lot of binationals that are serving in the Israeli occupation army and participating in the crimes. We must collectively hunt these binationals and lodge complaints in front of our judicial authorities that are competent to judge people that are participating in the highest humanitarian crimes, genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes abroad. Our Belgian, European judicial authorities are competent to judge these people. In Belgium, cases are pending. We have also, that is criminal procedures, but also civil procedures are possible. There has been a case in Belgium against the Belgian government. They lost in first instance. In appeal, they have won. The Belgian government, the Belgian state has been condemned because they didn't do everything they could to impeach the genocide and especially impeach the transit of arms over our country and in Belgian airports to Israel to feed the army that is committing a genocide. So we should multiply this kind of procedure all over Europe, all over the world, to organize a kind of judicial guerrilla against the Israeli government, the Israeli state, the Israeli officials. And like you said, they will be tired before us. We have the law and international law and human rights on our side. And to answer to your second question, I think it's time not only to denounce and to document, but we have to fight back. We have to fight back for human rights, and for this, civil disobedience is the tool. I'm convinced that the defense of human rights is not only behind closed doors in courtrooms or in assemblies at the European Parliament or national parliaments or conferences, but also on the ground with the people, the Palestinian people that are fighting for their rights. That's why I was on the Flotilla last autumn in September, the beginning from Barcelona till the end in Ketchiot prison, because human rights is also fighting on the ground. And the civil disobedience, like happened in the Mediterranean Sea, where a ship of MSC was going to Israel to bring military equipments and was derouted a little bit by the Flotilla, those kind of actions, civil disobedience actions that we can do in our countries against companies. In Belgium, Elbit Systems has a company in Belgium. We have to block these companies. And if they lodge complaint against us because we impeach them to do their dirty business and they drag us in court, we will be together to defend the people in court and to claim that we act like this because the governments don't act to stop the genocide. That's why we were on the Flotilla, and that's why we were acting. And we will say we are not guilty because there is a supreme value that is fighting the genocide and putting an end on the genocide. And if we are in the courts, even if the judges are not always open to this kind of arguments, we are a lot of people, there are a lot of cases possible, and these cases can be overwhelming the judicial system to show that we are more than them and stronger than them together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dessoif. I think we're more or less with time, but we're going to move swiftly. And I'm moving over to my next question. And as you realize here, the justice system also needs to be, we need to continuously put in pressure because sometimes we do know the bias within the systems. With that, I'll go to, so if accountability mechanisms exist at an international level, strategic litigation often determines whether they are activated in practice, and this is what we've heard. Then this brings us now directly to the question of how legal action can move forward in these concrete terms. My next speaker will be Mr. Jan Foreman. So what concrete legal strategies, Mr. Foreman, can be used today to hold states and companies accountable for complicity? And what is the one case or legal action that could realistically also be initiated within the next 30 days? Because we need to move swift. The people in Gaza, in Palestine, all over, they are dying daily. As we sit in here today, missiles have been, missiles are launched. People are starving. Gross violations of human rights. I hand over to you, sir, and I thank you.
Thank you. I would like to start with your last question. I think it would be presumptuous to say that I or any of us has a kind of miracle solution, a panacea that would solve the problem in one single move. I think that doesn't exist.
Thanks.
I think that the collective wisdom of millions of people throughout the world, and literally millions of people throughout the world that are acting in solidarity with Palestine, have already triggered almost everything that can be done. And so the question, I think, is more, how can we empower that? How can we give more strength to our movement? And I would like to make two suggestions in that field. The first one is based on my strong belief that the only empowerment mechanism of international law is the action of people of the world and the solidarity movement. The decisive empowerment mechanisms of international law are not the UN, not even the ICJ, not the European Parliament. The decisive factors in the Algerian war were the Algerian people and the international solidarity movement. The essential mechanisms to bring down apartheid and to implement international law in South Africa were the South African people and the international solidarity movement. The essential mechanism to stop the Vietnam War, the aggression on Vietnam, were the Vietnamese people and the international solidarity movement. And I think we have to be aware of that all the other platforms, the United Nations, the European Parliament, or the ICJ, can be extremely useful platforms as tools, as mechanisms, but the decisive thing is us. Because we, the millions of people that are like us, building solidarity with Palestine, we are the only decisive implementation mechanism and of international law. And so I think from that point of view, we should, as it has been said here before, we should try to improve and streamline and coordinate what we are doing. And international law, and especially one piece of international law which I would like to mention, can be useful in that. The ICJ, in its advisory opinion of the 19th of July 2024, and the General Assembly resolution that actually followed that, of September, that followed that advisory opinion, and which was voted by the vast majority of countries of the world, including, for example, the Belgian government, but who doesn't act upon it. That General Assembly resolution has a complete catalogue of what can be done to support the Palestinian struggle. A complete catalogue of the obligations of states towards the aggression, the occupation, the apartheid, and the genocide. All of it is mentioned in the resolution. And so I think one thing we could do to try to more efficiently bring together all these building stones we are working on, each in our field, and millions of people throughout the world in different fields. One of the things we could do is to launch an international movement, people's movement, for the full and unconditional implementation of that piece of international law, because the General Assembly resolution, which calls for sanctions, which calls for accountability, which calls for prosecution of accomplices and perpetrators of international crimes. We could make an international movement where each national Palestine, or in all its diversity, each solidarity movement in each country could build a national plan for the full implementation of that resolution. And that means that we will have to identify all the perpetrators, that we will have to identify all the accomplices, that we will have to identify all those who are trading with Israel, providing arms to Israel, supporting, politically supporting materially the Israeli genocidal campaign. And also, and I agree with what was said from the room there, the real concentrationary system that is now put in place to hold Palestinian prisoners, not only who are innocent, but who are really put in concentration camps. We have to work on that. That's the first proposal. And that could help us to coordinate. And the second thing I would like to say, very shortly, is that every process of accountability starts with documenting the crimes on the ground. Alexei already mentioned it. The three main Palestinian human rights organizations have been severely attacked by the sanctions of the US, but also by the European Union. The European Union and the European states have not merely allowed the silencing of the Palestinian human rights organizations by Israel to happen, but they have actively collaborated in attempts to muzzle these organizations, which are essential to any process of accountability. Without documentation from the floor, no accountability, no trials, nor civil nor criminal trials, because we need the information from the ground to be able to activate all that. And under the influence of the Israeli lobbying and on the basis of some ridiculous so-called evidence, financial support for these Palestinian human rights organizations was frozen, cut back and abolished by the European Union and by member states. And demands were imposed on these organizations which were absolutely impossible to meet. For example, they had to assure that in the audience of their public activities, there would be nobody with links to a so-called terrorist organization. How can you, as an organizer of a public meeting on international humanitarian law, how can you assure that in the room there is nobody with links to Hamas or to the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine? These humiliating conditions, because actually it's humiliating for these Palestinian, very serious, very professional human rights organizations, of course, were imposed by the European Union and should be abolished. And the European bureaucrats in Brussels, who does not have the faintest idea of how human rights should be defended in situations and colonial occupation, apartheid, and now also genocide, should not be allowed to exert control over these organizations. And so I think we can make some very practical demands on it, and I will conclude on that. I think the European Union, we should demand that the European Union immediately and unconditionally provides these organizations with substantial financial and other forms of aid that fully meets their needs in the new situation of implementation of a genocidal campaign and the expansion of a concentrationary system, camp system for Palestinian prisoners. It's very easy. It's not a lot of money. It's very simple to give these organizations the financial and other means, resources they need. And the second thing is, these organizations have to be sanctuarized by allowing them to establish legal structures within the territory of the European Union that enable them to continue their work, guaranteeing them full, unconditional and unlimited freedom of movement to the activists of these organizations in Europe, because Europe is also blocking now some visa for some of the leaders of those organizations, and allowing them, and the European Union can do so, allowing them to open bank accounts and to take all necessary, the European Union should take all necessary legal steps, including adoption of necessary legislation, to guarantee them access to the bank. And I think only such a strong response is an adequate response to Israel, to the Israeli repression. Israel must realize that every time they attack these organizations, every time they try to muzzle them, we will make sure that they come out of that 10 times stronger than before. Because we need them for accountability. We need the information, we need the documentation they provided in previous wars, minute by minute of the violations of international law. They publish, they provide it in reports and on their websites. Without that work on the ground, no accountability. So I think it's an important task for us to make a struggle for accountability possible, to create the conditions in which that can be done, which means empower, rearm these organizations so that they can do their job. So that's the two proposals I would like to make.
Thanks, Mr. Furman. We are over time and I am under pressure right now. I think the organizers, we need more time sometime, maybe a conference for 2 days to discuss these issues, because we cannot take them lightly. You know, everybody's input is extremely important. I would like to call to the floor quickly for 2 minutes. Rajda, to come to the floor quickly, just for but for 1 minute, to come to the floor quickly. Thanks, Rajda. And then we'll have to close off.
Good afternoon. So, how many of you have solved the puzzle?
one word to explain your experience of solving a puzzle. Clarity, satisfaction, confusion. So now let's imagine about something bigger. Imagine you are standing in front of a massive puzzle, and each piece represents vital strategy, key case, brilliant mind. So what happens when all these brilliant pieces come together, aligned perfectly? So you get clarity, you get satisfaction, you get strength, you get force of change. So the biggest challenge is not what is lack of expertise. Biggest challenge of today is lack of coordination. So we are here today for the same purpose. We are launching Lex Palestina today. Lex Palestina is not just another initiative. It's the missing piece that transforms individual brilliance into global impact. This is an alliance that will bring together lawyers from every corner of the world, academics shaping the future of legal thoughts, legal practitioners making history, organizations working tirelessly for human rights. And the most important part, we are not just bringing people together, we are aligning them. Now, I want you to picture something.
Rashta, you've got 20 seconds left. They are giving me time. Thanks.
So the legal world has many brilliant pieces, brilliant minds, powerful cases, vital strategies, but for true impact, we need to come together, align our efforts, and create something that will not only serve us today, but will continue to nourish justice for generations. So together we can build a river of justice, a river that flows stronger, longer, and with more power than we could ever achieve alone. So I will conclude by saying to join this initiative, become part of Lex Palestina.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to the panelists. We've ended the session. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Ramona. Thank you to your panelists. Thank you to Rashida. Before we start the next panel, once again, I will ask the technicians to put the QR code for the Brussels Declaration, reminding you all you can sign it through the QR code. You will also be receiving emails where you can sign it online, as well as here in person in the physical spots we have prepared for you. Without further ado, in front of us now is session 4, and I'm staying on stage for this one as I will be the moderator. This session focuses on the role. If we can have some silence, please. Thank you. This session focuses on the role of parliaments and political actors in moving from legal frameworks and policy tools to actual accountability. The key question here is not only what mechanisms exist, but how they're used, where they get blocked, and what it would take to move them forward in practice. We will be looking at this across different political systems and contexts. I'm happy to invite my panelists to join me on stage, and I ask you to follow them with a round of applause because they will be coming one by one. So first is Irene Montero, member of European Parliament from Spain. Then we have Annalisa Corrado, member of European Parliament from Italy. Thirdly, we have Mr. Jeremy Corbyn, Member of Parliament of the United Kingdom. Can we please applaud? Thank you. Then we have Mr. Ousmane Sis, Member of Senegalese Parliament. And finally, we have Zeynep Yildiz, Member of Parliament of Turkey. Please welcome to the stage. Opa. Hi, welcome. Welcome. Please sit. Yeah. Annalisa, I'll sit here. You can just move a bit there because I'm... No, I need to be on this side because the moderator... Irene? Yes, it's okay. Thank you, everybody, and welcome. It is my pleasure to have you for this panel here. Without taking more of the time, because Annalisa is on a tight schedule, your panel colleagues will allow me to ask the question to Annalisa first. So since we're talking about the let's say, reality on ground and what is actually possible to do in the end, and here we have a group of parliamentarians who know how these systems work. My question for you is, when we talk about EU, and obviously yesterday's events in which your country was also one of the blockers of the initiative to end the EU-Israeli agreement. In that context, how can EU institutions move beyond declarations to actual enforcements? And where does actual enforcement get blocked today? I mean, we kind of see where, but if you could elaborate that for us. And finally, since this will be a question I will be asking everybody, in short, what is something you can tell us and commit to do in the next month as an outcome of this event today? Thank you, and sorry for the speed.
No, I'm really sorry. It's only because I have an interview in a public television, so I can postpone it, and I must run away. I'm really sorry because I wanted to listen my colleagues, but I prepared something written in English. It's better for me. And let me start by saying that what happened yesterday at the Foreign Affairs Council is not only unacceptable, but also disgusting. The Italian government, together with Germany, has once again blocked the suspension of the EU-Israel Association Agreement, as we said, preventing the European Union from using its most powerful deterrent to stop Israel's government's genocidal rampage, economic and legal leverage. In the Article 2, the association agreement explicitly say that the relation between the parties, as well as all provisions of the agreement, are based on respect for human rights and democratic principles. This clause is not merely for show, but is clearly binding. We are facing more than 70,000 deaths on the hands of Israel, but there are more, and we know it. The approval of the death penalty for Palestinians, the expansion of illegal settlements in the West Bank, the use of starvation as a weapon, the systematic use of torture, the arbitrary detention of thousands of Palestinians in Israeli prisons, deprived of every basic human right, and most recently, the unilateral war against Lebanon and Iran, which already caused more than 1,500 deaths. Article 2 has been grossly violated. It's even more outrageous when you consider that just less than a week ago, Meloni government, Italian government, suspended the defense agreement with Israel in the wake of the EOF attacks on the Italian UNIFIL peacekeepers. These governments are clearly telling us that there are first-class people and second-class people, and is inhumane. On top of that, they are creating a political bloc that has now become outright complicity, and that is intolerable. We must not forget that the EU is Israel's largest trading partner. In 2024, 32% of Israeli total trade in goods was with the EU. It means that the European Union has enormous economic leverage. We have used economic measures decisively in other contexts, for example, in response to Russia aggression, but we talked about it. Today, citizens across Europe see a different standard being applied. And this double standard is not just morally problematic, it is political corrosive, because it undermines our credibility, both internally and globally. If we believe in international law, and we believe in international law, then it must be applied consistently, not as the Italian minister said while we was sailing with the Flotilla last year, that international laws, it is good hasta un cierto punto. Only
up to a
it's
certain
not
point.
that useful, it's not that important. But for us, it's really important, international law, and then it must be applied consistently. Otherwise, it becomes optional and therefore meaningless. Another important tool at our disposal is oversight. We have the duty to scrutinize what our governments are doing or not doing. This includes arms exports, security cooperation, and the use of EU funds. Parliaments, both national and European, must increase pressure through resolution, through oral and written question, through hearings, and by making political inaction visibly and costly. With this in mind, I have personally promoted several questions and co-signed numerous questions from other colleagues calling on the Commission to account for its inaction and to outline possible courses of action. We asked the Commission whether it is aware of the latest report by UN Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese on the use of torture as a systematic tool employed by the EOF against the Palestinian people, and what its views are on the matter. We have highlighted Israel's illegal exploitation of Palestinian maritime resources, including the issuance of licenses for natural gas exploration in maritime areas belonging to the State of Palestine, in violation of international law. We have requested an account of the failure to implement the blocking regulation designed to counteract the effects of sanctions imposed by third countries on European citizens in order to protect the judges of the International Criminal Court, whose only crime is having done their job, and to issue arrest warrants of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the former Defense Minister Gallant. All of this means not only asking questions, but demanding timelines, transparency, accountability, and doing so relentlessly. No single parliament can shift this alone, even if individual governments can demonstrate the necessary courage, such as that of Sanchez with his coalition. We need stronger alliances between national parliaments, the European parliaments, and like-minded political actors, joint initiative with civil society, shared timelines, coordinated pressure on the Council. And we must protect civil society actors, including initiatives like Global Sumud Flotilla that are working to uphold humanitarian principle on the ground. Last September, I had the honor to take part in the Flotilla mission, convinced that I could not simply stand by and watch, and that I had to do something. I come from civil society organization. This is my first term in the office as a parliamentarian, and I always imagined that I would finally be able to have a greater impact on the issues that matter, on the issue of Gaza, even though I sit in the delegation that handles the relationship with Palestine in Europe Parliament. I experienced incredible frustration right from the start, because even as parliamentarians, we are absolutely unable to make a dent in this unbearable situation. It took more than 2 years to adopt a simple resolution, the first one condemning the blockade of humanitarian aid in the famine caused by the Netanyahu government. So when the invitation came from the Global Sumud Coalition to us parliamentarians to participate in the flotilla in order to bring aid and keep the spotlight on the Israeli government crimes in Gaza, I feel a deep sense of gratitude, because it was clear that civil society was filling the void left by the institutions and giving us the opportunity to restore meaning to our mandate. We witnessed it firsthand, the Israeli government's complete disregard for international law and the most basic rule of diplomacy. When we were intercepted by Israeli Navy ships, we were still in the international waters, about 40 miles off the Gaza Strip. This did not prevent those ships from seizing us, taking us to the port of Ashdod and treating us as criminals without the slightest protection and our most basic rights. Many of the fellow travelers have been beaten, humiliated, and left without food or water for hours on end. And some of them have also reported being subjected to sexual violence, which is currently under investigation. If all of this happened to people in the public eye, we can only imagine what is happening to the Palestinian people cut off from communication, ignored by the mainstream narrative, and often the subject of false account by basic media outlets. And let me add, we need more freedom for media, because without media we are not able to understand what is happening. And also media here are paying the cost to tell the truth. We here have a proud, a courageous journalist that loses his job only to do a good question to a commissioner here in Brussels. If the next generation of Palestinians, if some children of today turns to extremism, it will not be chance of because of their culture, as the far right likes to claim, but because they will have grown up witnessing war and violence go unpunished. It's our responsibility to demand for the accountability of the Israeli government. We must demand a targeted sanction against those responsible for policies that violate international law. We must strengthen scrutiny over arms export and security cooperation. We must align our economic relation with our legal obligation. And we must coordinate across parliaments to ensure that these actions are not isolated but collective. Most important, we must stop accepting delay as a normal condition of politics, because in this context, delay has a cost, a human cost. Every week of inaction is not just a diplomatic pause. It is more lives lost, more rights denied, more law eroded. So the question is not whether we have the tools. The question is whether we are ready to use them with the same determination we have shown elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And it's very difficult to say. We are trying to do our best every day, maybe in the next 30 days. I hope we can collaborate more, we can stay in touch more, we can work in together more, no? In order to put, while the flotilla was in the sea last year, we saw something extraordinary, no? We have to find a way to put all this strength together again and again until Palestinians will see the light of freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Annalisa. And yes, goodbye, I guess, I don't know. To continue with our conversation, we heard Annalisa is from Italy/European Union. Today here on the panel we have, Irene, also EU, but we have Mr. Corbyn, United Kingdom, we have Mr. Sis from Senegal, and we have Zeynep from Turkey. So I think it's a very a rich and diverse collection of people who I think have on their hands a different set of tools, different kinds of powers, and different kinds of obstacles. So perhaps to change the course a little bit, we go to Turkey now, which is in a geopolitically very specific position, somewhere in between the EU, the Middle East, the NATO. So what I'm wondering about this unique geopolitical position, how can parliaments in such positions translate the influence into concrete accountability measures? And is this position that somebody would call maybe ungrateful actually good, because you're in a way outside of things?
Thank you once again, distinguished members of parliament, esteemed press members, dear colleagues, and dear representative of NGOs. As you mentioned, when it comes to accountability and when it comes to Turkey, indeed, it's now what we are doing on the political basis is become much more crucial than ever. Because we try to mediate, Firstly, we try to mediate all conflict zones when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, when it comes to Iran and so on. And while we are doing that, we also try to protect our position on the right side of the humanitarian. So actually, before starting my speech, I really want to get into deep on that topic, because now I think we are discussing the core topic. It's impunity and accountability, and we are directly talking about how what kind of measures can be taken against Israel in order to stop aggression and ongoing genocide in Palestine. So that topic is really, really core and crucial one. And first of all, I would like to send my heartfelt respect to that diligent community. Now we gathered here today as people all around the world to show that front line of humanity stands firm. We are here to show the world, and Israel in particular, that Palestine is not alone and will not be. And to ensure that global attention remains focused on the ongoing genocide in Gaza. So we should put our concentration on Gaza as it had been before. Since the blockade in Gaza has turned into a concrete and undeniable genocide, we see more clearly than ever the vital importance of our collective effort as human family. First of all, I would like to state that Palestine is a cause that Turkish nation has embraced by a very large majority with deep sensitivity and unity for decades. I have colleagues from different political parties. I think we now represent Turkish nation, people of Turkey as a whole, because we are representing 5 different parties from different backgrounds. And our president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan's motto has always been, the world is bigger than 5. And this is not a propaganda sentence or a groundless discourse. It is essentially a critique of selective approach to human rights that took shape after World War II, and a proposal for the enforcement of international law and sanction capabilities of international organizations to be restructured in a fairer way. The world's current economic and, by extension, political system was built by powerful to protect the powerful side. And we cannot change this on our own with our sole efforts. We need the collective effort for that reason. And that collective action started from the marches all around the world, especially for Palestine. And the people made politicians awaken on the Palestinian case, pushed them to speak. I directly followed that chronology during my duty in the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe. And indeed, individuals, actually, dear colleagues, are defined by their sensitivities, and societies by reactions of those individuals. The broadening and deepening of the Palestinian cause is a cumulative result of global socio-psychological case. The transition of Palestinian cause into a concrete genocide, Israel's relentless aggression turning the entire region into a ring fire, and the fact that it has come to target global trade and thus the entire world is not an issue of today. Now they are, amended a law regarding that penalty, and still they have a observer status in Council of Europe, and we are not still able to put a suspension on it. So we have to be majority in our parliament, in our parliamentary assemblies. We need to convince our parties as well. Actually, as I said, this is not the issue of today. Silence of the world continued till that time. And when the Nakba took place, the world watched in silence. When Muhammed al-Durra was targeted before the eyes of the world, yet the so-called defenders of children's rights were nowhere to be found. When the Rachel Corrie stood against illegal settlers in the silent occupation, however, her actions were dismissed as merely individual. There was an attempt to discredit the dignity of her courage and conscious sacrifice of her own life. And the Mavi Marmara, a ship carrying humanitarian aid and playgrounds for children from all over the world, was targeted in international waters. And the world fell silent again. Whether the West Bank endured psychological oppression under checkpoints for decades or Gaza remained under a blockade, the world consistently chose silence. The pluralistic ignorance of the global public in the face of these events, unfortunately reinforced by bystander effect, this effect led the diffusion of responsibility. Ultimately, this diffusion of responsibility pushed the global public into a state of total inaction. As a result, Israel's every indulgence and recklessness remained unanswered, every legal violation left unanswered, reinforced an impunity. This created a desperate reality where the rule of law was replaced by the law of powerful, and the conscientious people of the world were marginalized, relegated to the status of minority. As I mentioned before, we know we are not the minority. But we know, again, we are not the minority, and now we push the world to take an action, and we have that potential to reach a concrete action. That was until the people of Gaza began recording the genocide that endured with their own means, making the entire world witness their steadfast struggle for existence. Now, the diligent people of the world know they are not alone. Palestinians know they are no longer alone. The silence is broken, pluralistic ignorance has dissolved, and the illusion of responsibility has vanished. Every member of human family now knows that genocide gang of Netanyahu is the one truly isolated, and our priority must be the political and economic isolation of Israel, who spread chaos and corruption through delusion of supremacy with a paranoia of chosenness. To ensure that international organizations operate through a truly pluralistic mechanism, we must act together across all around the parliaments. It has always been stated that there is a form of governance, both legislation, execution, and judiciary. We know that International Court of Justice had a wonderful stance, and on the parliamentary level, when it comes to impunity...
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up because we're really breaking time.
Yes, okay. I'm sorry, I'm now nearly on the...
Because look at the time, we still have 3 more speakers, that's why.
Yes, I know, but I think I'm on the borders.
Okay.
I counted it's a little bit, 10 minutes or so. And Turkey is the first country to cut off trade with Israel, to have a concrete impunity for Israel. I think all governments should take similar decisions, and our responsibility at the parliamentary level is very deep, so we can shape our jurisdiction in a way that produce results, and we must push other countries to recognize Palestine as a state. The United States has produced extensive reports and determined that genocide is taking place in Palestine. This is really important, but we now to create another mechanism taking this step further. These reports must yield results, some criminal sanctions, and to put an end to that genocide. And also to ensure decisions can be taken, the decision-making mechanism within the United Nations must be restructured, and the democratization of UN Security Council must be ensured, providing equal consensus for every country and ensuring the parliaments become part of this. We must not let Palestine fall off the agenda of our parliaments. Whatever we can correct with our hands, we must. And just as Sumud Flotilla now pioneers that way of Gaza. I hope their path will be all clear. Looking forward to holding our second meeting in Gaza, inshallah. Long live Palestine, yaşasın Filistin, aşet Filistin, and Viva Palestina. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Corbyn, from your experience, what political strategies have proven effective in challenging the state complicity? So which strategy could realistically be deployed again now, or maybe you have a suggestion for a new one to create actual effective pressure?
Thanks very much, and quickly just to say thank you to everyone that's organised this event and come together today, because it's so important that we get together and share our experiences. The British role in Palestine has been enormous for a very long time, going back to the 19th century, going back to the secret Sykes-Picot Agreement with France during the First World War, the Balfour Declaration, and after that, Britain having the mandate over Palestine from 1922 until 1948. And the British military occupation of Palestine, which helped settlements to take place, which brought in a lot of the Zionist movement at the same time, and also the brutal British suppression of the Palestinian uprising of 1936, which is often barely recorded in history. Absolutely disgusting and disgraceful what went on there. The US recognized Israel very early on, as did Britain. They both saw it as a reliable security partner, as they called it, within the region. And that process has continued ever since, with the exchange of military information between Britain and Israel, between the USA and Israel, and the manufacture of weapons in the US, in Britain, in Europe, and of course the exchange of security information. So in Parliament, we have consistently raised a lot of these issues, working with Campaign Against the Arms Trade, working with Palestine Solidarity, and many, many other organizations. Because we've had a vibrant Palestine solidarity movement on the streets for a very long time, we've been able to turn out enormous demonstrations in London over the past 18 months, up to 1 million people at the largest one that we organized. But I have to say, in Parliament, it has been a very uphill struggle. The numbers of us that are seriously committed to Palestine were at one level tiny. It's got a lot bigger since the genocide has become much more apparent to the rest of the world. But the British government even manoeuvred to make sure there wasn't even a vote in Parliament on calling for a ceasefire. And when that manoeuvre took place, very rapidly, demonstrations were held outside the offices of members of Parliament, and suddenly, a week later, you couldn't move for MPs saying a ceasefire would be a really good idea. And so we were able to influence opinion in that way. We've also tried to take legal action over the manufacture and export of weapons, and there's been a lot of action taken by Palestine Action, which is now subject to court proceedings over what I consider to be non-violent action to try and prevent the export of weapons. There's also been the use of anti-terror legislation against 2,500 people who've held placards up in the streets, and that has happened all over Europe in broadly similar ways. So we've done everything we can. Last year, I introduced a private member's bill into Parliament called the Gaza Tribunal Bill. I wanted it as an inquiry similar to the one that was done after the Iraq War, when there was a public inquiry held into the whole process leading to the Iraq War. I wanted the same for Palestine, but with more teeth on it and more powers on it. It got through its first stage in Parliament. It was then blocked after that. I expected that. So, through the Peace and Justice Project, we then organized a public inquiry into issues of genocide in Gaza and British complicity in it. And over 2 days, we had 29 expert witnesses, legal as well as medical workers, and so on. And it was presided over by three of us, Nev Gordon, Shahad Mahmood, and myself. And we then assessed the evidence, and we published it all, which we believe gives a strong and credible case for this. If the ICJ says acts of genocide they consider have taken place, if the British government did what it did do, which is continue supplying weapons to Israel, knowing that acts of genocide were taking place, continue to allow the use of the Royal Air Force Base in Cyprus to have surveillance flights and US delivery of bombs to Israel, then Britain itself is also complicit in genocide, including those specific ministers who authorized that. And we've made that point strongly all the time. And indeed, the day after we published the report, we sent a message to the ICJ and the ICC inviting them to call Keir Starmer, Yvette Cooper and David Lammy up for evidence, for an evidence session on Britain's complicity with genocide. So we do all of that with working with the Hague Group through Progressive International as a way of trying to draw attention to the whole thing. But I'll just say this, and I'll finish on this point because I know we're very pressed for time. Parliamentarians on their own are not going to win the whole thing. We have a platform, we have an opportunity, we can ask questions, we can make demands, we can lead delegations, we can do all of that. But in reality, the Palestinian people lack friends around the world. Ask yourself, how many governments around the world really, really support the Palestinian people? It's not very many. The only friends the Palestinian people can rely on are those that take to the streets all over the world. That's why the flotilla is important. That's why this conference is important. That's why the demonstrations outside the arms factories are important. That's why raising the consciousness through every means we can is absolutely important. The Palestinian people will survive. The Palestinian people will win. One day, Israel will be withdrawing. But until then, they're trying to force a second Nakba. Until then, they're continuing the genocide and the bombardment. In honor of all those Palestinians that have been killed, imprisoned, jailed, and tortured, let's resolve absolutely to stay on the streets as long as it takes to win with the Palestinian people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Corbyn. And now I would like to move to Mr. Ousmane Sis. When we talk about Africa, for example, we had the North African whole flotilla movement that was happening from there. We have the South African government that's done quite a lot of very concrete actions when it comes to the genocide in Gaza. So you're coming from Senegal. I'm wondering what role can other African parliaments, besides, for example, South African one, play in shifting global dynamics, and what could coordination between different regional governments in Africa do for this cause?
Merci beaucoup. C'est un plaisir d'être là au nom du Parlement sénégalais. Donc, nous remercions l'initiative globale Sumud qui véritablement porte une question hautement et foncièrement humanitaire. J'ai l'habitude de convoquer un penseur sénégalais du nom d'Amadou Mahtar Mbow, qui était dirigeant au niveau de l'UNESCO, qui évoquait le fait que la diversité humaine, la diversité culturelle des peuples était un moyen pour voir ce qu'on appelle l'aspect de l'universalité de l'humanité. Et moi, je pense que d'abord, la composition de ce panel en est une preuve palpable à partir du moment où, ici, nous avons pratiquement tous les peuples. Et cela montre que, quoi que l'on puisse dire, quel que puisse être le niveau d'injustice, d'impunité, au moins, il y a un cœur. Quand je dis cœur, je fais allusion à l'humain. Et c'est très, très important. Voilà pourquoi je tenais à d'abord commencer par ces mots-là de remerciement à cette initiative, mais surtout faire un petit rappel par rapport aux relations qui lient le peuple sénégalais au peuple palestinien. Je rappelle que le Sénégal, depuis 1975, préside le comité de lutte et de défense véritablement des droits inaliénables du peuple palestinien. Ce n'est pas une mince affaire. L'autre aspect, nous avons vu tout le temps que les gouvernements qui se sont succédés à la tête du pays ont tout le temps montré leur soutien indéfectible et infaillible au peuple palestinien. On en veut pour preuve récente la rencontre entre le ministère des Affaires étrangères sénégalais et la délégation palestinienne au mois de février 2026 pour véritablement approfondir les relations entre les deux peuples. L'autre aspect, nous savons tous que le Sénégal avait délivré un passeport diplomatique à feu Yasser Arafat, paix à son âme, mais surtout, entre autres activités comme des initiatives populaires à travers lesquelles le peuple manifeste son soutien au peuple palestinien. Voilà pourquoi donc ma venue ici en tant que parlementaire véritablement repose sur des questions de principe, mais surtout, il y va même du consentement du peuple sénégalais et je tenais à commencer mon propos par ces éléments-là. Effectivement, donc, nous pensons que l'Afrique, à travers les parlementaires, ne doit pas rester véritablement les bras croisés parce que nous sommes conscients qu'aujourd'hui, la dynamique actuelle nous demande une implication soutenue et accrue, à plusieurs titres, parce que nous voyons que nous ne comptons plus être une simple spectatrice de ce qui se passe à travers le monde, particulièrement les questions géopolitiques, mais nous sommes conscients du fait que, compte tenu de notre pédigré, de notre histoire, nous avons vécu l'esclavage, nous avons vécu la colonisation, et cela témoigne à juste titre que véritablement nous connaissons le sens de la souffrance ressentie par des peuples opprimés tels que le peuple palestinien. L'autre aspect, c'est que le continent africain actuellement a des aspirations de souveraineté, des aspirations qui vont véritablement dans le sens de l'émancipation, de l'indépendance des peuples en quelque sorte, mais également la conservation des ressources pour un développement durable et humain. Voilà pourquoi donc, en tant que parlementaires africains, nous pensons que ce que nous pouvons faire, c'est d'abord de mettre en œuvre une initiative parlementaire sous forme de collège, véritablement, pour prendre en compte tout ce qu'on doit faire dans cette lutte-là par rapport à l'émancipation du peuple palestinien. Tout à l'heure, j'ai oublié de l'évoquer, pourquoi pas la solution à deux États, mais surtout faire de sorte que, d'une façon périodique, qu'on puisse se rencontrer, définir un ensemble de plans d'action à travers lequel nous pouvons agir. Parce que l'idée n'est pas seulement de rester en tant que parlementaire, de faire un plaidoyer. Effectivement, d'un point de vue législatif, nos moyens sont limités. Nos moyens sont limités à partir du moment où il y a une séparation des pouvoirs avec de l'autre côté l'exécutif, ce qui fait que notre législation ou notre pouvoir législatif ne peut s'exercer que dans les territoires, dans le cadre réglementaire de nos pays. Voilà pourquoi donc il nous faudrait une initiative interparlementaire. Et je pense que à ce niveau, Dakar sera l'épicentre de cette initiative-là interparlementaire régionale, à plusieurs titres, non seulement compte tenu de nos relations culturelles, compte tenu de la dimension religieuse du soutien du peuple sénégalais, mais surtout compte tenu de la position géostratégique et géopolitique de Dakar, qui est véritablement le poumon ou la porte d'entrée de l'Afrique. Voilà pourquoi moi je pense et je suis convaincu, avec l'avènement de ce qu'on appelle le parti passif, dont je fais partie, avec le président Ousmane Sonko, qu'on a vu récemment s'exprimer sur la question de l'ingérence, mais surtout de la guerre au Moyen-Orient. Je pense que nous sommes très outillés de ce point de vue-là sur le plan idéologique, en termes de position de principe, en termes de conviction. Dakar se veut et va être le porte-étendard de ce projet-là, d'une initiative interparlementaire qui va regrouper toutes les forces vives de l'Afrique, y compris de l'Afrique noire, pour qu'on puisse véritablement, au-delà de porter la voix pour le peuple palestinien, mais poser des actions concrètes allant dans le sens véritablement de changer la donne. Il y va même, par rapport à ce plan d'action-là, concrètement, de commencer d'abord par ce qu'on appelle le boycott des produits israéliens. Et c'est bien possible. parce que nous avons suivi récemment que la croissance de l'Afrique sera supérieure à la croissance de beaucoup de continents actuellement. Et l'autre aspect, c'est que le marché africain reste très, très attractif. Et nous pensons qu'il y a des leviers sur lesquels nous pouvons nous appuyer pour véritablement mener la lutte à notre façon, au-delà du cadre législatif, au-delà du cadre parlementaire, au-delà des plaidoyers que nous pouvons faire. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you, Ousmane.
Vous avez une question?
I will have right away then the follow-up question, which is the closing question for all of you, which is, what is it that you can commit to in the next month? So I'm going to passively, aggressively ask you if maybe this initiative you're talking about the regional cooperation of countries surrounding Senegal, and about potentially in the future having Dakar be a center of something like this. Is this something you could push for in the next 1 month so that we can look forward to results of that?
Oui, effectivement, on veut en arriver là. Et on a les moyens d'en arriver là. Et nous comptons, à la fin de cette réunion ou de cette initiative de Global Sumud, rencontrer les parlementaires d'abord sénégalais. Parce que nous sommes convaincus qu'il y a de fortes personnalités qui partagent et qui portent la cause palestinienne. Ça, c'est une première étape. Mais la seconde étape consistera véritablement à impliquer davantage les autres acteurs politiques, y compris même le président du parti PASSEF, qui est président du groupe parlementaire, qui est président, pardon, du parti qui a la majorité parlementaire à l'Assemblée nationale du Sénégal. Et c'est un leader politique qui a l'aura qui traverse et qui plane sur toute l'Afrique. Ça, nous le savons parce que récemment, il a été distingué comme faisant partie des 20 personnalités les plus influentes au monde. Et nous pensons que voilà pourquoi, pour telle et telle autre raison, je pense que dans les semaines à venir, il sera question maintenant d'aller vers ça pour ensuite voir au niveau sous-régional comment impliquer, comment faire le maillage des autres parlementaires de l'Afrique de l'Ouest pour véritablement poser des actions concrètes allant dans le sens de la défense des intérêts du peuple palestinien. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Thank you, and looking forward to finding out more about this. Irene, for the end, finally we're back to the EU, so we have some kind of a full circle back. If you had to move, and if you could move immediately, which parliamentary tool would you activate, and how? And so this would mean you had proper power, proper majority, and everything. And as a follow-up, even if you used some superhero tool, what happens if it fails as well?
Thank you. I'm going to speak in Spanish. Yo creo que esta es una pregunta que mucha gente se hace, ¿no? En realidad, ¿qué pueden hacer los parlamentos para parar a los poderosos, para controlar a los gobiernos, para evitar las injusticias? ¿Realmente no puede hacer nada un parlamento para parar un genocidio después de 2 años y ante la pasividad de las burocracias y las élites internacionales? Esto, especialmente en Europa, es una pregunta importante, porque a nosotras nos han contado que Europa era un jardín de democracia y de derechos humanos, no como en el resto del mundo, que se violaban los derechos humanos. Aquí ya esto no pasaba. Nos han dicho que democracia es el poder del pueblo, que la gente votando elige a sus representantes, que ellos hacen lo que el pueblo pide, a lo que se han comprometido con un programa electoral, y que las leyes se cumplen. Y si no se cumplen, hay consecuencias. Y además todos los días nos dicen en la tele que quien incumple las leyes son delincuentes, que quien incumple las leyes es gente mala, que quien incumple las leyes es gente migrante, son personas trans, son activistas de izquierdas peligrosos a los que hay que detener, y sin embargo hay unas élites que van siempre muy bien vestidas, con traje y corbata, la mayoría hombres heterosexuales, que la sociedad tiene que respetar y que son admirables, adorables y, por supuesto, nunca incumplen la ley. Pero sin embargo, el genocidio en Palestina, igual que antes Irak o Afganistán, igual que también Yemen o la invasión de Venezuela y el secuestro de su presidente, o los ataques ilegales y la guerra ilegal contra Irán y Líbano, demuestran que son las élites las primeras que incumplen las leyes. Es decir, que si algo nos demuestra el régimen de guerra es que las leyes y las instituciones las cumplen y las respetan los pueblos. Y son las élites quienes no las respetan. Para ellos no hay ley que valga. De hecho, los gobiernos europeos, la Comisión Europea, el Parlamento Europeo, sigue siendo a día de hoy cómplice de los genocidas y la propia Ursula von der Leyen ha asegurado que el derecho internacional ya es una cosa del pasado y que ahora impera la ley del más fuerte, ¿no? Han cambiado las leyes por las bombas. Pero eso es el genocidio en Palestina y es también la isla de Epstein. Funcionan así. Para los poderosos, las leyes son la forma de controlar a las sociedades, pero ellos nunca se someten. Los dueños del mundo nunca se someten a las leyes que exigen a los demás cumplir y no están dispuestos a que esas normas les obliguen también a ellos, ¿no? Algo que rompe con uno de los mitos fundacionales de Europa, porque después de 2 guerras mundiales, la humanidad llegó a unos mínimos consensos, que yo creo que es el punto crítico de ahora. Después de 2 guerras mundiales, la humanidad llegó a unos mínimos consensos sobre el valor de la vida humana y, por tanto, sobre los mínimos derechos que todo ser humano tiene que tener por el hecho de ser un ser humano. Y el mensaje que nos están mandando ahora mismo Estados Unidos, Netanyahu, pero también las élites europeas, es que la vida de la mayoría de la gente no vale nada. Que la vida de la gente que no tiene acciones en las grandes multinacionales, que no controla las Big Tech, que no tiene millones de euros en su cuenta bancaria, no vale para nada. Que valen más los negocios que la vida de la mayoría de la humanidad. Y ese es un mensaje enormemente peligroso. Si su dinero es más importante que la mayoría de la humanidad, ¿qué tipo de mundo estamos creando? Es decir, ¿alguien se imagina qué hubiese pasado si son 72.000 multimillonarios los que son asesinados en lugar de 72.000 palestinos y palestinas en Gaza? ¿No habría habido ninguna sanción a esos asesinos por parte de Europa, como no ha pasado con Israel? No sé, ¿alguien se imagina que se hubiese podido devastar el 80% de Silicon Valley sin que un solo miembro de la élite europea moviese un dedo? Es decir, ¿en manos de quién estamos? Yo creo que esa pregunta hay que hacérsela porque es la clave para luego poder entender por qué las instituciones no están funcionando. Estamos en manos de una élite que desprecia la vida. Estamos en manos de una élite que piensa que valen más sus negocios que los seres humanos y que gana dinero matando y que gana dinero con los genocidios y que gana dinero con las guerras ilegales. Y en Europa tenemos que tener claro que si estamos gobernadas, y en Occidente, que si estamos gobernadas por gente que está dispuesta a matar a gente en otros países por dinero y por negocios, tampoco les importa nuestra vida, tampoco les importan nuestros derechos. Y eso es, por ejemplo, Donald Trump. Es decir, Donald Trump ha dicho que estaba dispuesto en Irán a borrar de la faz de la tierra a una civilización entera. Ha amenazado con el uso de una bomba nuclear. Y si ahora está teniendo que sostener el alto el fuego, y si ahora está teniendo que modular su ataque ilegal, no es porque le importe la vida, es porque sus intereses económicos y los de la élite que le protegen se han puesto en riesgo por el cierre del estrecho de Hormuz. Porque no hay ningún país que acepte la dominación colonial y la imposición de la bota de Occidente y de la bota yanqui sin defenderse. Porque además el derecho internacional te ampara como país y como pueblo a defenderte de una agresión imperialista, de una agresión colonial. Entonces, en Europa se sigue manteniendo todavía una retórica de guerra, de genocidio. Nos dicen que hay que comprar armas por nuestra seguridad para defender los valores occidentales, pero después se da la paradoja de que, por ejemplo, en Irán, Netanyahu y Trump esperaban una intervención directa, derrocar al gobierno iraní, quedarse con el petróleo e impedir el flujo de petróleo a China. ¿Qué han conseguido los grandes estrategas? ¿Qué han conseguido los genocidas? La mayor crisis energética de nuestra historia. La mayor, superior a las de los 70, a las de los 2000, juntas. que esté en riesgo el estado de bienestar, que esté en riesgo la vida de centenares de miles de personas, de la humanidad entera. Y después de decirnos durante 3 años que Europa tenía que comprar armas para defenderse del criminal de Putin, resulta que gracias a la intervención ilegal en Irán de estos estrategas, Europa vuelve a depender energéticamente de Putin. Y España le ha comprado más gas a Rusia del que le había comprado en la historia en un solo mes. Después de estar contándonos que el rearme y la guerra la hacíamos porque con eso ganábamos seguridad. En fin, yo creo que para entender por qué los parlamentos no están funcionando hay que entender que solo hay una fuerza más poderosa que las élites. Y esa fuerza es la gente que se moviliza. Esas son las movilizaciones masivas, es la Global Sumud Flotilla, es 1 millón de firmas que se han recogido en Europa en menos de 3 meses, con más de 7 países superando todos los umbrales para exigir la suspensión del acuerdo de asociación con Israel. La clave no es el procedimiento parlamentario. Obviamente que conocerlo nos puede servir para abrir grietas, pero la clave es la movilización popular para que sea la gente la que decide y para que no estemos en manos de esas élites burocráticas, de esas élites llenas de codicia, borrachas de codicia, que les importan más sus negocios que la vida de la gente. Y de hecho, si los gobiernos se han empezado a mover tímidamente es precisamente porque hay una gran movilización popular. Porque es evidente que hay que suspender el acuerdo de asociación, pero con eso no basta. Hay que suspender toda relación económica, comercial y diplomática con los genocidas. No solo hay que acabar con el genocidio, hay que acabar con décadas de ocupación ilegal del territorio palestino hasta que Palestina sea libre del río al mar. Hay que poder conseguir un mundo libre de sionismo criminal. Hay que liberar a los presos palestinos. Es decir, hay mucho más que hacer que suspender el acuerdo de asociación. Lo parlamentario no nos puede encerrar. Las instituciones no solo tenemos la responsabilidad de usar nuestros mecanismos institucionales, como la suspensión del acuerdo de asociación, como el cumplimiento de la Convención de Ginebra, de la Convención contra el Genocidio, de las resoluciones de la Corte Penal Internacional, de la Corte Internacional de Justicia. Nuestro primer deber es defender los derechos humanos. Si el sionismo es un proyecto criminal contrario a los derechos humanos, ningún responsable público, europeo y mundial podrá estar tranquilo hasta que no podamos decir que ha acabado la ocupación ilegal de Palestina y que vivimos en un mundo libre de sionismo. Y esto es importante recordarlo porque también es nuestra obligación, aunque no sea un mecanismo parlamentario, es nuestra obligación como parlamentarios. Y por último, quiero recordar que romper esa impunidad y romper esa complicidad de las élites con los genocidas es muy difícil. En Egipto se firmó un supuesto acuerdo de paz que salieron a celebrar todos los líderes europeos. Acudieron todos, desde Pedro Sánchez hasta Ursula von der Leyen. Hay 750 palestinos oficialmente asesinados desde el alto el fuego. ¿Cuándo vamos a empezar a decir que ha sido la enésima mentira, que no hay alto el fuego que valga? Que no hay alto el fuego, que sigue el genocidio en curso. España es reconocida internacionalmente por haber aprobado un embargo de armas. España, a pesar del embargo forzado por el Movimiento de Solidaridad con Palestina, todavía a día de hoy no ha anulado ni uno solo de los contratos de armas, de compraventa de armas, que firmó con el Estado terrorista de Israel. Los tiene todos y cada uno de ellos en vigor. No ha suspendido un solo contrato a pesar del embargo de armas, porque los dirigentes están siendo obligados a actuar. Muchas veces aparentando más que haciendo en realidad, como decía Jeremy Corbyn cuando decía realmente, entre los gobiernos europeos, entre los gobiernos del mundo, ¿qué aliados tiene Palestina? Lo que tiene es miles de personas en la calle. Esos son los amigos y las amigas de Palestina que están permitiendo que las cosas se muevan. Sí. Y por eso, y termino, creo que lo más importante en este momento, más que cualquier mecanismo parlamentario, es que no nos acostumbremos al horror y que actuemos desde nuestras convicciones más profundas y desde nuestros principios éticos más profundos. Nos conmueve ver a mujeres que están buscando los cadáveres de sus hijas, que están buscando los cadáveres de sus familiares entre los escombros. Nos conmueve ver los cadáveres amontonados. Nos conmueve ver que se destruyen hospitales, que se destruyen escuelas en Gaza, pero también en Líbano, también en Irán. Nos conmueve el terror. y estamos dispuestas a hacer lo que haga falta hacer. Creo que ese es el compromiso que tenemos que tener. Estar en las instituciones es una tarea militante, igual que lo es salir a una movilización, igual que lo es parar una vuelta ciclista, igual que lo es montarse en la Global Sumud Flotilla para intentar romper el bloqueo. Y la clave es, como dice Angela Davis, que nosotras no vamos a aceptar las cosas que no podemos cambiar, vamos a cambiar todo aquello que no podemos aceptar. Que viva Palestina libre del río al mar.
Thank you to, I don't know what time is it? Can I see here, please? Yes, we're breaching very much. Ahead of us is a very short coffee break. I want to thank Irene Montero, Jeremy Corbyn, Usman Sis, and Zeynep Yıldız for your contributions today. I just want, because Irene, you did give us some kind of a direction of what you will be doing in the next month. Usman did as well. Zeynep and Jeremy, if you can, in 20 seconds each, tell us what you can commit to send us off to coffee break with that.
Sorry, commit to?
Yes, so what is something that you could do in the next, yeah.
First of all, we need to expand the membership of the Hague Group, and so it's a good point for everybody here to put pressure on their own government to join in the Hague Group, which is adhering to ICJ and ICC decisions. That means that you provoke that debate in government. I think we have to absolutely concentrate on the military cooperation of Europe, particularly Britain especially, with Israel, and the use of the bases, not just for the bombing of Palestine, but also now for the complicity in the war against Iran and the bombing that's taking place directly from bases in Britain. So we're pushing very, very hard on all of those things and organising demonstrations around the anniversary of the Nakba.
Thank you very much. And this is very concrete, so exactly what we were asking for. Zeynep?
Actually, to be honest and to be realistic, I think I will be try to convince my other colleagues about the economic results of Israel's aggression, because we tried to figure out what's going on in Palestine on the humanitarian level. But I think that we are not, we have not reached a concrete solution by telling about the humanitarian reality in Palestine. Tomorrow we will be having urgent debate, not urgent, but a current debate in Council of Europe. And I will try to talk about the economic results. Maybe on that way I'll be convincing to put an end to Israel's aggression. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all of my panelists. And sorry for taking more the time than planned. And you are free to go for like a 3.5-minute coffee break. No, but I mean, serious and not serious. Come back soon, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
if she shows in the room. If she doesn't, she might have to make. We don't know. Might have to make.
Okay. So, but now we start with Maria Elena. So now it's Maria Elena. That's 2 minutes I hope. And then I will introduce you. I'm going to be shorter. Yeah. Thank you, Raouf, and thank you, your panelists.
Yeah, shorten this.
I will. And then I will invite Shah Hamuri.
Yeah, after my panel, which will be 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Chef will speak for 5 minutes or even less.
Okay, and then after
it's
that?
a video, it's a link, she's connecting.
Okay, and then I invite
GSF team to
and then
come
the
here.
GSF team, Hazami, take a group photo.
Yes.
And now I spoke to
No,
Hazami.
no. She reads the declaration. She reads part of the declaration, and then we apply powers, and then we invite people here to sign and to take a photo.
To sign and to take a photo.
Take a collective photo, and then we'll
Okay, and then somewhere around there I close the conference.
So I can say thank you. Okay. Patrick will say 1 minute to 10 minutes.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for coming back, and sorry for being late. It is how it is with the program today. We're now going to be joined briefly by Maria Elena Delia, member of the steering committee of the GSF. She should be joining in just now.
Good afternoon, everybody. I wish I was with you in Brussels today, but today we are in Rome, and behind me you can see Montecitorio, that is one of the major locations of the Italian Parliament. Why I am here and why I am recording the video for you from this location, because in a few hours in this building it will be held the press conference for the launch of the second Global Sumud Flotilla. I float here from Sicily yesterday night, and in Sicily everything is ready to set sail. We have 25 boats, and we are waiting, probably tonight, for the more than 35 boats that set sail 1 week ago from Barcelona. So the question that I have been told quite a lot during these weeks is, why are you sailing again? And people are asking this question because people during this month have been told that in Gaza everything is fine, that in Gaza we have a peace because we have a board of peace, so we have a peace, and that we don't have to care anymore about Gazan or about Palestinian in general. But this is not true. This is a narrative who is quite clearly used to deflect the attention to, of course, other issues. But the reality is that in Gaza, since the ceasefire has been declared, more than 800 people, Palestinians of course, have been killed. The truth is that in Gaza, humanitarian aid are not passing through because Rafah is closed, and when it's open, it's just open for, I don't know, 1 day a month or 2 days a month, and this is not enough. This is not enough. And we also have to remember that the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is not the result of a natural disaster, it's the result of a political choice. So when people ask us why we are sailing again, the answer is because if we compare this momentum to last year, nothing in Palestine is changed, because we still have an illegal occupation, we still have an illegal siege, we still have a collective punishment and a policy acted to fulfill an ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. So this is why we are sailing again. And we are aware that we are going to do this in a different geopolitical scenario, because we are fully aware about what is happening in this moment in Lebanon, what is happening in this moment in Iran. We were very, very careful to develop and to ask for risk assessment. And what we decided to do is that we had to set sail, because Palestinians cannot wait for the right moment to go. With us, we will have also a lot of professionals, doctors, nurses, educators, eco-builders, people with competencies who is choosing to come with us, and if we will reach Gaza, they will be available to disembark and stay in Gaza to help. They are telling us that there is a reconstruction, a rebuilding phase, the phase 2. This is what, the Board of Peace is telling us. So, if there is a peace, if there is a reconstruction phase, we are coming to help. And there shouldn't be any reason to stop us, because if it's true that everything is, so peaceful, our help should be just welcome. So what we are going to do is exactly what we did last year. The difference is that we will be more, we will have more boats, but this is not the main and the most important thing. The most important thing is that we want also to focus again on Gaza, because, for example, in Italy, media and the mainstream information are not talking anymore about Palestine. And not only Gaza, also the West Bank, where horrible things are happening every day. You read that just a few weeks ago at the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, has been voted a law that allowed the death penalty just for Palestinian people, and this is if this is not apartheid, I don't know what it is apartheid. So, and this was not in Gaza, this was, in all Palestine. And I'm saying that just because I want to stress, I want to underline that there is more than one reason why the Global Sumud Flotilla is sailing again. And I think and I hope that, and we are asking here from Italy to all of you that, you have political power, you have the ability and the tools to make pressure. So we are asking, please make pressure, not for us. I mean, the flotilla is just a tool, but for the people in Palestine. Make pressure so that we can get there, we can open a humanitarian corridor, permanent, and so that we can break the illegal siege. Thank you very much, and enjoy the conference, and my love and respect to all of you.
Thank you to Maria. And now, without any introduction, just one thing, we're here today because of the Sumud Flotilla and because of the people who organized it and because of the people who built it. So I'm happy to invite for this panel GSF's own scholar, activist, and member of the political impact team, Raouf Farah. The floor is yours. Please, a round of welcome, please.
Hello, everyone. Do you hear me well? Are you still here? Good, good. So this is going to be the last panel of the day. It's about, as you know, building the global Sumud network. So I invite all the panelists to join me now, if possible, so we can start, and I'll present you, all of you here. So please come on stage now, if possible. Thank you so much. Okay, so it's been a long day, I know, for everyone. I hope this event was rich, fruitful in terms of discussions, in terms of debate. So without any delay, I think we're gonna present the invitees as per we're showing them here. At the complete end, I have Louisa Hannoun, who is the head of the Secretary General of the Workers' Party in Algeria, 3 times, if I remember, candidate for presidency, and a couple of times MP, right? 5. Yes, good. Thank you for coming. I have right at the beside of it, Carlo Sommaruga. I have, Ismail Emrah. Yes, our Turkish friend. Thank you for joining us. He's our member of parliament of Turkey. Thank you again, and we appreciate Turkey's presence here. Thank you. On his right, we have Benedetta Scudery. She's, as you know, a member of the European Parliament. She's Italian. Thank you so much for joining this debate about the Global Sumud Network. It's a pleasure to have you. And immediately on her right, I have Mr. Syed Ibrahim Syed Nuh. He's representing the Malaysian government today. He's also chair of the Malaysian Parliamentary Caucus for Palestine. And right beside me, the famous Carlo Sommaruga, he is Swiss-Palestinian. You chair the Swiss-Palestinian, parliamentary group. Thank you again for coming. So let me go back to Louisa Hannoun on the other side. You have been involved in politics in North Africa for a couple of decades. How do you see the possibility of building parliamentary coalitions in North Africa in the service of the Palestinian cause, and how that would entail, basically?
Directement, شكرا. في الواقع في شمال إفريقيا، لأننا أفارقة قبل كل شيء، الشعوب متضامنة ويوجد العدد كبير من النواب، نقابات، أحزاب، جمعيات، مجتمعات اللي هي متضامنة مع الشعب الفلسطيني. لكن فيما يتعلق بالعمل المشترك هناك بعض العقبات خاصة، يعني كان عندنا نشاط في السابق، لكن بحكم قطع العلاقات ما بين الجزائر والمغرب في سنة 2022 أثر استفزاز صهيوني من الأرض المغربية للأسف، تم قطع العلاقات، وهذا يعني أصبح حاجز ما بين العمل المشترك، ولكنه لم يلغيه أبداً. للتذكير، الجزائر مثلاً وتونس لم تطبع العلاقات مع ما يسمى إسرائيل، لأنه من حيث لا يوجد اعتراف بهذا الكيان فبالنسبة لدولتين يعني المفروض أنه الدولتين تدعم القضية الفلسطينية. قمنا بنشاطات ليس بالضرورة فقط في الميدان البرلماني، لأنه حزب العمال إذن حزب سياسي اشتراكي دولاني، وبالتالي نشارك في فعاليات، في نشاطات، في مبادرات قارية ودولية. كنا في السابق أخذنا العديد من المبادرات، منها مثلا في 2002 على مستوى الاتحاد الدولي للبرلمانات l'UIP باقتراح من المجموعة البرلمانية لحزب العمال. اقترحنا انعقاد مؤتمر برلماني عالمي في الجزائر. وافقت السلطات الجزائرية على انعقاده، وأردنا أن يتزامن مع يوم الأرض، ولكن للأسف السلطة الفلسطينية هي التي اعترضت، فتم تأجيله إلى أجل غير مسمى. وفي بعد ذلك نظمنا أيام برلمانية، يوم برلماني دولي من أجل حق عودة اللاجئين الفلسطينيين لديارهم. شارك فيه فلسطينيون من الخارج ومن الداخل، من غزة ومن الضفة الغربية. بعدها نظمنا يوم برلماني لنصرة النساء الفلسطينيات في الداخل المحتل، يعني في إسرائيل، في إطار العمل الذي تقوم به نقابة العمال العرب اللي هما يسمون العرب الإسرائيليين واللي هم مواطنين من درجة ثانية، يعني يواجهون اضطهاد واستغلال همجيين، ولا يجب أن ننساهم أبداً. فاستقبلناهم في الجزائر بموافقة السلطات الجزائرية، وكانت المشاركة قوية جداً في من مختلف القارات. ثم قمنا بساهمنا في تنظيم أيام برلمانية، نشاطات برلمانية، نقاشات عامة داخل البرلمان الجزائري حول القضية الفلسطينية، يعني بانتظام، يعني لا يوجد حاجز بالنسبة لذلك. ثم في 2025 شارك مناضلون وقيادي من الحزب في أسطول الصمود برا عن طريق ليبيا ثم مصر، وتم بالطبع قمعهم مثل بقية المشاركين. ثم شارك وفد عن الحزب في الأسطول البحري، واعتقلت مناضلة في الحزب، ولم يتمكن الشاب من الالتحاق، بقي في صقلية بإيطاليا. إذن احنا يعني بالنسبة لحزب العمال القضية الفلسطينية هي اليوم مركزية عالميا، ولكن بالنسبة لنا هي يعني لا يمكن فصلها حتى عن قضايانا الوطنية، هي قضية عندها علاقة مع برنامج الحزب.
إذا تسمحي لي الأستاذة نيزا، ممكن نرجع لهذه النقطة من بعد، يعني العلاقة ما بين القضية الوطنية والقضية.
نعم.
I have to speak in English, sorry. So we have to discuss the possibility of linking between the national situation and the Palestinian cause. I would like to continue on the idea of this, the parliamentary efforts, parliamentarians doing very concrete actions on the ground. If I may, I'm going to address a question, and I'll maybe come back to you, to Benedetta. So Benedetta, maybe just a quick question for you. How do you think we connect basically the grassroots mobilization and institutional actions within for parliamentarians? How this should be linked from a European perspective? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you as well for organizing this and for all the work that you're doing and the amazing achievement that this movement is managing to bring among the people. You know, like that is the most important thing. Like what we saw in September about the millions of people mobilizing. That's what we need. Like we need people getting in the streets. We need people being aware again. So. And to do that, we definitely need a strong grassroots movement, and we also need some people in the institutions that are getting that input and then trying to push in the institutions. Because I'm going to give a very quick example. When the mobilization were happening in September, something happened in the European Parliament, for example, like for the first time in 1 year from the beginning of our mandate until September 2025, for the first time in 1 year and a half, we had a resolution on Gaza, which is incredible that we had to wait for so long, as the European Parliament, as you know, is constantly having resolution about international affairs. But on Gaza, there was a silence. Don't get me wrong, I don't think that resolution was perfect. Quite far from being perfect, but at least was something. At least in the resolution, the Parliament was asking for interrupting suspending the EU-Israel agreement. And that is a signal. But why did that happen? It happened because there was a grassroots movement, there was millions of people mobilizing around the world, and then there was a few people, not that small number, in the Parliament that was taking this input and would say, okay, this is the time to push again, to push for doing something. Now you cannot say no anymore. Now the world is watching, and you will not be able to say no to us because the world is watching. Because this is what happens in parliaments, in the European Parliament especially, which is so far away from the population, because we are in Brussels and our people are in so many countries around Europe, that people don't know what happens. They don't know that we never had a resolution on Gaza. They don't know that we never had a resolution on Gaza, not because we were not asking, but because they were saying no, because you need a majority of the presidents in the parliament to have a resolution on something, and they were voting against it. Yeah. And then people knew, because people were looking. So to do this, you need this connection, and to have this connection, you need three things. For me are trust, participation, and unity. Trust means we need to trust each other. We need to trust the grassroots movement that is doing what they're doing, but the grassroots movements also need to trust the politicians that are fighting in the institutions with having our own roles. Participation, we need to participate at each other's things. We need to communicate about what we're doing in the parliament, what has been done in the movements, what has been done in the mobilization. We need to participate and have a co-decision process to be sure that we can all decide about the way forward. And then unity. What is happening in Palestine is the death, I said many times, it's like the death of humanity. It's the death of any human rights. And we know that, like the oppression of the Palestinian people that is going on for decades, has been going on for decades, is the shame of Europe, is the shame also of international institutions that have done nothing to stop it. And if we want to stop this, and we're doing this for the Palestinian people first of all, but we're doing this for humanity, we are doing this for international law, we are doing this because we believe in justice. If we want to do this, which is so above any of us, we need to do it with unity. We cannot fight over small things. We need to understand that our purpose is so far away, is so difficult, but it's so important to achieve that unity and community is the only way to get this.
Thank you so much, Benedetta, for this very powerful introduction. I think you've raised a very important point, which is parliamentarians cannot act if people on the ground do not mobilize. And in order to mobilize, we need trust, we need legitimacy, we need unity. These are really key features of this relationship between parliamentarians, civil society, or global movement, call it whatever. I would like to hear from Mr. Ismail Amrah regarding the possibility of, projecting what Benedetta just said on the Turkey side. We know Turkey's, the Turkish peoples are strong supporters of the Palestinian cause. We know that, you have powerful parliamentarians active on the ground on the Palestinian cause too. Can you let us know what did that mean for you as a parliamentarian? What does that mean on the ground, and how do we sustain action and to basically amplify it in a global movement, basically?
Thank you. Öncelikle bu programın organizasyonunda emeği geçen herkese teşekkür ederek başlamak istiyorum. Tabii hem bir önceki Sumud filosunda hem de şu an denizde olan bütün aktivistlere de teşekkür ediyoruz. Filistin konusu, Gazze konusu insanlıkla ilgili bir konu. İnsanlık demekte. Dolayısıyla her birimizin şu an ortak payda olarak bulunduğumuz yer insanlığı savunmak, insanlık değerlerini savunmak. Bunu bir millete, bir dine indirmek bu dava için uygun olmayan bir süreç. Çünkü Gazze'de hepimiz biliyoruz ki 70 küsür bin resmi rakam, çok daha fazla olduğunu düşünüyorum. Şehit edilenlerin. Bunlar bombalanırken kadın, çocuk, yaşlı, genç ayrılmadı. Bunların içerisinde bir din ayrımı da gözetilmedi. Camilerle birlikte kiliseler de yıkıldı, hastanelerle birlikte her türlü okulda yıkıldı. Dolayısıyla bu Siyonist anlayışa karşı insanlığı müdafaa etme, insanlığı koruma hareketi. Tabii siz de bahsettiniz, biz Türkiye olarak son derece güçlü şekilde üzerimize düşenleri yapmaya devam ediyoruz. Bugün de burada Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi'nden 10 milletvekiliyle bulunuyoruz. Her siyasi görüşten, her siyasi partiden milletvekilleriyle. Bu Türkiye'de Filistin konusunun, Gazze konusunun ve insanlık konusunun ne kadar öncelikli olduğunu göstermesi açısından son derece önemli. Burada somut adımlardan bahsediyoruz. Filistin'i destekleyen parlamentolar grubu kuruldu Meclis Başkanımız tarafından. Bu son derece önemli. Geçtiğimiz hafta ikinci toplantısını İstanbul'da yaptı ve bu toplantılar devam edecek. Burada Filistin Dostluk Grubu üyesi olan farklı ülkelerden parlamenterler de var. Bizim de Filistin Dostluk Grubu Başkanımız Sayın Hasan Turan ilk oturumda konuşmayı yapmıştı. Somut adım önerilerinden bir tanesi belki Filistin Dostluk Gruplarının bir araya gelerek bu konuda ortak çalışmalar yapması olabilir. Parlamentoların bir araya gelmesinden bahsettik, somut adımlardan bahsediyoruz. Dolayısıyla Filistin Dostluk Grubu başkanları bir araya gelerek bu konuda somut adımlar ve yapılabilecekleri kararlaştırılabilir. Tabii ki sivil toplum kuruluşları benzer organizasyonu ve irtibatı sağladığı için ondan bahsetmiyorum. Gene üyesi olmayan Filistin'i destekleyen parlamentolar, grubu üyesi olmayan parlamentolardaki Filistin Dostluk Grubu başkanları gene bu bizim parlamentomuz başkanımız tarafından kurulan gruba gözlemci olarak katılabilirler ve kendi parlamentolarını bu gruba katılmaya teşvik edebilirler. Bu da son derece önemli bir adım olur bence.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ismail. This was really important points, very concrete on what coalitions, basically president of groups of Friends of Palestine can do. I think it's important to also expand, as I said, not just from a national level, but on a regional and also international level. So on that front, I would like to continue this discussion with Mr. Sayyid Ibrahim Sayyid Nuh. You've been one of the strongest voices in Southeast Asia, in the region. We've heard that the importance of groups and parliamentary groups, Friend of Palestine. How could we, from your perspective, build this cross-regional parliamentary alliances, and how can they become operational? Could you give us a little bit of some very concrete ideas, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Rauf. Thank you, my colleagues and ladies and gentlemen. Before I answer that question, I'd just like to indicate that when I'm here, I'm representing Malaysia, and I don't just speak as representing Malaysia, but also the voices carrying the moral weight of our shared humanity that is now being tested in Gaza. And the killings are happening every day. Just yesterday, this is not in Gaza, but in West Bank, a school was attacked by Israeli settlers. So, I mean, it's not just in Gaza, but also in the West Bank. And the word sumud in Arabic means steadfastness, right?
Steadfastness, yes.
So this is where we are now. We are in sumud, we are for steadfastness, persistence, resilience, and I think that's very important key themes that we should hold on to. And it's not a foreign word to the Malaysian heart. It is a value we recognize, a value we share, and a value we have practiced through the half a century of unbroken solidarity with the Palestinian people. And I think I just like to share my personal experience. I am a deputy minister of the government. I am also an MP, member of parliament. I'm also the executive committee member of the League of Parliamentarians for Al-Quds and Palestine. And I'm also leading the Malaysian Parliamentary Caucus for Palestine. But it's not about me. With me are 3 MPs, not just the government, but from the opposition as well. With me, there are a lot of activists around, lawyers, and also with us today, 6 Malaysians from GSF 1.0 are here in this conference today, 6 of them. So we are solidly behind the Palestinians. We are showing our presence, and we wish to work together, especially with European Union. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think when we talk about cross-parliamentary alliance, it is important that we have leadership.
Yes.
And leadership in Malaysia, as far as we are concerned, and probably most of you are aware, it started with our first Prime Minister, Tunku Abdul Rahman, to our present Prime Minister, Anwar Ibrahim. 7 decades of Malaysian leadership spoken with one cohesive voice on this issue. And we believe in justice, rooted in international law, in dignity, rooted in universal human rights, and in peace, rooted in accountability, not impunity. So, but at the same time also, we must be grounded on reality. And this is something which I think we need to really consider, because across Asia, especially when you talk about alliances, support, across Asia, support is not a problem, but coordination is.
Yes.
And we need to, go further on coordination. So, if we talk about what are the most important thing about cooperation, it happens through, before this, ad hoc resolutions, bilateral visits, symbolic caucuses. But these are important, but insufficient. It's insufficient. And therefore, we must have standing operational mechanism that allows Asian parliamentarians to coordinate positions quickly, respond collectively to crisis, and sustain pressure beyond headlines. And therefore, I'd like to suggest a few options moving forward. The first one is talking about institutional pathway. Second one is about coalition of the willing pathway. And third one is talking about the function first pathway. Let me go back to the option number 1. When we talk about institutional pathway, the anchor in it, what already exists. We work with what we have, so how do we make it operational? Cross-regional parliamentary alliances in Asia should not be built from zero. We anchor them in platforms we already sit in. For example, the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly, the OIC Parliamentary Union Asian Bloc, and the Parliamentary Network of Non-Aligned Movement, or NAM for short. And we create within them a dedicated Asia-Pacific Sumud Parliamentary Caucus with a standing mandate on Palestine. What it looks like in practice is that we should have a rotating chair shared between the Asian countries, Southeast Asian countries. And at the same time also we should synchronize motions tabled in the same sitting week across member parliaments. The second option which is about the coalition of the willing pathway, we start light, we scale fast. But how do we make it operational? We do not wait for full multilateral consensus because the people of Gaza do not have that kind of time. We begin with a coalition of parliaments where positions on Palestine are already aligned. A voluntary bloc, but can move quickly, speak in one voice, and set the pace for the rest of Asia to follow. What it looks in practice, a lightweight, fast-moving, Asia-Pacific Sumud Parliamentary Network with 3 working groups: accountability and sanctions, humanitarian access, and public diplomacy. Option 3, Rauf.
You have 2 minutes or 1 minute.
Yes. We talk about the function first pathway,
Yes.
where we let the mission create the alliance. And how do we make it operational? The most durable alliances in history, as we see today, were forged not around declarations, but around missions. The number of Flotilla missions, the number of demonstrations, the number of projects that we make. The global Sumud Flotilla is that mission. Yeah. Any humanitarian maritime corridor to Gaza must ultimately pass through or be resupplied from Indo-Pacific waters, and that geography fact makes Asia-Pacific parliamentarians operational stakeholders, not symbolic ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saeed Nuh. I think this was really very good intervention on concrete points. From what I hear is that you're telling us that we're not starting from scratch. There is already some infrastructures existing in Asia, and it's up to the Asian countries and maybe the Malaysian government to take leadership in this and to reinforce and connect the dots, at least in Asia and then the global south and potentially worldwide. So this is really much appreciated. Thank you. Mr. Carlo, we hear a lot about the Swiss democracy, the Swiss direct democracy. We know that the Swiss have been extremely paying attention to this sort of practices. Where the Palestinian cause is at now in Switzerland, if possible, and what potentially can Switzerland and you as a person contribute in this global effort to mobilize politicians and parliamentarians on the Palestinian cause. Thank you.
Merci de m'avoir invité à ce congrès, de prendre la parole. Et j'aimerais aussi m'associer aux remerciements qui ont été exprimés pour cet événement international, parlementaire, qui permet en fait de confronter un peu les réalités que chacun retrouve dans son propre parlement, dans son pays ou au niveau international. Je crois que c'était vraiment indispensable aujourd'hui d'entendre avec des mots différents, je veux dire la réalité actuelle brutale du génocide qui se perpétue aujourd'hui, même si le prétendu cessez-le-feu a voulu essayer d'effacer ce génocide ou de le cacher. C'est aussi avec les mots de M. Barghouti qui était celui de rappeler les pogroms qui ont lieu aujourd'hui tous les jours en Cisjordanie avec des familles, des jeunes et des moins jeunes qui sont finalement tués par les colons avec l'appui de l'armée. Et je pense que c'est extrêmement important aussi aujourd'hui d'avoir à plusieurs reprises rappelé les otages en main des Israéliens, à savoir les 10 000 prisonniers qui aujourd'hui sont dans les prisons israéliennes, qui sont torturés et dont personne finalement ne parle. Et puis tout ça dans un contexte d'apartheid et de nettoyage ethnique. Je crois que c'était vraiment important. Alors on peut se dire, mais à quoi ça sert ? Mais je pense que finalement, c'est aussi un moment important de consolidation, finalement aussi de renforcement mutuel et d'énergie partagée pour le combat et continuer à se battre pour l'humanité, ça a été rappelé, pour la loi, le droit international, pour le droit international humanitaire, et tout ça parce qu'il y a des hommes, des femmes et des enfants qui sont à Gaza, qui sont en Cisjordanie, mais indirectement aussi dans d'autres parties du monde où il y a des peuples menacés, où il y a des peuples qui sont colonisés et qui sont dominés. Et je pense que ce qui est important, et je viens à la réponse, c'est que j'ai vu tout à l'heure en regardant sur Internet qu'il y avait déjà des organisations sionistes qui venaient délégitimer notre congrès d'aujourd'hui. Ça montre l'importance de ce congrès et ça montre en fait qu'il y a cette préoccupation finalement de perdre le leadership du narratif sioniste. Et notre congrès et notre solidarité et notre travail parlementaire doit consolider le nouveau narratif, le narratif du peuple palestinien, le narratif, je dirais, du Sumud, c'est-à-dire de cette résilience finalement de cette libération pour le peuple palestinien. Alors, qu'en est-il en Suisse ? Alors en Suisse, c'est le pays d'un héros qui s'appelle Guillaume Tell, qui était celui qui s'est levé contre l'occupant autrichien en 1291. Ça, c'était la situation et c'est le mythe. Et puis, il y a la situation actuelle. La situation actuelle, elle est celle d'un pays qui est dépositaire des conventions de Genève, c'est-à-dire les conventions sur la protection des civils en cas de conflit international ou interne. Et bien, la Suisse est dans une situation dramatique. Moi, quand j'entends qu'il y a une résolution qui a été adoptée au Parlement européen, je suis admiratif quasiment de la situation. Parce qu'en Suisse, on est dans une situation totalement inverse. On a au Parlement, en fait, des propositions qui viennent, qui est celle de couper définitivement le subventionnement à l'UNRWA, et que ça s'est joué à 2 voix près au Parlement pour qu'on sauve le financement. Mais le financement aujourd'hui pour l'UNRWA, c'est pas du tout pour le Gaza ou la Cisjordanie. On finance en fait les opérations de l'UNRWA en Jordanie, au Liban et en Syrie, exclu de le faire sur le territoire occupé de Palestine. Mais c'est aussi le premier pays qui a coupé les vivres à l'UNRWA lorsqu'il y a eu les premières polémiques autour de l'UNRWA. C'est le pays qui refuse de reconnaître la Palestine jusqu'au jour où on aura des négociations, c'est-à-dire jamais, si ce n'est au moment où c'est peut-être l'ONU qui va le reconnaître et la Suisse suivra. Ça, c'est la réalité de la Suisse, c'est la difficulté que nous avons. Et malgré tout, dans ce contexte politique parlementaire, on assiste quand même à une mobilisation de rue extrêmement forte. Extrêmement forte. Et moi, ce qui m'a vraiment frappé, parce que je suis un peu un vieux de la vieille dans les mobilisations et dans l'activité parlementaire, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup de jeunes. Il y a beaucoup de jeunes qui sont dans les rues de Genève, de Zurich, de Bâle, de Berne. Et j'imagine que c'est la même chose à Paris, que c'est la même chose à Rome, que c'est la même chose à Berlin. Et ça, c'est quelque chose d'extrêmement encourageant. Et nous, comme politiciens, on doit faire ce qui a été rappelé, c'est le contact et le lien, c'est établir cette confiance avec cette mobilisation pour rappeler que ce n'est pas seulement au moment de la mobilisation où il faut agir, mais c'est également au moment des élections, de porter les voix pour que ceux qui se battent pour l'humanité, pour ceux qui se battent pour le droit international, pour ceux qui se battent pour l'incrimination des criminels de guerre, pour juger ces personnes, qu'ils soient en fait plus représentés au sein du Parlement. Ça, c'est quelque chose qui me paraît fondamental. En Suisse, on a réussi à faire quelque chose d'assez intéressant, c'est quand le gouvernement a décidé d'arrêter de financer l'UNRWA à titre provisoire, nous avons fait une mobilisation des villes, les villes qui sont plus progressistes, et donc on a fait des décisions de villes qui sont venues suppléer finalement ce que le gouvernement ne faisait pas. C'est-à-dire, c'est aussi un geste important parce qu'il permet en fait de poursuivre dans la mobilisation. Et si je parle des villes. En Suisse, on n'a pas de région, on a des cantons. Il y a aussi des cantons qui se sont mobilisés. Ça me paraît essentiel. C'est-à-dire que l'alliance globale Sumud, ce n'est pas seulement les parlements nationaux. Ça doit être aussi au niveau national et au niveau peut-être même plus local. C'est-à-dire, je dirais, nous sommes Sumud au niveau international, nous sommes Sumud au niveau national et nous sommes Sumud au niveau local. Et ça, c'est fondamental pour renforcer le mouvement. Et alors concrètement, je pense que je partage ce qui a été dit, c'est-à-dire que d'abord, il faut une unité dans la diversité. Il faut que nous puissions surmonter finalement nos visions peut-être parfois différentes de la réalité locale ou idéologique, pour pouvoir nous unir sur la question de la défense du droit international, sur la question de la défense de la dignité des peuples. Moi, ce que je me rappelle, parce qu'au début, dans ma jeunesse, j'étais militant anti-apartheid. Et comme militant anti-apartheid, je me rappelle que dans le mouvement anti-apartheid, il y avait de tout. Ça allait des gens qui venaient de l'église protestante, de l'église catholique, des œuvres d'entraide, venaient de la gauche, du centre, mais aussi des libéraux. Et c'est cette amplitude du mouvement qui avait permis aussi de renforcer la politique au niveau des sanctions, ces sanctions qui avaient permis ensuite de faire tomber. Pour moi, ce qu'il y a, c'est pas seulement la flottille comme instrument, comme mobilisation, mais il faut aussi quelque chose de plus concret pour la mobilisation, et une mobilisation qui est compréhensible et qui a une dimension humaine. Je pense que ça a été dit aujourd'hui à plusieurs reprises, c'est la question de la libération des prisonniers politiques. Il faut là une grande campagne internationale pour la libération des prisonniers politiques. Moi, je rappelle que pour l'Afrique du Sud, et là je parle sous le contrôle de notre ami qui nous vient d'Afrique du Sud, il y avait une énorme campagne qui était faite pour Nelson Mandela, mais aussi pour ses co-détenus sur Robben Island, qui était de dire on veut la libération, et par la libération on veut faire tomber l'apartheid. Et je pense qu'il faut passer par la demande internationale, l'exigence internationale de la libération des prisonniers qui sont des prisonniers politiques, qui sont en fait des otages en main du pouvoir sioniste en Israël. Ça, je pense que c'est pour cette campagne. Et au niveau peut-être opérationnel encore, je crois qu'il faut prendre une leçon de ce que font les Israéliens. Les Israéliens, ces 10 dernières années, ça a eu un impact terrible dans les parlements, ont mis sur place un réseau d'organisations, NGO Monitor, ils ont mis en place UN Watch, etc., qui font du matériel de propagande destiné aux parlementaires avec un lavage de cerveau insupportable. Insupportable.
Une minute.
Et je termine. Et en fait, ce qu'on doit nous réussir à faire, c'est faire l'inverse. C'est-à-dire, on doit venir aussi avec du matériel qui puisse être facilement, finalement, mis à disposition des parlementaires. Et là, les expériences que nous avons dans les différents pays, peut-être avec une plateforme commune qui puisse permettre d'avoir cette présence auprès des parlementaires, auprès des fonctionnaires, des hauts fonctionnaires et de nos dirigeants. Voilà ce qui me paraît aujourd'hui être faisable au niveau international. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Mr. Carlo. This was a rich intervention with a lot of concrete actions and the importance of working both at the international, the national, and the local level, but also the importance of disseminating documents, content, organizing, getting some maybe lobbies on the ground inside different parliaments across the world. I see that we are almost running out of time. I wanted to come back to each one of you because the thematic of the session today is about how to build this global Sumud network. If you had to initiate one action in the next 30 days, what would be your action in 30 seconds? Just the idea. And then we could potentially think about ways to pursue that vis-à-vis to what we discussed today. In 30 seconds to every one of you, and I'll start maybe by Madame Louisa Hannoun.
شكراً. أولاً سوف تنعقد انتخابات تشريعية في الجزائر يوم 2 جويلية المقبل، والحزب مشارك فيها وبقوة. نحن في الحملة التحضيرية والقضية الفلسطينية، ولكن كل الحرب ضد منطقة المشرق وحتى في العالم مطروحة بقوة. يعني لا يمكن أن نفصل الإبادة الجماعية في غزة وسياسة الاستيطان الهمجية في الضفة الغربية والنزوح القسري والتجويع والحصار المطلق، ولا حتى اضطهاد الفلسطينيين في الداخل المحتل. لا يمكن أن نفصلها عن العدوان الهمجي على لبنان ولا عن الحرب الصهيو أمريكية على إيران الغير مبررة، ولا على العدوان على اليمن، ولا الأوضاع في سوريا ولا فنزويلا، ولا التجويع في كوبا. بالنسبة لنا هذه قضايا كلها مترابطة لأن مصدرها واحد هو نفسه. وبالتالي في هذه الحملة الانتخابية ننوي بطبيعة الحال وضع هذه القضايا في مركز الاهتمام مع القضايا بالطبع الوطنية، لأنه أكرر أنه بالنسبة لنا القضية الفلسطينية قضية دولة، قضية شعب، هي قضية كل شعوب المنطقة، الشعب المغربي، الشعب الموريتاني، الشعب الليبي رغم الأوضاع المأساوية، الشعب التونسي، هذا بغض النظر عن الظروف الداخلية لكل بلد. وبالتالي نحن نعتبر نقابات ركيزة أساسية ونعمل معها في التنسيق فيما يتعلق بالمبادرات الدولية، لأن النقابات هي القادرة على حشد الأعداد، يعني العمال وعائلاتهم والفئات الشعبية الواسعة. الزميلة من إيطاليا على صواب، يعني البرلمانيون لا يمكنهم أن يكون لهم عمل يعني ناجح فعال إذا لم يكن يرتكز على تعبئة شعبية واسعة. ونحن نسعى في خضم هذه الانتخابات المقبلة على انتزاع أكبر عدد ممكن من المقاعد حتى تكون لنا قوة كبيرة داخل البرلمان الجزائري، ونتعامل مع باقي البرلمانات يعني المقبلة. هذه من ناحية. إذن العمل النقابي أؤكد عليه. احنا ساهمنا مثلا في لما كان العدوان 30 على العراق، كان حزب العمال هو نقطة الوصل ما بين النقابات الأمريكية المناهضة للحرب والكونفدرالية الدولية للنقابات العربية في تنظيم إضرابات مسيرات. ونظمنا ندوة إفريقية عن بعد بسبب العقبات وبعد المسافات منذ 15 يوم خلت، شارك فيها من كل البلدان الإفريقية، من العديد من البلدان الإفريقية، نقابيون، برلمانيون، مسؤولون سياسيون، وتناقشنا حول القضية الفلسطينية، الحرب على كل منطقة المشرق والعالم، والتهديدات على قارتنا إفريقيا المستهدفة بسبب الأطماع الخارجية ومحاولات التدخل العسكري والسياسي، وكيف نحمي أوطاننا وكيف ندعم القضية المشتركة. وقررنا التوجه نحو عقد ندوة حضورية، ونبحث المكان يعني الأحسن لتتوفر فيه الشروط، ربما في الجزائر طبعا بموافقة السلطات، حول قضية الحروب والدفاع عن السيادات الوطنية، الدفاع عن الشعوب المستهدفة، عن حق الشعوب في البقاء. معناتها من الصعب جدا أن نفصل هذه القضايا التي تجمعنا. عندما ننظر لأوروبا مثلا، سواء البرلمانيون أو النقابيون أو الشباب الطلبة أو الجماهير الواسعة أو في الولايات المتحدة، الذين يناهضون الحرب العسكرية على الشعب الفلسطيني، على الشعب اللبناني، على الشعب الإيراني، كامل الشعوب، على فنزويلا، وفي نفس الوقت يناهضون ويتجندون ضد الحرب الاجتماعية اللي هي الوجه الثاني لنفس العملة. وبالتالي فعلا نحن بحاجة للتنسيق فيما بيننا على المستوى البرلماني، ولكن يجب أن نوسع ونبحث عن الأدوات التي تسمح لنا بحشد الملايين، بحشد أكبر عدد، ولا يوجد يعني أكبر قوة من النقابات العمالية والطلابية، لأن الطلبة في الولايات المتحدة، في أوروبا، في مختلف بقاع المعمورة هم في طليعة التعبئة الدولية لمناهضة الإبادة في غزة والاستيلاء على الضفة الغربية والقدس المحتلة والعدوان على لبنان وكل الحروب الأخرى. هذه يعني بعض المقترحات التي يمكن أن نتفق عليها.
تمام، شكرا. Thank you so much, Madam Louisa Hannoun. Mr. Ismail Amrah, maybe I'll try to be as strict as for Madam Hannoun with you.
All right. How many minutes?
Technically less than a minute.
Okay. Okay. Öncelikle şimdiye kadar bütün gündür yapılan konuşmaların hepsinde aşağı yukarı ortak şeylerin söylendiğini duymak beni memnun ediyor. Birbirimize bir şey anlatmak, birbirimize bir şey izah etmek zorunda değiliz artık. Dolayısıyla herkes her şeyi biliyor, herkes aynı sayfada, aynı yerde. Aksiyon olarak biz Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi'nde şimdiye kadar 7 tane başkanlık tezkeresi veya bütün parti gruplarının katılımıyla ortak deklarasyon imzaladık. Bunu burada bulunan bütün parlamenterlerin de kendi parlamentolarında, Avrupa Parlamentosu da dahil olmak üzere yapmalarını gerekli olduğunu düşünüyorum. Ve uluslararası toplantılarda mutlaka buradaki bulunan herkes Filistin'de, Gazze'de, Batı Şeria'da neler olduğunu, soykırımı, insan haklarının nasıl ihlal edildiğini ve insanlığın nasıl ayaklar altına alındığını, Avrupa değerlerinin, ortak insanlık değerlerinin nasıl ayaklar altına alındığını mutlaka söylemeli ve söyleyenler de birbirlerini desteklemeli. Çünkü belki elle tutulur bir aksiyon almaya çalışıyoruz ama söz bile birçok zaman, birçok ortamda son derece kıymetli. Dolayısıyla özellikle şunu ifade etmek istiyorum. Filistin kesinlikle özgür olacak. Çünkü mücadeleye devam ediyor. Sumud filosu sonunda Gazze kıyılarına ulaşacak. Çünkü aynı şeyi yapmaya devam ediyor. Mermeri delenin suyun sürekli damlaması olduğu gibi. Bu filoya ulaşır mı bilmiyorum ama mutlaka bundan sonraki filolardan bir tanesi bütün dünyanın ortak gücüyle, ortak duasıyla ve beklentisiyle o neticeye ulaşacak diyorum. Teşekkürler.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ismail Amrah. Benedetta, I'll try to be gender equal, so
I'll try to be straight. Thank you. So I really want to take on the idea of network and coordination because I completely agree on the fact that there's an international coordination of not just the Zionist movement but also the far-right movement because they are going hand in hand at the time being, which is quite hilarious if you think about it. But like they have a coordination. It's like a black international movement that is actually based on reducing people's rights and contrasting international law. And that's for Palestinian meant an increase of the oppression, the genocide. This is what it meant, like with no consequence. So as a counterpart, we need to be united and create the same coordination and network. But I'll say one thing in the first, of course, this is not going to be done in 30 days. So in the next 30 days, I will take on from the experience I had from the Flotilla. And I think the greatest thing was the community that was created because everyone felt, when you feel impotent in front of a genocide that is like streamlined on any kind of network. Everyone felt impotent because they couldn't do anything. Myself included and a lot of my colleagues because we were trying and we were not managing. But then what the Flotilla has done is created a community and has given a way to people to activate, saying, okay, if the government are not going to do it, we're going to do it ourselves. So if they're not going to implement international law and sanction Israel because it's having an illegal siege, we will break the siege because they should be doing it. They should have the ships. the Navy is going there and breaking the siege because that's illegal, but they're not going to do that. So we're taking the responsibility, and I think this is the kind of thing that we can do in the next 30 days. So what we're asking now is more than 1 million citizens of the European citizens have signed to suspend, to stop the association agreement between Israel and European Union. And yesterday they said no. Also thanks to my government, by the way, the Italian government said no. Again, after all the crimes and all the human rights violation of that country, they still say no, then we are not going to suspend it. So let's do it ourselves. This is commercial partnerships. That means that we can sabotage, we can boycott. Let's give the people a way to activate. And the way to activate is to stop the shipping, is to stop all the relationship, is to boycott. Let's do this as a community. We have a way to activate. People will feel participating, and we will do something extremely practical.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this powerful speech. Mr. Sayed Noor.
Yeah, within 30 days, right? The question is, what can we do?
We need to leave for the march.
We need to leave for the march. So, yeah, we have Malaysians, 40 Malaysian crew on the sea right now, as experts, doctors, organizers, 40 of them. And I think this is therefore very important within the next 30 days, because we know there will be sea and also land flotilla. And I would like to suggest that we should be able to have a Sumud protocol. Sumud protocol, where we would have a comprehensive framework that we discussed under Sumud and introduced for the world as a structured protocol known as Sumud protocol. And I'm suggesting this because I think this is going to be a ongoing process that we do. And that would indicate our steadfastness and persistency in ensuring that we have the effort, continuing effort to ensure that we get the freedom for Palestine. Free Palestine from the river to the sea. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Carlo.
Je crois que première chose, c'est maintenir notre engagement à fond pour dénoncer la Nakba permanente qui actuellement est en cours depuis des décennies. Ça, c'est la première chose. La deuxième chose, c'est de soutenir de manière extrêmement solide, aussi dans nos pays, aussi au niveau local, la flottille Sumud, parce qu'elle contribue justement, comme ça a été dit, à créer finalement la solidarité, à se sentir impliqué et à rompre le narratif dominant sioniste. C'est extrêmement important. Et puis, la chose que je pense qui peut réunir et les gens qui sont dans la rue, qui sont ceux qui nous soutiennent au moment de nos élections et qu'il faut mobiliser, qu'il faut étendre, c'est aussi cette action de libération des prisonniers qui sont les prisonniers palestiniens, parce que c'est une question d'humanité et les gens se reconnaissent dans le combat de l'humanité. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you, every one of you. I would like a round of applause, please. It was a rich discussion, so I hope we will continue that in other events. Thank you. Running out of time, so we'll do it on the march.
Thank you. And here it is. Thank you to Rauf, and thank you to your panelists for the last session, and thanks to all of you for bearing with us and staying. Before the final closing moment, we're going to have a short address by Patrick Bosch from the GSF team. Thank you. Patrick?
Well, thank you very much for letting me speak for a few minutes here. We are now nearly at the end of the day, but I think there are a few elements that I'd like to remind why we came together here today and what is the context around it. Please remember that the global Sumud Flotilla is a global civil resistance movement. We are all in this together. Habibi, like one of our steering committee members used to say. And we thank each and every one of you, because what this movement really makes is what we are all together. And those who support us across the globe make GSF what GSF is. But I would also like to thank specifically all the parliamentarians who are present here today, because you, the parliamentarians, make the result of this movement, what we want to intend, what will the Brussels Declaration would like to trigger here. And then also would like to remind that judicial proceedings regarding crimes committing against the Sumud Flotilla and its passengers are now underway in multiple jurisdictions, including Italy, Ireland, South Africa, Indonesia, Spain, and Turkey. We express for the global Sumud Flotilla our deep gratitude to the institutions raising those unlawful acts, the lawyers bringing them before the courts, and the states demonstrating the political will to adjudicate these violations. In this regard, I would like to cite Spain, who has taken decisive steps by opening investigations into this incident, signaling a strong commitment to international law. Similarly, Ireland has advanced the judicial process, ensuring that the rights of the passengers are defended and that our accountability is pursued within this legal framework. Furthermore, last week, Turkey initiated judicial proceedings before its courts against 35 Israeli officials, including Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, and Israel Katz, for crimes committed during the Global Sumud 2025 submission. This was an important and bold step as well. As nations whose peoples have provided immense support to the Global Sumud Flotilla, we especially thank Spain, Ireland, Colombia, and Turkey for taking these critical steps at the state level. And we call on all other progressive nations to follow the examples set by those nations on the legal front, ensuring that justice is not confined to a single jurisdiction, but becomes a global imperative. Thanks to you all. Free Palestine.
Thank you, Patrick, also for a very quick address. Please welcome Alina Attabal from Waves of Freedom from France. Lina? No? Okay. Our apologies for this. As the Brussels Declaration, okay, if you want to do it that way, but please 1 minute.
Yeah,
maximum.
this is just quick announcement to inform everybody that we are launching an initiative, global initiative, a group of associations from Malaysia, from France, from Palestine. We are going to launch a campaign of legal cases in 100 countries around the world. We urge you to join us in your countries where we are going against the penalty of death penalty in Israel. We are hoping that everybody will join us to make this campaign happen, where everywhere around the world we put Israel to questioning in the legal system, local legal systems. So hope we all cooperate in that, and hopefully in the future we can make this country illegal everywhere around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, as the Brussels Declaration is the first concrete result of this event and gathering and its stamp, we will now be joined live by Shahat Khamouri, scholar and legal expert, to tell us more about its context and meaning. Shahat, the floor is yours. We can hear you and see you.
Salam and greetings to our allies in struggle in the room. I speak those words as allies in struggle because by being here, you've chosen to pay the price of speaking truth to power, a choice to join the ranks of a struggle that started in Gaza and spills all over the world. Today we come together to fortify Palestinian Sumud as a gesture of defiance to a world order pegged to the interests of a transnational elite. Palestinian Sumud has become a symbol of defiance against the shackles of domination, subjugation, and exploitation. It is a light of meaning in a world of distortion. In the midst of a clearly changing world order, Those who have been most resilient, sadly enough, will pay the price the first for their defiance. The people of Gaza, the people of Lebanon, all those who now stand with their bodies in the face of this changing world order that seeks to enshrine violence on their bodies. As we speak, we clearly see the violence promised by the fascist far right, seeking to either avert change or to assert dominance in the next round of history, as evidenced in the recent surge of militarization. It is perhaps that through our efforts to fortify Palestinian Sumud, that we have built the nucleus of what Ibn Khaldun terms as asabiyya, which is the glue that unifies an ecosystem of those who, in their call for global justice, witness, feel, and experience the whip of injustice. I speak in such linear terms because seeing the world from the standpoint of Gaza, Bint Jbeil and Minab gives clarity to perception and meaning. We are truly at a historical crossroad, and it is in this room that the nucleus of its asabiyya exists, where in our unity and clarity of vision, we can build a movement that defies a world order premised on coercive relations and structural inequality that is in the service of the few rather than the many. It is through this joint value system that we start to see the dawn of something different, that we seek to build the vacuum that will clearly come about in this next round of history. By signing today's declaration, we solidify our commitment that is anchored in this defiance, and we solidify our understanding that we refuse a world where some have lives that were deemed as less worthy of living. For 5 generations, my own family and my own region has borne the scars of this cancerous body in our region, of an illegal settler colony that has sought to enshrine its alliance with oppressors across the region and across the world. Our starting point today is clear and simple, which is the application of international law equally on justiciable premises, to enact state duty not to recognize or aid or assess a grave illegality that has scarred the consciousness of humanity and that has been a threat to international peace and security for those 5 generations, and to cooperate towards ending those grave illegalities and to prevent genocide. Those words are not to be taken lightly. It is indeed the end and the pitfall of international law when we see for over 3 years all states who belong in the advanced global economy stand firmly behind the fascistic movement of the Israeli state, not only against Palestinians, but also against the Lebanese, against the Syrians, and indeed most recently against the Iranians, and against most other people in the region in one form or the other. This call is for the facilitation of access. It is also for economic measures that seek to make these grave illegalities simply economically unsustainable, and to challenge the hegemony of Israel in the region. It is to challenge Israel's pursuit to enact the Gaza Doctrine in Lebanon and in Iran and in Palestine itself, to stop this movement to make the price of a change in the world order higher and steeper by grave militarization. So by starting today with these nucleus, we hope to build a much stronger and unified movement around the world that seeks to speak truth to power. Going forward, may this asabiyya grow root in our movements. And with this in the understanding of international law, that whereby we refuse an understanding of peace and security as simply upholding the status quo that seeks to benefit the global elite, and uphold a reading of international law that was pioneered by readers like Amilcar Cabral, Jamal Abdel Nasser, as well as leaders all across the world, and Mossadegh, and all of those who died in the name of bringing to us a world where international peace and security is premised on the negation of domination, subjugation, and exploitation. That is the ethos of the document that we have in our hearts today and that we seek to sign, to end the trade of weapons, to end the trade of energy, to call for the facilitation of access on an equal premises, to facilitate the survival of the population that holds the light of justice today in our age and in light of the dawn of a new era in the world that we walk towards. We hope that today will be remembered in our hearts and in history as a day when we start that movement towards a stronger Asabiyya that is premised on building Sumud to the Palestinian people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Shaht. And we are now in an exciting moment, the signing of the declaration. Please welcome back on stage Hazami Barmada to lead this part, and please welcome the members of the GSF team onto the stage as well. A round of applause. What's with the chairs?
I just want to bring into this room a really somber, heartbreaking truth, which is that Palestinian lives, as we sit here today, continue to be massacred. And as I opened my Instagram just moments ago, I saw this photo of a man shot, sniped, simply for delivering food to his brother. Jihad al-Darwasi, 49 years old, was shot. The reason this is important is we are here, and sometimes words are just that, words. But what we demand from this moment is action. It's commitment to action. It's commitment to challenging the institutions that enable the shooting of someone like Jihad, and life goes on. As if Jihad's life means nothing. It means everything. And we must continue to speak up. And I want to also note that as we stand here, as of now, we just opened the declaration. We have over 1,107 signatures from the last time I checked, which is a big number of signatures. So thank you to all the people also watching online that have already been signing up. I want to read a part of the declaration to ground us again in the urgency of action, and more importantly, the urgency of the commitment. And every single one of you, every single one of us on stage, every single person in every corner of the world must take urgently to ensure that Palestinian lives are honored, are respected, and are not slaughtered recklessly. We commit within our respective mandates and responsibilities to act individually and collectively to bring an end to the unlawful situation identified by the ICJ through coordinated legal, political, diplomatic, and economic measures. We commit to ensure that no public authority, private entity, or institutional arrangement under our jurisdiction contributes directly or indirectly to the maintenance of the situation, including through trade, investment, financial flows, procurement, and technological cooperation. We commit to advance and support the adoption of effective measures consistent with international law, capable of impeding the continuation of unlawful practices, including restrictions and sanctions on the trade and investment, particularly the financial, technological, energy, and military sectors. We commit to promote legislative and policy frameworks necessary to requiring due diligence, accountability, and where necessary, disengagement by corporations and financial institutions involved in activities contributing to or benefiting from grave violations of international law. We commit to urgently promoting diplomatic efforts to ensure humanitarian oversight and access by independent international bodies to prisoners unlawfully held in Israeli prisons, and to exert maximum efforts to challenge the racialized imposition of the death penalty. We commit to support pathways forward with full accountability, including cooperation with international judicial mechanisms and efforts to ensure the investigation, prosecution, and redress of serious violations. We commit to support the restoration and protection of the material conditions necessary for Palestinian economic sovereignty, including land, water systems, agriculture, energy, and marine resources. We commit to support efforts aimed at reparations, restitution, and the restoration of rights, including those arising from displacement, disposition, and the denial of return, and reject any coercive imposition of alternative pathways that may seek to deteriorate from these rights. We commit to advance, support, and protect sovereign and effective access routes by land and by sea. We commit to ensure the protection of all actors engaged in efforts to restore access, deliver essential goods, and uphold international law, including civil society initiatives, and oppose their obstruction or criminalization. We commit to promote transparency, consent for local communities, independent monitoring, and public accountability in relation to access, resource distribution, and the conduct of all actors operating in this context. And lastly, we commit to challenge coercive and distortive use of legal, diplomatic, and media authority to undermine the inalienable Palestinian and Lebanese rights to self-determination. We encourage all of you to not only take your first step in signing this commitment, but we encourage you and implore you to take action on your commitments, to make them material, to make them real, and together to uphold Palestinian self-determination and to contribute to uplifting Palestinian voices fighting for freedom, liberation, and justice. By land and by sea, Palestine will be free. And I want to bring the energy of Palestine into this room, so let's make sure everyone all the way down to the European Parliament hears us. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! You guys are... Free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! You guys are not loud enough. Let's close this out and let's take our march to the streets, to the Parliament. Ready? Let's get as loud as we can. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Thank you. Palestine will be free! Palestine will live forever! Palestine will be free! Palestine will live forever!
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. I want to thank all of you for joining us today. I know you've been probably from very far away. I want to also thank Hanan Nanich, who's been our MC the whole day. So a big applause for her.
It's been my honor.
I would like also to thank all the team behind the scene that we don't see, Grace, Lorena, Ivana, and all
Charlene.
of you, Charlene.
And Charlene.
Come, please join us.
Come to the stage.
I would like also to thank our friends and comrades from the Progressive International, which has been really a big support and partner for this event. And before we leave, before we go to the march, I would call all of you for a very, very quick family picture right here. So we keep a good souvenir. Come on, let's do that in 5 minutes. Thank you. And
we will move on our march to the European Parliament.